debt collectors in real life, construction job he hates, and a VR game that was supposed to fix everything. Then he unlocks a hidden class, Goblin Summoner. Sounds trash, until his summon turns out to be a monster that takes 0 damage and one-shots everything. He can't unsummon it, and the worse he acts, the stronger it gets. Now he's running around the game with an unstoppable monster, a reputation that keeps getting worse, and a playstyle that makes everyone hate him, and somehow, it's working. This story began when one of the adventurers, while in a dungeon, exclaimed that before them stood the master of a high-difficulty dungeon, the wingless dragon, Sebarumus. The monster began to prepare its attack, and the adventurers nervously prepared themselves. Suddenly, a small goblin appeared, and, despite an incredibly powerful fire attack, destroyed the boss with a single blow. The adventurer, in complete shock, exclaimed that this was madness. He had crushed the dragon? A goblin had killed Sebarumus with a single attack? What was going on? A monster attacking another monster? Could it be a summoned monster? Suddenly, another adventurer called out to his comrades and, pointing to a cliff, shouted for them to look up. There was someone on the hill. He had summoned the goblin. Standing at the very top was the protagonist, Kim Chol-soo. Earlier, in the real world, he was working at a construction site and, holding a bag of cement, asked where he should put it. The other workers started muttering among themselves. Did something good happen to him? He smiled as he worked. MC thought about how he was a goblin. He was obviously a weakling, and the place where he belonged was a low-level dungeon. He was a creature that could never escape from such a dungeon. Although there are cases of people winning the lottery and becoming super rich overnight, a goblin would still be a goblin no matter how much experience he gained. At this time, one of the workers asked another if he had heard of Mr. Cha. They said he was so busy playing Heaven's Door that he didn't show up for work. Apparently, he got a hidden class or something. The other man exclaimed in surprise, "A hidden class?" He really succeeded. He was going to make a lot of money. The protagonist thought about Heaven's Door, a fully immersive virtual reality game that had recently become a trend. The experience was so real that it made one forget about reality itself. Of course, the technology was so advanced that the machines were expensive, but thanks to countless internet cafes across the country stocking up to keep up with the trend, slackers like him could enjoy it without any problem. And what had this demand led to? Real money started flowing into the game, and in-game items became real currency. Heaven's Door had become a true game changer. At first, he liked it, but only at first. After some time in the game itself, the protagonist used the ultimate rock strike and dealt a powerful blow with his pickaxe, obtaining 9 ore. He exclaimed angrily that this was so stupid. After all that grinding, now he had to grind even more? Even here, he was drowning in debt. Where's the part where he becomes a legendary hero, meets a gorgeous girl in the party, and eventually gets married? What? Heaven's Door? Suddenly, the protagonist finds a superb healing crystal in some rock debris and joyfully exclaims that if he sells it, he'll get at least 300,000 won. That's why he mines ore. Suddenly, a girl approaches him, Catherine Lee, along with her team. MC, noticing her, nervously thought that she was a woman, and a beautiful one at that. She asked what he mines here every day, so his mining skill must be pretty high. He agreed, and wondered what she wanted. The girl explained that they were going through this dungeon, but a massive rock blocked the way. Their party members, though experienced, were completely inexperienced in mining. They were hoping that an experienced miner like him could help them. The MC replied that he could, but his level was too low to safely enter the dungeon. The dwarf remarked that they would take care of the monsters. He just needed to follow them. The protagonist replied that they still needed to mine ore. He wondered what he had assumed. Because he was a dwarf, he knew how to mine ore. Did that mean dwarves were only good for mining? Did he really mean dwarves couldn't even help in battle and should just die? The protagonist mused that if he joined their group, he could gain experience and perhaps high-level ores. That was a pretty good deal. But would he be safe so deep in the dungeon? Although he could respawn after death in this game, there was still one caveat. Suddenly, Catherine Lee took his hand and said with a smile that her ideal type was a strong-armed miner, so she couldn't help herself. If he didn't want to, that was okay. The MC exclaimed sheepishly that he wanted to do this. He nervously wondered what he was even saying. After some time, they arrived at the right place, where level 7 gray wolves lived. The protagonist, seeing a monster, nervously thought that the monster's level was lower than expected, but he was still below their level. Suddenly, a wolf began to attack him, and at that moment, Catherine used the skill Salamander Flame and instantly destroyed all the monsters. After that, she approached him and asked if he was okay. The protagonist, surprised, agreed, and thought about how she had destroyed an entire pack of gray wolves with one blow. She was incredibly strong. The girl excitedly remarked that he really scared her. Please don't let him leave her. It's too dangerous. He, wildly confused, wondered if she wanted him to always be by her side. Could this finally be the rosy romance he wanted? Peter, deftly dodging all the monsters' attacks, said with a smile that he shouldn't be so surprised. They weren't the type to play in a dungeon like this anyway. He pulled out his weapon and, using the giant wheel skill, smashed all the monsters near him with one swing. After that, Peter said with a smile that they came for suspicious ore that can only be broken by high-level miners. They'd previously overlooked these things because they had no choice. Investing points in such dirty skills as ore mining seemed a waste of time. So now they needed the help of people like him. MC thought furiously. Help from people like him? What did he mean by people like him? Was he treating him like an idiot? He couldn't even mine ore without him. He said with incredible malice that he couldn't just ignore it. Did he really think he had no combat skills? The protagonist quickly used his only skill and struck the ore. It occurred to him that he had no combat skills at all. The dwarf approached his ally and asked if he was sure the information he'd purchased was accurate. If there was nothing behind the ore, the losses would be enormous. Peter replied that it had better be that way. Otherwise, he'd pay for wasting his time in this miserable dungeon. The protagonist, striking with his pickaxe, thought furiously. Was he risking his life for pocket money? Looking down on them, he'd gotten so used to it that he wasn't even angry anymore, and this infuriated him. Let them calm down. Just complete their task as usual, get their money, and leave. It's just another ordinary, boring day. The protagonist delivered a powerful strike with his pickaxe, when suddenly the entire stone wall split, revealing a huge gate to a hidden dungeon. He exclaimed in shock. They found a hidden dungeon? They can get special rewards and even change their class to a hidden one. So they've hit the jackpot, Catherine asked with a mischievous smile. They? Suddenly, Peter struck him in the back with lightning speed and remarked that it was very difficult for them to find this hidden dungeon. The girl said it was in a low-level zone, no less, and all it took was some stupid mining skill to reach the hidden dungeon. He shouldn't be upset about that. They fought the monsters themselves, and he just walked by, right? MC, in shock, wondered if they were the ones who attacked him. They knew about the hidden dungeon from the start. Peter grabbed him by the hair and asked with a smile, did he understand? Of course they knew about this gate. Did he really think they were wasting their time here for fun? But he'd help them a bit, so he'd make it quick for him. He dealt a powerful blow, and the protagonist died. Sometime later, he woke up on the ground and asked in disbelief, didn't they kill him? Maybe they had some decency? He looked at his hand and saw a used superior healing crystal, which revives the player with 100% health when it drops to 0. MC, in a wild rage, shouted that he'd just died and come back. Those bastards had wasted 300,000 won. Suddenly, he noticed the gate was still open, and wondered if that meant the dungeon hadn't been cleared yet. Did they really think he'd leave without the healing crystal? He'd crash their party and change his life. He'd become the worst nightmare of those idiots who looked down on him. Let them wait for him in the hidden dungeon. The protagonist jumped into the darkness of the gate, and it turned out there was a staircase there, causing him to plummet and take 80 damage. After landing awkwardly, he nervously exclaimed, stairs right next to the entrance? Did he actually enter the dungeon? A nickname and his current health appeared above his head. MC said in surprise that this must be the hidden dungeon. He noticed a huge statue of a throne in front of him, and a goblin sitting directly on the throne. The protagonist asked in surprise, who is this goblin sitting so smugly on the throne? He wondered if this was a goblin shrine. Don't tell him goblins are all there are here. A hidden dungeon should be much harder than this, right? Is this really all there is to a low-level hidden dungeon? This is very boring. It's also very quiet. Where did the others go? While walking through the dungeon, the protagonist accidentally tripped over something. Looking at the ground, he saw a half-dead dwarf, and then exclaimed, what the hell? The dwarf asked if he could use a revive skill. MC replied that he didn't have such a skill. Was he holding back on the revive button so as not to miss a hidden dungeon? What a greedy guy. Suddenly, a system window appeared, warning him that this was a high-difficulty dungeon, far above his level. He should please leave the dungeon immediately. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream rang out nearby. MC looked to the side and saw Peter in the clutches of a goblin, with Catherine pinned under its foot. He wondered in shock if this wasn't a goblin shrine. The protagonist spotted the monster itself, a level 80 Geiger, and wondered in horror what it was. The monster crushed Peter in an instant. Seeing this, he disgustedly wondered if this was the worst-case scenario. Many games had previously strived for realism, but Heaven's Door went so far as to implement the sense of touch, and it resulted in pain. Of course, there are safety systems, so damage inflicted by low-level or same-level monsters doesn't hurt much. At that moment, the girl hysterically began begging for help. The protagonist thought that if they were attacked by a monster dozens of levels higher than them, that would be a completely different story. He exclaimed, how would he save her? What could he do against this creature? The MC thought that pain and injuries don't go away just because the character is revived. It directly affects the brain. In severe cases, it can even lead to brain death or actual death. He thought in horror that he couldn't let this creature destroy him. It wasn't his fault. They abandoned him first. He's weak, so of course he can't help. So he should survive, even alone, right? The protagonist started to run away, when suddenly a system window appeared, notifying him that the Goblin Lord felt a kinship with his cowardice and weakness. He looked at the statue in confusion and asked, is he weak and cowardly? Does he really think he wants to be like this? Does he really think he's chosen to be powerless? If he had even a shred of strength, he wouldn't have escaped. At that moment, the monster finished off Catherine in a brutal manner. MC said he wanted a normal job where people didn't look down on him. He wanted to fight monsters, not rocks, and have amazing skills like everyone else. Because his unknown parents left him a debt, he grew up unable to do a single thing he wanted. And he's calling him weak? Why is he insulting him like that? He hasn't done anything wrong. Who Who is he to look down on from this throne? He's just a goblin, for heaven's sake. He's looked down on in the real world, in the game, and now a goblin says he's sorry? Great, he's a goblin, so what now? Suddenly, system windows appeared, stating that he is now an honorary goblin. Goblins will help him anytime. He'd fulfilled the requirements for the hidden class transition. Did he want to change to goblin summoner? The protagonist, tearful and confused, asked, "Is this a hidden class? Are they kidding me?" Of course he refuses. Another system window appeared, notifying him that he was now a goblin, and the class change was complete. He exclaimed that he'd already said no. At that moment, a huge monster was closing in on him. MC nervously thought it was too late. There was no point in running anymore. There was no turning back now. A system window appeared, stating that the goblin summoner's skill was Goblin Summon. This summoned a goblin who fought for its master. He summoned his summoner and indicated that it shouldn't come out with any effect, like he'd summoned a dragon. A small goblin with a big belly appeared before him. The protagonist grinned, thinking about the weak-looking goblin that had appeared. Fine, he'll throw this guy as bait and use the chance to escape. He motioned for the goblin to attack, then turned away, noting that it was time to run. Suddenly, the goblin delivered an incredibly powerful blow, instantly killing the monster. System windows appeared, notifying him that he'd gained a lot of experience. He'd gained new skills: Feed Goblin, Walk Goblin. His summoned monster's experience had increased significantly. MC, shocked, wondered if this incredibly weak-looking goblin was actually max level. A little earlier, when Catherine was attacked by a monster, she woke up in the real world screaming loudly. A servant ran up to her, then removed her VR glasses, and, seeing her face, horrified, said that this was a shock she wouldn't be able to recover from. After some time, MC began farming monsters with the goblin, collecting all the loot and leveling up. Having collected a multitude of items, he said, "Let him give it a rest. He can't hold on any longer." A system window with stats appeared. The protagonist smiled as he reflected that he'd cleared the hidden dungeon after killing Geiger, but the party members defending it were dead, so he had no other way to return except to die. But this goblin had completed the dungeon alone, and he hadn't boosted even once while he'd reached level 31. He couldn't see anything about him yet. Did it make sense that a low-ranking mob like this goblin was so powerful? The protagonist, with a wry smile, exclaimed that it didn't matter. If it was a bug, he should make the most of it before it was fixed. With this guy, he'd never have to mine ore again, and he'd become the best in this game. Sometime later, MC, back in the real world, went to the bank to sell the artifacts he'd found. The employee said that everything, including the wolf's items, amounted to about 97,000 won. Should she transfer it directly to his account? He wondered if he could cash it directly through the bank. How influential was this game? The protagonist asked if he could transfer the money to another account. Yes, he had other items he wanted to sell. He had a Geiger membrane, as well as his heart. The girl, shocked, said that with all this, the total would be about 97,000 won. Without finishing her sentence, she ran off in surprise to find her boss. The protagonist, perplexed, wondered why she was looking for her boss when the client was waiting right in front of her. Sometime later, he arrived at the Nara Bank manager's office. The man asked with a smile if he liked the tea. The MC, perplexed, replied that the drink was cold. The manager said he forgot to boil the water. He asked what business he had with him. He was only there to convert the goods into cash. The man replied that nothing serious had happened, really. He just had better places to keep his money, and he thought they could talk. Didn't he think keeping all that money in a checking account would be a waste? Their bank had a great investment opportunity, so what if he put the money there instead of keeping it in a checking account? MC, confused, asked that he knew that making money was important to them all. But is that really what a manager is supposed to do? He only had 1 million won at most, right? The manager replied that he thought he knew the value of the things he brought. Gainer's heart and membrane, at today's exchange rate, were valued at 230 million won. The protagonist, hearing this amount, was stunned. After that, he went out into the city, summoned a goblin, and joyfully exclaimed that he had repaid 10% of his debt thanks to him. He didn't even call him, and yet he came running for his dad? He's a cute little bastard who said goblins were ugly. He's so cute. No, he couldn't lie to him. At least while they were in town, he had to cancel the summoning. After that, he tried to remove the goblin, but nothing happened, causing them both to attract a lot of attention. MC nervously wondered if he only reverted after death. Everyone was looking at him. The adventurers nearby started saying a goblin had appeared in town. Had someone summoned him? That was so ugly. Let them see how ugly he was. The protagonist began to wonder if he wasn't a goblin. Suddenly, Patton the Annihilator from the Eviton Guild approached him and angrily asked what the hell a goblin was doing wandering the streets of this city. The adventurers exclaimed in surprise that it was the very same Annihilator from the Eviton Guild. The protagonist, surprised, remarked that this was an incredible title. Was he famous for something? One of the girls replied that no, he called himself that. He thought that was bad. There was no way someone who called themselves Annihilator was sane. The MC exclaimed, "Let him wait, it's not a monster." At that moment, Patton swung his sword to destroy the little monster. In response, the goblin dealt 100 million damage with a light swipe of its paw, sending the man flying into the wall. A system window appeared that said, "PK mode activated." The pain level is kept below fainting level to prevent high-level players from bullying others. Adventurers, in shock, began to say that Patton the Annihilator had died. A goblin had killed a man. MC nervously wondered if people found out he was his summoned monster, it would be the end for him. Suddenly, a group of powerful adventurers level 27 to 30 approached them. Yoonhyuk, from the darkness, asked, "What kind of shame is this? This monster isn't even worth facing, but he must take responsibility for being at odds with the guild." The protagonist, terrified, thought things were getting more complicated. His goblin would never lose, but if he killed everyone, it would cause trouble. He exclaimed, "Let them take care of this goblin." Confused, Yoonhyuk asked, "Who is he?" He was told not to interfere in their affairs. If he continued, they would kill him too. The MC warned that if they all got into a fight with one goblin, they'd look terrible. Suddenly, the goblin used its rock throw skill and destroyed Patton's speedwalker with one attack. Yoonhyuk furiously ran after them and ordered them captured. The protagonist began to run away in terror and wondered how this had happened. He had a max-level goblin and a bright future. He thought his life in this game would be wonderful. Suddenly, a door opened in one of the houses, and an old man named Sungryul, the treacherous one, stuck his head out and told him to run here. They didn't have time to explain. Let him come inside. The protagonist ran up to him, but the old man treacherously attacked him. He started to run away, but a system window suddenly appeared, interfering with his escape. It said that the Goblin Lord was stunned by his meanness that he had attacked, forcing the enemies to lower their guard. He got 1 goblin point. The MC exclaimed, "Did he just call him despicable? First, he called him weak and cowardly, and now he calls him despicable? First of all, he didn't do anything wrong. So what makes him weak, cowardly, and despicable?" He stopped and said with a serious face that it was those guys who added him to their group, betrayed him, and stabbed him in the back. Now that he thought about it, it infuriated him. Let the goblin listen to him carefully. They had enough of being looked down on for being weak. From now on, they will destroy the Evitan Guild. At that moment, Jian, a girl from the Evitan Guild, continuing to chase him across the rooftop, called out to Yoonhyuk and asked if he really needed to go with them to destroy a person like him. She thought she alone would be enough. The guy replied that she should not let her guard down. Patton may be the weakest among them, but he killed him with 1 blow. Something was strange about this goblin. They heard screams and immediately ran to the spot where Sungryul, the insidious, had already been struck by the goblin. He quickly moved behind Yoonhyuk, but the boy sensed it, appeared behind him in a flash, and struck, only to inflict no damage. He exclaimed in shock that it was impossible. Yoonhyuk nervously wondered, had he imagined it? This was too bad. He was going to die. When the goblin began to attack, Jian shot at it, deflecting the attack. The boy, surprised, wondered if something had parried his attack. The girl shouted, "Don't let him stand there like a statue. He would really let a goblin kill him?" Yoonhyuk wondered if it was a goblin. How could such a low-ranking monster deal millions of damage? They must have used some kind of trick. He doesn't know who's playing a prank on him, but he feels bad about it. The guy used the assassin skill Extreme Evil and covered his body in a powerful red aura. A system window appeared, stating that Extreme Evil had reduced his speed by 90%. All attacks now deal critical hits. Jian exclaimed, "What is he doing? He's only fighting 1 goblin. Why is he using this skill?" Yoonhyuk told her not to worry. It could be a passive skill. He used a reverse grip stance, which gives plus 30% attack damage and 50% critical damage, and then said they'd kill him with 1 hit and then move on to the next. The girl agreed and added that they needed to finish this quickly before anyone noticed. She used the archer skill Gale's Arrows and exclaimed that she didn't want to be seen using all those combo skills against the goblin. A system window appeared stating that Gale's Arrows removes all movement speed debuffs within the area of effect. All attacks now deal critical hits, plus 30 attack damage. Movement speed debuffs are removed. The assassin class passive skill gives plus 20% critical damage. The damage increase scales with movement speed. Yoonhyuk began to attack and declared that the time for games was over. He made a powerful dash and attacked, but dealt an incredible 0 damage and was sent flying into the wall, taking millions of damage in return. Jian turned around in shock and, looking at her ally, who was stuck motionless to the wall, asked what just happened. The protagonist approached her and asked who would finish whom off with 1 blow. Why doesn't she talk about this after reaching the maximum level? The girl asked in incredible shock. Is this goblin not an ordinary monster? He agreed with a sly smile and added that he summoned it. Jihyun exclaimed in horror, "How can a goblin have such power?" Yoonhyuk of the Darkness is one of the strongest people in the Evitan Guild. The MC with a sly smile replied that it was none of her business. The important thing is that he is very angry. The girl nervously asked, "What does he want? What did they do to him?" He exclaimed, "Does she really not understand anything?" She screamed that it was his fault for being so stubborn. He is just a crazy pervert. The protagonist replied that he didn't mean it that way. He means that they attacked them first, so he and his precious thing are having a really hard time now. Someone might get the wrong idea if they see this. Let the goblin stop her screams. At that moment, the adventurers on the ground finally heard the screams and looked up at the rooftop, where everything was happening. The MC, noticing them, wondered if the people had already arrived. He said they needed to finish here and run away. People started shouting that the goblin had destroyed the Evitan Guild and was going to take advantage of the surviving woman. They could be next. The protagonist, in shock, thought he was finished. He had simply wanted revenge on the guild, but now he was in a tight spot. he couldn't escape. He stopped the goblin and ordered him to let her go. The adventurers, perplexed, began to mutter among themselves. What had the man just told the goblin to let her go? A man dressed in beginner's gear was facing a monster that even the Eviton Guild couldn't handle. The MC burst into tears and declared it was over. People started shouting that he was saying it was over for the goblin. They don't know who he is, but they wish him luck. They support him. The protagonist wondered in disbelief. Why are they rooting for him? They should be laughing at him. Wait, don't they know he summoned the goblin? He thought it was obvious. He definitely said something like that before. Does that mean he's a hero right now, risking his life to save a woman from a monster? The protagonist asked if she wants to die in agony like her friends, right? He won't kill her if she promises to keep quiet about him and that goblin. Jihyun immediately agreed, in tears. He shouted that the goblin dared to invade the village, despite being just a monster, and even caused people suffering. He won't forgive him. The MC used the walk the goblin skill, put a chain around its neck, and threw it off the roof. People started murmuring in surprise, wondering what a skill this was that could restrain monsters. Chains of light? It was incredible that someone in a city of newbies could use such an advanced skill. The goblin was completely helpless while he was carrying it. The protagonist wondered if it was just his skill, allowing him to take the goblin for a walk. A system window appeared, notifying them that the goblin's mood had improved thanks to the walk skill. He indicated that everyone should back off. It was dangerous. He could barely handle him. People began saying that they now understood why the Eviton Guild had been helpless. His approximate level was probably over 50, so it wasn't that the Eviton Guild was weak, it was that no one else stood a chance. MC said he might not be able to win, but with his skill he could drive it away. He used the feed the goblin skill, created a sausage, and, throwing it, shouted that this was the end of his journey. The goblin, seeing the food, immediately ran after the sausage, which began to fall beyond the city walls. The protagonist shouted for them to close the city gates now. Thus, the goblin was banished from the city. The protagonist sighed and asked if they were okay. People began to rejoice that he had done it, driven the goblin away. He thought that this should solve all the problems for now. He almost became known as a psychopath who had destroyed an entire guild. Jihyun approached him, noting that all the other guild members had died and been transported back to the rebirth sanctuary in the sacred grounds of Pascal. She was the only one who knew about the connection between him and the goblin. He would keep his promise. MC thought he could probably use her for his intended purpose. He said he'd heard that in Pascal, the player has infinite HP, protecting them from monsters and other players. That's why this place is called Sacred Grounds. She would keep her promise, right? If not, he would kill her and wait for her to respawn in the sanctuary, and then kill her over and over again, dealing damage beyond infinite. He promised her this. Jihyun screamed in horror. After a while, the protagonist lay down on the bed of a nice hotel and said that this wasn't what he wanted. But he was pleased that he could stay in such a nice room in exchange for doing a good deed. He was so proud of himself. He recalled his adventure in the hidden dungeon and thought about how he hadn't had the strength back then, but if he could, he would have saved Catherine. The protagonist rose from his bed and exclaimed that he almost forgot. He'd gotten a goblin point, which he'd gotten from that damned goblin lord. He'd gotten this class because he felt an affinity with goblins, and now he was getting a point for being called vile. At this rate, the goblins would call him their brother once he got all the points. He opened the skill shop and noticed that all advanced skills were locked, so he had only one option for now. What did the rally skill do? A system window appeared, notifying him that he'd used the skill. Suddenly, a goblin flew right into his face. The MC was terrified and exclaimed, "Was that a summoning skill? If people find out he's here, they'll be finished. What should he do now?" Suddenly, the innkeeper, hearing the screams from outside the door, asked if he was okay. The protagonist nervously agreed and added that he shouldn't worry. The goblin began to get angry and wave his club. He told him to put it down. He apologized for earlier. When it got dark, the protagonist slept with the goblin and said that even though he hadn't done anything, he was mocked and attacked for no reason. He was just like him. This world was too full of bastards. The next day, he came alone to the bar where the Eviton adventurers were. Patton, seeing him, said that he was the bastard from yesterday who saved the Eviton guild member. The MC nervously agreed and thought that it was quite crowded here. He felt nervous without the goblin. Unyuk angrily said that he had no reason to help them after they made it clear they were enemies, but he still thanks him. He noticed Jihyun's nervousness and told her she shouldn't be so wary. It was clear he wasn't intending to fight. The girl thought with displeasure that the goblin wasn't here now. He tricked them all. MC noted that it was as he'd said. The reason he helped them, despite them trying to kill him, was because he needed something. Unyuk chuckled and said that no matter the reason, they were in his debt. The Eviton Guild doesn't overlook such things. They'll help in any way they can. He explained that no matter how much he farmed in this newbie zone, he'd achieved nothing. He was already over level 30 and wanted to move on to the next zone as soon as possible. They knew how to do that, right? Unyuk asked if he meant Fiorendel. As for the one who knew how to do that, it was Sungriel. The old man remarked that he knew exactly how to get there. He apologized for his meanness and said that, given how he dealt with the goblins single-handedly, he figured he must be very strong, perhaps even stronger than them. Patton, hearing this, became very angry, but remained silent. MC thought, of course not, but if this guy had attacked him yesterday, he definitely would have died in one hit, just like he'd promised. Sungryul explained that the newbie zone, known as the Lion, consists of 5 normal dungeons: the grass zone where slime spawn, a mine dungeon, a dark forest zone, and so on. These dungeons, which he can enter at any time, are known as open-type dungeons. But if he wants to leave this place, he needs to complete a raid dungeon. Unlike open-type dungeons, raid dungeons have gates that open and close at specific times. These are dungeons that have time limits and a number of attempts. Since this is the final dungeon of the area, it must be completed after reaching a sufficient level in the zone. The raid dungeon only opens once a month. They gather here because they want to clear it. Yoonhyuk explained that yesterday was the opening day of the raid dungeon, but that damn goblin ruined everything. Until the next raid, they were stuck here. MC exclaimed in surprise. He was stuck here for a month. He thought about how he earned over $200,000 in drops from that level 80 monster. His goblin could easily destroy even stronger dungeons, but for him to waste an entire month in this city where he can't make money, he nervously grabbed Eunhyuk's cloak and exclaimed, "Seriously, 1 month? There has to be some other way. Does he really mean to waste his precious time?" The guy agreed and noted that everyone here was angry because they were wasting time. The debt was repaid. It was time for them to go back. After that, all the guild members began leaving the bar. As they exited the tavern, a goblin was waiting for them, hiding behind some boxes. Suddenly, a raid dungeon opened nearby, and all the members received a notification. Patton, in complete shock, said that this couldn't be happening. At least 30 days would pass before the next raid. MC, seeing the notification, was completely shocked to think that the boss raid had already opened. After some time, the Eviton Guild members approached the portal. Patton noticed that it had indeed opened. The boss raid had opened in just 1 day. Yoonhyuk inquired how many people were inside. Sungryul replied that there were none. Those who were ready had already cleared it yesterday and moved on to the next region. He noted that it was only them this time. Suddenly, the main character approached them, exclaiming that he knew it. They had all lied to him. He should have known when they said he'd have to wait a whole month. They'd all betrayed him so they could be first. He was an idiot for trusting people again after everything he'd been through. Jihyun excitedly replied that it wasn't so. He'd misunderstood. They weren't lying to him. Yoonhyuk said it was fine. So was he coming or not? The protagonist agreed, adding, as if he'd just sit back and watch while they all went in there and lined their pockets. The guy said, then let him quickly explain before they went in. According to the information they'd received, there was only one path leading to the raid boss: Roar. This meant he'd encounter the boss as soon as he entered, so he should be on guard. Of course, he didn't think it would be that dangerous, considering the boss was below their level, but it couldn't hurt to be cautious. Patton nervously said that their guildmaster might not be here, but the entire Eviton guild was. A boss like that would only take them 10 seconds. After that, they went through the portal. MC said it would be a shame if they realized the goblin was with him, so let him wait here until he called him. He thought about how anyone could betray him like that time. He wouldn't let that happen again. He had an excellent healing crystal. Wait, hadn't he already used it? Never mind. He had to go. After that, the protagonist ran through the portal and found himself in a special area with a level 40 boss, a steel giant. He exclaimed that this was a hidden dungeon. Yoonhyuk nervously exclaimed, "What is Sungryul up to this time?" The old man, perplexed, exclaimed that he knew nothing. Jihyun called out to the protagonist and told them to stop standing there and run to the portal. The MC smirked and asked, "Are they kidding me? Are they trying to escape a hidden dungeon? Don't they know what rewards a hidden dungeon offers? Everyone knows this boss is a normal level 40. Jihyun shouted that it wouldn't just end in their character's death if they got hit by this thing. The protagonist pointed out that the difference was only 10 levels. It wouldn't be as bad as the completion. They'll just vomit blood and pass out. Do they really think getting a good reward is easy? They can't even imagine how great the rewards are in a hidden dungeon. Fine, they can run. He'll take all the rewards for himself. MC used the rally skill to summon a goblin, but it never showed up, and he died after being hit by a monster. Patton, watching this, asked if this idiot was the same guy who fought the goblin yesterday. Yoonhyuk wondered who cared what would happen to him. Moreover, the portal was closed. He nervously exclaimed that only raid dungeons closed so early. It had to be a hidden dungeon. Sungryul nervously pointed out that they had underestimated this place. Just as normal dungeons can transform at a very low probability, a raid can also reveal hidden dungeons. So that's why they're facing this hidden raid boss. They have no choice but to fight. At that moment, MC woke up in the real world, screamed in pain, and thought about how he'd been killed in just one attack. Even though he was over level 30, he knew he was level 40, but still, he'd completely forgotten to use his stat points. Anyway, he couldn't summon the goblin anymore because the portal had closed. He was so close that the treasure was right before his eyes. It was all that useless goblin bastard's fault. Was he really going to lose all the rewards? At that moment, Yoonhyuk shouted that the Eviton Guild was starting the hunt. All the fighters began using their skills and attacking the monster. Sungryul said that Yoonhyuk and Patton would attack first and find its weak points. With Jihyun's movement speed buff, the enemy wouldn't even have time to react. All bosses had at least one weak point. Yoonhyuk and Patton hovered over the enemy and used their shared skill, 16-slash combo. Sungryul noted that 2 attacks with 16 slashes meant 32 hits, damaging the monster's entire body, and they could pinpoint its weak point by seeing which wound was the deepest. After such a powerful attack, the boss absorbed absolutely everything and suffered no significant damage. Patton nervously remarked that he knew this attack was only meant to pinpoint the enemy's weak points, but it always dealt at least some damage. Yoonhyuk agreed and noted that they had two options. Either the boss had high defense, or this wasn't it. Just as the boss was about to attack, he lightning fast used the skill Unrivaled Swordsmanship and dealt 1,800 damage. Sungril exclaimed that the boss had the skill Hate the Weak. A system window appeared, notifying that the passive skill Hate the Weak nullified attacks that deal less than 5% of max HP. Patton called out to Unhyuk and pointed out that he was the only one who could deal that much damage to a level 40. Sungril replied with a serious expression that he wasn't. He wasn't the only one with the strongest ultimate attack. There were others who could do it better, depending on the conditions. Jihyun used the archer skill Death Harbinger Arrow, which uses her own health to draw the bowstring. The more health she uses, the greater the damage. As she prepared the attack, she remarked that everyone would ask her to become a guildmaster if they knew she had this skill. Patton exclaimed furiously, "She's their trump card." He doesn't know what she's really like, but given enough time, he can win it for them. He used the skill Battle Cry, which provoked the monster. MC watching this thought he was an idiot. He provoked the monster when he should have been running for his life. Patton successfully blocked the attack, only taking 1,038 damage. He exclaimed that this was nonsense. He thought he'd be stronger. Sungryul pointed out that he shouldn't let his guard down. For this plan to work, they can't afford a single mistake. He used the skill Pain Sharing, which allows the damage taken to be divided among another target. The one with more HP takes more damage. The protagonist, perplexed, thought that they were low level and didn't even have a hidden class. Inhyuk said that while the two warriors distracted the monster, they, the assassin team, would destroy its defenses with their passive skills. A system window appeared, stating that the assassin's passive skill was Weakness Elimination. This reduces the enemy's defense by 2% with a 1% chance when attacking, and can stack up to 5 effects. The MC was perplexed, wondering why these guys were so damn strong. What kind of guild is this? They could kill this boss. He wouldn't get experience or rewards while he was dead. Suddenly, their plan was slightly disrupted, as the monster began targeting a different target than Patton. This target turned out to be the protagonist, who used a healing crystal and said with a smile that he couldn't stand to watch these losers fight anymore. He would help since he had the highest level of them all. The protagonist appeared late. A system window appeared, notifying that the steel giant had targeted Chiolsu. The monster used the wide area skill Surface Extermination. Because of such a powerful skill, Suji, Minsu, Hunsu, and Patton perished. Patton screamed furiously, "Why didn't that bastard resurrect earlier? How dare he hurt his comrades?" Sungryul called out to him and told him to stay alert. He used the warrior skill Giga Slash and charged, but the monster counterattacked with lightning speed, dealing 3,890 damage. Due to the skill Pain Sharing, Sungryul also suffered 2,456 damage. A system window appeared, notifying him that Patton and Sungryul had died. The protagonist, horrified, asked, "What did he do?" It wasn't his fault. He only revived himself. Inhyuk thought about how monsters always favor healers and archers over tanks. But because of the battle cry, the monster targeted their tank, Patton, instead. The moment the player they hadn't accounted for was revived, it dropped the monster's aggression. The assassins didn't even have time to react before they were instantly killed. Even their tanks didn't have time. Jihyun worriedly asked what they should do. Maybe she should just shoot. At this point, the girl was already at only 46% health. Unhyuk shouted at her to pull herself together. If they shot now, their entire plan would fall apart. He thought about how they hadn't even fully stacked the assassin's passive skill. That wasn't enough to kill him in one hit. The guy made a sharp dash and said he would cut him down. She shouldn't cancel the skill, no matter what. If not for her one-shot attack, they wouldn't have a chance of winning. Jihyun concentrated and continued preparing her shot. The MC called out to her and asked if there was anything he could do to help. She exclaimed furiously, what could he do without his goblin? Let him just do nothing. He was only getting in their way now. He wondered in shock. Why was she looking at him like that? Because he didn't have his goblin. It was her fault anyway. Because of them, he couldn't bring his goblin, so it was their fault. Even though he was so weak, they were treating him like this, even though they had no choice but him. Fine. He'd let them fight until they all died. At that moment, the steel giant targeted Jihyun and charged at her. Unhyuk thought about it. It was as he thought. He'd given preference to their archer. He ran after the monster and shouted, where was he looking? His opponent? Him. He used the dual blade skill, dealing 1,920 damage, and thought it was a risky move. The monster, having taken damage, became very angry. Unhyuk jumped off the wall, making a second dash, and thought that wasn't all. He used the same skill a second time, dealing another 1,908 damage. Landing on the floor, he used the skill again, dealing damage, and shouted that another way to be aggressive is to deal as much damage as possible. So only after 3 full attacks did he consider him a threat. A system window appeared, notifying him that the steel giant had targeted Unhyuk. The monster's health had dropped to 22,460 from 30,000. The assassin thought, even though his weakness elimination skill only had 3 stacks, this attack should have compensated for it. He just had to buy her time. He asked with a sly smile, what's wrong? Is he angry? Unhyuk used the assassin skill Quick Dodge, which allows him to dodge all physical attacks for the next 3 seconds, and shouted that the next 3 seconds were his. A system window suddenly appeared, warning him that his mana was insufficient. Instantly, the boss unleashed a powerful blow that instantly killed the assassin, sending his body flying straight at the protagonist's feet. He furiously exclaimed, "They're idiots. They were so confident, and what's this? He should have just stayed down. He shouldn't have bothered reviving." Jian nervously asked, "Is he serious? Does he really think she's stupid because she's stuck here charging that bow? He ruined everything by reviving himself." The MC furiously shouted, "So, she's saying those idiots could have actually killed that thing if he hadn't revived himself?" The girl agreed, and added that if she had 10 more seconds, she could easily kill him. He furiously exclaimed that they would rather all die than get the reward without him. At that moment, the boss was already close behind them. A system window appeared, notifying them that the steel giant had targeted Jihyun. The girl excitedly said that now was not the time to point fingers. She hadn't fully charged yet, but now was her only chance to shoot. At that moment, the MC laughed hysterically and told her to wait. He had a question. "She can't move while charging, right?" Jihyun screamed in horror. "What is he doing? Don't let him come near her." He quickly lifted her onto his shoulders and, as he started to run away, asked, "She said she needed 10 more seconds, right?" At that moment, the monster struck, but they managed to dodge. The girl, completely shocked, asked how he could be almost as fast as Unhyuk. The protagonist, with a mischievous smile, thought that he had just spent all his points on agility. Even an assassin wouldn't waste all his points on agility. He might not be an assassin, but his movement speed could match his. In any case, their argument had just given him a goblin point. Doesn't that only give him points when he does something wrong? Damn, that goblin lord. Was he trying to tell him he was wrong or something? At that moment, Jihyun shouted that it was ready. The protagonist replied, "Let her shoot then." She exclaimed, "Let him not rush her. Does he really think it's easy to aim while moving so fast? If she misses, then it's all over." The MC, with a mischievous smile, rushed forward and replied, "Let her not tell him that. They owe him a lot, for the blood he'd lost earlier and for the superior healing crystal." He began running around the monster, which eventually confused it. At that very moment, Jihyun began aiming. Suddenly, the steel giant used the World Destroyer skill, causing the entire battlefield to become covered in flying debris. The protagonist nervously wondered, did he really have such a skill hidden? This is an attack that covers the entire area. Jihyun, who has 1% HP, and he, who only has 100 HP, because he revived himself earlier. This means they will both die instantly if they get hit. The girl nervously shouted that there was too much debris here. She can't attack him like that. Suddenly, the protagonist became overjoyed and said that his brain was telling him something. These were memories of how he played with his friends. She remarked that this was his life, flashing before his eyes. Suddenly, a goblin appeared, cleaving the dungeon with a powerful blow. The MC, seeing it, furiously shouted, "What's taking so long?" It felt like a week had passed since he last used the rally skill. Jihyun was perplexed, wondering what she'd just seen. Did this creature simply damage the dungeon itself to get inside? Was that even possible? The protagonist exclaimed that his trump card was the Goblin Shield skill. Instantly, the goblin himself jumped under the rubble and took a whopping 0 damage. The boss, seeing this, screamed furiously. The protagonist smiled and remarked that those were very powerful last words. And now it was time for the climax. At that moment, Jihyun used her skill and delivered an incredibly powerful blow, dealing 22,524 damage. The powerful attack pierced the boss and he fell to the floor. A system window appeared, notifying them that they had cleared the hidden dungeon, the lair of a steel giant. The girl, shocked, noted that they had won. They had indeed cleared the hidden dungeon. After winning, she had increased her level from 27 to 31, and the protagonist from 31 to 34. He frantically shouted for his reward to be given to him now. After a while, all the dead characters were resurrected. Yoonhyuk asked if everyone was safe. Patton, sitting on the floor, agreed, adding that he felt a little blood in his mouth. It was good that it ended there. If the level had been higher, they would have been in real danger. Suddenly, they discovered that Sungryul was not breathing. Yoonhyuk hit him and, turning to the protagonist, asked if he wanted to explain what had happened. He, grabbing the reward, exclaimed, "Don't let them come any closer." The guy, confused, asked what was wrong with him. Earlier, Jihyun had tried to claim the main reward, a hidden class, but a system window had appeared, notifying her that she hadn't fulfilled the hidden class requirement. She frustratedly asked, "Isn't that enough? Wasn't clearing the hidden dungeon enough?" The MC wondered if, just as he'd fulfilled the class upgrade requirement by gaining the Goblin Lord's favor, they wouldn't be able to advance until they fulfilled certain requirements in the hidden dungeon. As long as they fulfilled the requirement, they could advance without defeating the boss. Plus, defeating the boss, after obtaining the hidden class, seemed more natural to him. He was curious to know what class it was, but there was no point in thinking about it now. He had to get the reward he'd dropped. Among the rubble, the protagonist found something unusual and exclaimed, "This must be it." Jihyun called out to him and pointed out that they might have finished him off alone, but they all fought together. They should distribute the reward after consulting with everyone. He just grabbed the reward angrily and started screaming. Now, the girl noticed that he had been like that ever since. Unhyuk said that the raid boss was now considered cleared. It was true that they had already received his help twice. Now that they had achieved their goal, they didn't want to be greedy over this unexpected reward. Suddenly, Songriel approached the protagonist from behind, brandishing his weapon and saying, "He told you they shouldn't have started this." He exclaimed angrily. He knew he would do this. He betrayed him not once, but twice. Unyuk pointed out that eliminating him right now would be no problem for them. If they had wanted to do it by force, they would have done it already. He doesn't mind if he takes the rewards, the steel materials and the Iron Giant's bow. But isn't that a unique item? The protagonist exclaimed. So what? The guy pointed out that he's not even an archer. What is he going to do with it? He thought nervously. He knows that. He can't sell unique items, and he can't use it unless he belongs to a certain class. The MC grabbed the bow and greedily shouted that he wants it anyway. Everyone else and their mothers have it. Unyuk said to stop being so greedy and give it to Jian. He agreed with a wicked smile and added that he would give him the weapon, but he wanted something in return. It's not a tradable item, which makes it priceless. Who would lose out if he took this item? They would have to buy it from him. Sungriel asked discontentedly. Please don't tell him he endured this until their revival just to sell this item. The MC just laughed wildly, like a goblin. Yoonhyuk thought it was disgusting. He reminded him of that goblin. After some time they finally made the deal, and Jihan took the new item. A system window appeared, stating that it was a unique item, Iron Giant's bow. It was non-tradable and only usable by archers. It was the bow used by the Iron Giant before it was corrupted. The protagonists thanked their guild for the deal. Inhyuk remarked that he'd been thinking about this for a while, but he really knew how to be hateful. Where would he go after he got out of here? He asked. Isn't it obvious? Somewhere where there aren't any of them? Humans? The assassin said he was kind of weird, but that sounded like a great idea. So, should they go? After that, they exited the dungeon and completed the hidden boss raid. MC thought about it. He regretted losing the unique bow, but he wouldn't have any use for it anyway. In exchange, he received something more useful. It was a thief's glove, which allowed him to steal anything, but only once. But the real jackpot was the refined steel. Until recently, he was a player who only mined ore. Those idiots only looked at the unique weapon and didn't understand the true value of this thing. This is all he needed. They betrayed him first. Did they understand? Sometime later, the protagonist arrived in the city of Fjorendel and admiringly noted that there were many high-level players there. He had never seen anyone wearing such a thing before. He wondered how much they made from grinding. He could already smell the money. MC thought that, first of all, although repaying the debt was a good idea, he should first change his gear. Even if it was a hidden boss, he was shocked that he died in one hit against a monster 9 levels lower than him. But honestly, he's been wearing this armor since level 3. Wait, why does his gear have negative defense? Suddenly, a goblin grabbed his leg and started making strange noises. The protagonist exclaimed, "What does he want?" He swears that if he causes any trouble in the village, he'll be finished. He turned around and saw a huge monster in front of him, then shouted in surprise. Why was there a boss-level monster in this place? Let the goblin protect him. Suddenly, Irene, a level 78 summoner, sitting on this very monster, remarked with a smile that she had never seen anyone summon a goblin before. Maybe this was his summoned monster? MC wondered in surprise. A man was riding the monster? Does that mean this monster was also summoned? The girl told him he had no need to worry. Michelle, her mount, was very docile when she was in the village. He nervously exclaimed that she was drooling. The protagonist thought that this woman was very strong. He didn't need to fight her to realize it. The Eviton Guild, and most guilds, don't stand a chance against her. Irene asked if he would do her the honor of telling her his name. He introduced himself, perplexed. The girl replied that she was talking about the child next to him. She'd already heard him call him a goblin. He didn't have a name for him yet. The MC, perplexed, asked, "What difference does it make? Who names their summoned monster anyway? And she calls this thing cute." Irene replied that one-sided relationships are very unstable. Let him look at his summoned one. He assumed an aggressive stance toward his master, who hadn't even called him by name after hearing the defense command. She hoped he wouldn't be so boring the next time they met. Now she was leaving. The protagonist thanked her grumpily and added, "Because he doesn't need it. They have no problem with this guy." Sometime later, he came to the forge. NPC Humphrey, the blacksmith, exclaimed that his equipment was just trash. It would have been better if he just brought a trash bag. The MC exclaimed, "That's why he came here, to buy something better." He remarked that it might be too much for a freak like him, but this should do the trick. Humphrey gave him a breastplate made of solid steel, which cost 350 gold coins. The protagonist greedily reflected that 350 gold coins was about $40 in real currency. Even if he had a max-level goblin, everything would be over if he, the summoner, died. That's why he needed at least a minimum level of protection. After that, he confirmed the purchase of the armor. Humphrey said let him use it, because he made this thing out of good steel for idiots like him. MC put on the armor and nervously exclaimed that he couldn't move at all. The blacksmith furiously responded that it was all because freaks like him were better off not moving at all. He discontentedly reflected that he had invested all his points in dexterity because he had to go up against a steel giant. He should sell the armor back. Humphrey angrily asked, He wants me to buy such trash armor? He'll buy that chestplate for 30 gold. MC furiously exclaimed that he'd just sold him that thing for 350. Now an NPC was scamming him. Suddenly, an exclamation point appeared above the blacksmith, after which he nervously began searching for his hammer, shouting that he couldn't forge anything without it. The protagonist looked at the counter in confusion and noticed he had more. He replied that it wasn't the same. Let him return the hammer. That hammer should be in the underground passage dungeon at the entrance to the village. Let him find it for him. A system window appeared, notifying him that the quest Humry's problem was available. He needed to find the right hammer. The reward was the ability to process materials to create armor. MC wondered if it was for the quest. This would allow him to process materials into armor. So that's why the hidden boss materials were so expensive, and that's why these materials were so expensive too. If he could refine them into gear, that would be great. He accepted the quest and, as he set off, said with a sly smile that he didn't have to worry about anyone else. Party members would only get in his way, which meant he could complete such a simple dungeon in less than 30 minutes. Suddenly, Humphrey approached him and shouted angrily, "What's he standing there for? Let him go and get his hammer." A system window appeared, warning that if the blacksmith died, the quest would fail. MC, perplexed, exclaimed, "Why the hell did he follow him?" He thought, if he died, he'd fail the quest. So they wanted him to drag this level 13 thorn around with him? That was quite unexpected. Humphrey angrily asked why he was looking at him instead of moving on. The protagonist nervously considered that he didn't necessarily need to get along with him, and since he'd pumped up his agility, increasing his movement speed, he'd simply ignore the mobs and deal with the boss straight away. He quickly ran toward the dungeon and wondered if he knew what this quest was. Those stupid NPCs would follow the player at first, and if they moved too far away, they'd stop dead in their tracks. He'd take advantage of that and leave him here. Suddenly, a system window appeared, notifying him that the NPC was under attack. At that moment, Humphrey was attacked by slimes and rabid rats. MC furiously yelled at him to stop fighting them and run. He quickly summoned a goblin, who in turn swiftly destroyed all the enemies. After that, the blacksmith furiously shouted that he knew they were no match for him. Suddenly, he looked to the side and ran towards it, shouting that they were there. The protagonist wondered if he should actually kill him. He was so infuriating, rushing forward like a madman. Maybe he should assign the goblin to protect him, and then he could go after the boss alone? No. If he summoned the goblin and the NPC died, it would be the end. There was only one way. He sternly motioned for the goblin to kill all the mobs from now on. At that moment, Humphrey ran into the room with a huge army of rats and shouted that not only had they dared to settle in Phoenix El Basar, but they'd even stolen his hammer? He'd kill them all. The goblin immediately began destroying all the monsters, protecting the blacksmith. MC noted with a smile that it might take longer than he expected, but such insurance would be much more reliable. Humphrey furiously asked how these creatures dared ignore him. Before becoming a blacksmith, he was a proud warrior. He used the battle cry skill, which provokes all monsters, causing the Skeleton King and his army to approach them. The blacksmith, seeing the monsters, asked if even the ancient spirits dormant for centuries had answered his call. Now they'd have some fun. MC asked, so he just woke up monsters with that skill? Monsters he could have easily passed by without fighting? Was he making the task more difficult for him on purpose? He was really angry right now. This was the last time he'd do that, right? If he interfered with him again, he'd kill everyone, even those needed for the task. At that moment, the goblin picked up a stone and deftly killed all the monsters with one blow. After 3 hours of agonizing battles, the protagonist began to wonder if he'd stop trolling him. The main difficulty of this dungeon was dragging this idiot along with you. During this time, he managed to level up from 34 to 37. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard, and the blacksmith shouted sharply that it was a trap and told him to run. 3 arrows flew straight at them. The protagonist, startled, grabbed the goblin, who received no damage from the arrows. He asked why the trap had suddenly activated. What was the point? Despite the goblin's defenses, Humphrey still managed to take an arrow to the body and, bleeding out, said that they were vile creatures. They might be the last scum, but they cling to life. A system window appeared, notifying that the NPC had been poisoned. Because of this, the blacksmith ultimately died, and the quest failed. Sometime later, in the city, the protagonist shouted with incredible rage that even though he was dead, he would finish him off again. Grabbing the goblin, he approached him. Humphrey, perplexed, asked, "What kind of trash is this?" MC asked if that was all he had to say before he died. Suddenly, the blacksmith began thanking him for finding his hammer. A system window appeared, notifying him that the quest had been completed. He could now craft equipment from the materials he'd collected. He asked in shock, "Didn't he get the hammer?" The NPC asked if it hadn't dropped immediately after killing the first rat. The protagonist furiously shouted, "Why are you only telling him now?" Humphrey replied that all he could tell him was that he was trash. Did he even know that the quality of equipment depends on how much the blacksmith sweated? Let him see for himself. The best equipment comes from the hands of only the best blacksmiths, reborn anew. This is magnificent equipment, but telling him that would be like casting pearls before swine. MC pointed out that he was talking about quality and sweat, even though he himself hadn't broken a sweat. Humphrey replied, That's why the quality is low. Afterwards, the blacksmith gave him new armor. He donned it and was amazed to discover that it was crafted from materials dropped by a boss he defeated during a hidden dungeon raid. It was his first rare armor. A system window appeared, notifying him that he now had light blue steel armor. The use limit was level 36 and 24 agility. Hitting the armor had a 1% chance of activating the Heaven and Earth Destruction skill. Humphrey said he wouldn't ask for money this time, but he shouldn't be too grateful. He found that disgusting. MC exclaimed that he hadn't intended to thank him anyway. Suddenly, Phil, Catherine's subordinate, activated player killer mode and attempted to stab him in the back. He dodged with lightning speed and exclaimed, "What the hell did he do?" Suddenly, the guy, with a serious face, noted that he had dodged his surprise attack. Well, he really was strong enough to bring the mistress to within an inch of her life. The protagonist said he'd pumped up his agility well. No, that's not important. What does this even mean? What kind of mistress is this? Phil asked why he was playing dumb. He was in his mistress's last SWAT. He was sure he was Chulsu, and yet he pretended not to know her. He struck again and shouted, "So he's pretending not to know who Catherine is?" MC wondered if it was the sorceress from the dungeon mine. He exclaimed that he didn't know what kind of nonsense that woman had told him, but he was the one who suffered in that situation. She had set him up first and stabbed him in the back. Phil asked, "So he is a victim?" While he was alive and well, his mistress was in a coma and couldn't come to her senses, and he was saying that he was the victim? The protagonist was stunned and thought, he knew that the damage received from Geiger would cause a lot of damage, and not just physical. But she became a vegetable because of it. He exclaimed that everything happened because of Geiger, and he didn't do anything to her. Phil took aim for another attack, and noted that it wasn't up to him to decide whether he'd made a mistake or not. Because of him, his mistress and her position as the successor to the Semyoung group were in jeopardy. He tried to strike, but the protagonist abruptly blocked the goblin, and, with a sly smile, asked if he could just tell him everything quietly and calmly from the start. So, what about the health of the Semyoung Group chairman's daughter? MC thought about it. It was a company that produced cars, phones, semiconductors, and so on. It was a company that had made a name for itself not only in the Republic of Korea, but worldwide. They say that simply by getting a job here, a person has already made a career. And the daughter of the chairman of such a large company lost consciousness after playing in the same team with him and is now lying in the hospital. Sometime later, the protagonist and Phil traveled to the real world and met there in the hospital. He asked, "So he's saying that the mistress was attacked by a level 80 monster in the hidden dungeon?" MC excitedly agreed and asked if she was simply shocked by the brutal defeat. He thinks that's exactly what happened to her. Phil asked how he got out of there then. Didn't he say he was only level 3? He found it hard to believe that something like that had happened to the mistress, who was about to reach level 40, while he was the only one who remained completely fine. The protagonist explained that he himself barely managed to escape by changing his specialty to a hidden class. He was just lucky. No, he just wanted to say that it wasn't he, but his mistress, who should have changed classes. He nervously thought that this was ridiculous. Despite the many doctors who had diligently treated her, she was still in such a state, and if she had been in his place, she would have been dead long ago. The man said with a serious face that a level 3 player had switched specializations to a hidden class and escaped the dungeon unharmed. But does that solve all the problems? The MC asked worriedly. Isn't there even a small chance she'll survive? He replied that he should watch his mouth. She might be alive, but she was unconscious. The best doctors had attempted to treat her, but they all gave the same answer. They didn't know why she couldn't wake up. There was nothing else that could be done at the moment. The protagonist asked if he should just sit back until she regained consciousness. In that case, maybe if she was injured in the game, she should be treated in-game too? Phil replied that they could try. He added that he'd also read in an American article about a man who retired after he lost consciousness, and then was he or wasn't he? No. When everyone had lost hope, Heaven's Door brought him back to consciousness. He thought that's what the article said. The MC considered this a lie. He noted that the chances were certainly slim. Like 1 in 9/10 of a million? The protagonist considered how he was leading these desperate people by the nose, but then again, she had led him by the nose, too. He asked with a serious face that instead of sitting and waiting for her to come to her senses, why don't they at least seize this last opportunity? After some time, the protagonist logged into the game and saw Catherine standing motionless in front of him. He exclaimed in surprise that he hadn't thought the chairman would allow it. Had he really been so desperate that he forced an unconscious man into the game? And yet, if they found out he'd deceived the chairman, they'd kill him without anyone knowing, and then even the game wouldn't bring him back to consciousness. That was crazy. He'd never heard of anything like that happening. But at least he'd be the one who tried to save her. He'd tried to save the heiress of a large company that no one cared about. How could they pretend they didn't see him trying so hard? It would be cool if she actually regained consciousness, but even if it didn't work, he'd still win, right? He'd pretend to resurrect her? He needed to say something when he had to come back after some time. They needed to mentally prepare themselves. That's what he'd say. Wasn't he a genius? So, he'd have to drag her around with him. But how could he do that when she couldn't even walk on her own? After that, the protagonist put a leash around her neck and said, as he'd thought, that if he pulled her, she'd follow. He thought, nothing would happen for that, right? The people nearby started muttering in horror, saying he'd summoned a goblin, and that goblin was leading the female players around. The MC thought maybe something would happen after all. He explained that they'd all misunderstood. They were really close. One of the girls asked how anyone could treat their loved ones like that. A man with a serious face asked if he would become a fan if he got closer to him. The protagonist nervously wondered if he was backed into a corner. It would be the same as in the last village. Suddenly, Sungriel appeared from around the corner again, calling him over and remarking that he didn't have time to explain. He walked around the corner and said he didn't think he'd see him again. The old man inquired, "So he summoned that goblin?" The MC replied that thanks to him, he got out of trouble, but he didn't really trust him. Let him tell them what the Eviton Guild was up to again. Sungriel replied that he shouldn't misunderstand him. Last time they only gathered for a raid. After all guild members rarely do that. The protagonist remarked that everything ended well. Was he some kind of guild informant? Could he give him some information? He still knew little about these parts. Sungriel replied that if he wanted him to tell him about the Fiorendel region, they would first need to go elsewhere. He led him straight into a set trap, but the protagonist noticed, beat him, and forced him to tell. The old man said he himself knew little about Fiorendel, but the local boss, unlike Rev, appeared more than once a month, and certain conditions had to be met for him to appear. By the way, why was he so obsessed with dungeons? He noticed that since the dungeon was taking a bit longer to complete, he was starting to get angry. The MC nervously replied that it was all about money. Don't they give out more money for completing difficult dungeons? He thought about how he didn't have to tell him that thanks to bugs, he lived a stress-free life. Sungriel said with a serious face that even if he wanted to venture into a difficult dungeon, everything had its time, since he'd only just arrived. Phoenix Elbasar had a castle where he could complete the game's main quests, and high-level players often came there too. The protagonist grabbed him and shouted, "Yes, main quests!" And while he was doing that, of course, he'd gain access to high-level locations. Why hadn't he thought of that? He was about to leave with the goblin, but noticed that Catherine was missing. Meanwhile, the two bandits who'd kidnapped her said they didn't know why such a beauty like her was hanging out with such an idiot, but she'd definitely have a better time with them. Another exclaimed, "Let him just see what she's wearing. Wasn't all that equipment worth a fortune?" He asked if he really thought of going to the bathroom with such good things on him. She wouldn't even be able to resist, so he's completely useless. Maybe they should call security to protect a lady like that? At that moment, the MC was terrified that if she, unconscious, took even the slightest damage, she might actually die. Then he definitely wouldn't get away with it. They'd blame him for everything. At that moment, Phil contacted him and asked if everything was okay with the lady. He should show her to him. He nervously replied, "Let them send him the money first." So they were busy with something right now. The guy asked what they were doing. Why was he sighing so heavily? The protagonist shouted that he was busy right now. He'd show her later. After that, Phil said he was an idiot. Han Ki-moon, the chairman and Catherine's father, told him to leave him alone. How could anything bad happen? He knew that this girl was the heiress of the same young group. What could an ordinary person do to her? Phil wondered why he'd ever trusted his daughter to someone like him. If she could be cured in the game, shouldn't he have trusted someone from their circle? Ki-moon wondered, what other treatment? He knew it was hopeless. Even if, in 1 out of 100 cases, something went wrong with Catherine, what difference would it make? She was born into the family that owned the Semyon group, did everything as she was told, and her only independent choice was Heaven's Door. Surely this game was a refuge for her, and only here did she feel free. Wouldn't this game be better than the hospital ceiling, the last thing she saw? At that moment, the protagonist, trying to find the girl, nervously asked why there was a shortness of breath mechanic in this game at all, and how was he supposed to find her? This village was so big. He thought he hadn't done anything wrong, yet he had somehow managed to gain 1 goblin point. He had unlocked a locked skill. MC opened the skill menu, and, clicking on the Share Health with Goblin skill, wondered, what is this? Why restore health to someone who hasn't shed a drop of blood? The next skill is Goblin Throw, which allows you to throw it in the desired direction. He thought it might come in handy. The protagonist learned and activated the skill, causing the goblin to fly incredibly high and show him the way from the sky. He joyfully ran in the right direction and exclaimed that he came for her. Upon arriving at the right place, MC noticed the 2 guys who had kidnapped her. One of them remarked that this was the same jerk who was with her before. The other asked if he hadn't given up yet. Only they could please this girl. He furiously shouted that he didn't come here to please her. And who are they anyway? The man replied that they were 2 handsome men, and their hobby was saving women in trouble. The protagonist shouted at him to stop talking nonsense. Isn't she in danger because of them? Suddenly they started attacking him. He instantly dispatched them with the goblin's help and, laughing, shouted, "What's it like losing to a freak?" A guard heard his wild laughter and immediately rushed to the epicenter of the action. Seeing the absurdity of the scene, he shouted that he was the one who killed those 2 and kidnapped the girl. Did he really think he'd get away with such a crime? The MC excitedly replied that he'd misunderstood. Those 2 started it. He thought that anyone would find this situation suspicious. He'd never believe it. If an NPC guard caught him, he'd be sent to jail, but he couldn't afford to hang around there for days, wasting his time. Luckily, he was alone here now, so he'd have to get rid of him before anyone else got here. Suddenly, Sungryul appeared behind him, joyfully exclaiming that he'd been looking for him for a long time. The protagonist, perplexed, asked, "Where did he get here from?" He warned him with a serious expression that killing the NPC guard could lead to unpredictable consequences. If he didn't want to be pursued by the guards for the entire game, then he should cooperate and he'd take care of the rest. Let the guard listen to him. After all, he works for them day and night. The man asked, perplexed, "I'm cooperating with this guy? What were they planning, and what was he hiding behind his back?" Suddenly, Sungryul handed him a bag and asked if he should take it and pretend he hadn't seen anything. The guard inquired, was he giving him so much gold? He grabbed him and exclaimed, "How dare he bribe an honest man?" A system window appeared, notifying him that his favor had decreased. He had committed a crime. The MC asked, perplexed, was he arrested instead? So this old man turned out to be a good person? After some time, he approached the main castle, but they wouldn't let him in. The guard said he wasn't allowed in. The protagonist shouted that he'd been told the main quest could be obtained in this castle. Suddenly, Shin, a quest character, appeared and told him not to waste his efforts, as these doors wouldn't be opening anytime soon. The protagonist noticed an exclamation point above his head and wondered, so this idiot is a quest character? Shin noticed that he suddenly started banging on the gates and demanding that they open them. Apparently, he's new to their city, he likes the glint in his eye, the glint of an adventurer. He chooses him. He'll help him with the job. Let him prove his abilities. The MC skipped the boring dialogue and immediately received the main quest, Show Your Skills, which requires bringing a golem core from the lost ruins to Shin and proving his abilities. The reward is 250 gold. After some time, he arrived at the desired location and smiled, noting that if this was a dungeon, he should have said so right away. A view of strange ruins filled with lava opened before him. The protagonist nervously considered that, with his improved agility and speed, he could easily navigate all these traps. But moving while dragging this girl along was dangerous, and he had to keep an eye on her, making sure not a hair fell on her. He noted that he didn't like her, but he couldn't let anything happen to her. He would go first, then call the goblin with him, and he could keep a firm hold of her leash. MC made a powerful dash and leaped across the entire lava in one go, immediately using his rally skill, causing the goblin to quickly move toward him, but without Catherine. This caused the girl to fall into the lava. The protagonist screamed in horror, "Please do something." The goblin in turn pulled the rope upward. The girl flew into the air, then landed very firmly on the concrete. He screamed in horror, "Please let her come to her senses. She can't die here. Please let her wake up." At that moment, a childhood memory flashed through Catherine's mind. Her father, standing before her with a stick, asked if she had come home so late because she had been playing with her friends. After all, he had told her many times that friends at her age were only useless, fleeting, and pathetic connections. She had even shortened her school skirt and was putting on makeup like some girl from a bar. Did she really want to live like these pathetic people? Horrified, she replied that she had made a mistake and would not do it again. Kimun asked if she lived such a pathetic life, what would people think of her? Today, he would make her give it all up. He began to hit her with the stick, causing Catherine to scream in horror, asking her mother for help, but she only ignored her. Kimun, having struck her several times, said that she was the only stain on his life. In the present, the protagonist excitedly asked what they should do. The goblin smiled widely and chuckled. He asked what he wanted. A bastard like him won't be able to spend the rest of his life with such a beauty, so let him just go ahead and give her CPR. Wait, CPR? MC thought, this is a game. They may have a sense of touch, but there's no need to breathe here. Right, breathing shouldn't have been allowed from the start. Whether he gave her CPR or not, she's still dead. He could pretend he tried to save her, but she died. He thinks there are still rules for the Good Samaritan. Maybe she'll wake up from the shock, and he's definitely not kissing her to satisfy his desires. He's just administering first aid. MC had already curled his lips into a kiss, when suddenly Phil contacted him, asking how the mistress was. Seeing this, he asked, so that's what he promised to show him later? He'd just kill him. The protagonist, horrified, replied that she was completely safe. She definitely wasn't dead. He said he knew she was fine. He was logged into the game for work, but the doctors were monitoring the mistress's condition in real time and would contact him if anything happened. And the mistress's armor was the best gear for her level. In this outfit, she wouldn't take fatal damage, with the exception of damage from enemies in the hidden dungeon. MC, shocked, wondered if she wasn't dead. Phil added that he was constantly communicating because he was worried about even a hair falling on the mistress while she was unconscious, so he should show her to him immediately. He silently ended the call and asked if the goblin had heard that. They immediately ran to the boss room as fast as they could. After that, they began using Catherine's body to overcome traps, for example, sliding down, escaping from a rolling ball. They also crossed the broken bridge, throwing her to the other end and walking along the rope. After some time, they reached the boss room where a golem awaited them. The protagonist got too carried away and immediately threw Catherine straight at the monster. Realizing what was happening, he wondered if he'd been so excited that he'd accidentally used her as a weapon against the boss. After this action, a system window appeared, notifying him that he'd gained 1 goblin point. MC furiously screamed, "How dare the golem attack his trap-breaking tool? They'll finish it off right now." At that moment, Catherine, sitting against the wall, managed to move a finger. The goblin, having absorbed the monster's attack, struck with lightning speed and instantly defeated him. The protagonist smiled and noted that they didn't even have to strain themselves. Now they'll just take the golem's core and run. Suddenly, the monster entered its second phase and became much stronger. He exclaimed, "What the hell is it getting even bigger for? It doesn't matter. Let the goblin destroy it." He charged with lightning speed and blew off the monster's entire arm with one blow. After this attack, the golem merely entered its third phase and became even stronger. MC exclaimed, "Stop fooling me like this." He used the skill Rally and ordered the goblin to block, not attack. If he destroyed it, the monster would grow even bigger. The goblin ignored him and tried to attack, but the golem got ahead of him and dealt a powerful blow, dealing a whopping 0 damage. After that, the golem began to smash everything around it, dealing countless attacks. The protagonist nervously wondered, does that mean it would be endlessly resurrected and become stronger until he took its core? He began to recall Sunggirl's stories and wondered if, unlike the Eviton Guild, he would never be able to identify its weaknesses. Maybe he shouldn't bother and just kill it? What if the golem grows to level 100? What if it becomes stronger than the goblin? At that moment, while he was thinking and dodging attacks, the golem accidentally aimed an attack at Catherine. The girl remembered how Geiger had killed her with exactly the same blow, came to her senses, and screamed incredibly loudly in terror. A moment later, a bright explosion occurred, and a cloud of dust rose. The protagonist, stunned, was unable to move, along with the goblin, and asked, "Catherine, is she okay?" He simply watched from the sidelines and said that he had already said that at her level, such damage was not fatal. At that moment, the monster struck the ground again, and a multitude of stones flew everywhere. Chulso was even more stunned and was about to put his fist in his mouth due to the stress. He asked, "What is this?" Catherine appeared behind him and she screamed. She asked, "What is this? What is all this?" Chulso turned around and realized she had woken up. Catherine continued to scream, "What is she doing here? And what is he doing here? How did this even happen?" The system reported that the mage's escape skill had been unlocked. Catherine screamed, "What do you mean, how? A fragile mage should have a skill for retreating in an emergency. Let him forget about it now and explain what's going on." She had just almost died. Chulso realized that she had actually woken up. She didn't remember everything he'd done to her, did she? He couldn't move from the fear he'd felt and suddenly realized, wait. But no matter what he'd done to her, she was safe and sound in the end. She'd even regained consciousness. So maybe she should thank him for that instead of being angry? He'd saved the life of the Semyon Group heiress, so he should receive a huge reward. At that moment, she became even more enraged by his silence and started screaming. Did he want to die, or hadn't he heard her tell him to explain everything? At that moment, Chulso put on a touching expression and said he'd tell her everything now. When she lost consciousness after being attacked by a monster from a hidden dungeon, he'd taken care of her with the chairman's permission, and thanks to his suffering, she finally woke up. At that moment, a strong wind blew between them, and Catherine's hair stood on end. He was attacked so hard that he hit the wall and smashed it. When Chulso hit it, he exclaimed that she scared him. Why didn't she warn him that she would hit him? Suddenly, they looked at the approaching monster and wondered, what is this? Was he running away to save himself? What was going on? At that moment, Catherine burst into tears and said that she was scared. She grabbed her staff and continued to talk about her fear. Catherine thought that her father knew she was playing Heaven's Gate. He would kill her for this. She became even more afraid and continued to repeat this phrase many more times. A moment later, she cried out in fear and screamed in horror. At that moment, the observers heard the lady wake up and were surprised that she had regained consciousness. They wondered, but what is happening in the game then? She was simply terrified. Phil was terrified. Sweat began to pour down his face, and he realized that that idiot Kim Chulso had done something to their mistress. He became extremely angry, imagining his reflected expression, and the lab guys who had grabbed Catherine didn't understand. Couldn't she just log out now? Let him turn off this device. Another one said that she had barely regained consciousness, and they couldn't miss this chance. The game is designed so that it is impossible to log out during a dungeon raid, because zoning out while experiencing sensations is too dangerous. If the mistress, or rather, if this kid Chulso was currently defending the dungeons, Phil decided to check everything out himself. Meanwhile, the system reported that the Ruin Golem was using the Stone Missile skill. The golem began to scatter everything and create fiery flashes of light. Catherine ran from this creature in fear and terror. She tried to escape from it, but returned with incredible speed and saw the golem in front of her, and it screamed even louder. At that moment, the goblin protected her and struck the golem with his hands. Catherine looked up in surprise, and at that moment, the protagonist asked what she was doing. At that speed, she would never escape him. At that moment, Catherine collapsed to the ground and sat there, staring at the floor in tears. Chulso noticed her strange state and asked if she was okay. Catherine, as if out of her mind, continued to repeat the phrase about being scared. Chulso approached her closely, wondering what was happening to her. He knew this wouldn't work, but until she became even more annoying, he turned to the goblin and told him to knock her out right then. The goblin pounced on Catherine from behind, and Chulso realized she would only get in his way. At that moment, Catherine began to beg him, and Chulso asked in surprise, "What?" Catherine asked him to save her several times. She doesn't know how he's connected to her father's company, but she'll pay him even more money than her father ever gave her. Just let him save her. Chulso smiled in confusion and asked, "What's she talking about?" Of course he'll save her. He'll get her out of here safe and sound. She shouldn't worry about it. At that moment, Catherine exclaimed even louder that that wasn't the point. He could run away or destroy everyone around him. This was a vile company, vile workers. Let him save her from her father, her mother, from this entire family. She continued screaming in horror, and Chulso was stunned, unsure what to do. Catherine said she didn't want to be beaten and continued to sob bitterly. At that moment, a system window appeared in front of them, and Phil saw everything. He declared that Chulso was an asshole and wouldn't tolerate it anymore. If he didn't show him the mistress right now, he'd come to where he was and do something to him. At that moment, Chulso asked the goblin to stop, to put an end to this and buy them time to escape from that damned golem. The goblin understood and obeyed. Chulso turned around and said he was whining more than last time. Did he really think he was such a jerk? How was he supposed to do anything if he didn't trust him? When he hugged Catherine and showed her a smile, he asked, does it make him feel better now that he sees that smile on her face? Isn't that important in the business of trust? He's not some kind of kidnapper. He's doing everything he can to help his mistress recover. His mistress is fine, so he shouldn't worry. With these words, he smiled, and Phil, looking at his phone screen, couldn't understand how this had happened. Not only was she not scared, she had even regained consciousness. So had his mistress simply had a seizure? But was that even possible? He adjusted his glasses and suggested that he must have misunderstood the situation. The mistress is in poor health right now, and if he's defending the dungeon now, he should leave immediately, and that would be the end of his mistress's protection. Chulso started shouting, "What? Why?" Before he could finish another sentence, Phil ended the video call through the system window. There was an awkward silence, and at that moment, the genie apologized for not being able to end it like that. He'd just lost 10 years of his life. As she'd said, she should keep her promise and pay him more. At that moment, Catherine wiped the tears from her face and said she'd lied. Chulso exclaimed in anger and said it seemed she'd misinterpreted something, so she should listen carefully. He really needed the money. If she didn't give it to him, he'd have to tell them she'd woken up, and he'd demand a reward from the team. Catherine replied that she'd try to think of something. She'll even strip herself and her keepers if necessary. Just let him keep it a secret, okay? All her equipment is top tier and very expensive, so she'd better do it this way. Chulso asked again, is she kidding? And how much will he get for selling all this? 10 at most. But before he could finish, Catherine said it was worth 1 billion. At that moment, he clapped his hands and shouted at the goblin that they had to get to work. At that moment, a stage 5, level 170 ruin golem woke up and approached them. The goblin looked at the protagonist in surprise, and Chulso asked again, what's wrong? He just asked him to stall for time, but he destroyed everything around him. The goblin laughed at this, and Chulso cursed him for it. At that moment, Chulso realized that this golem was actually level 170, and that was terrible. They'll die if this hits them. With these words, they began to flee, and the system reported that the mage's icicle explosion skill had been activated. At that moment, the golem was already heading toward them, but suddenly froze. Chulso turned and realized it had stopped moving. Had they really dealt with it? The system reported a frozen status effect, the target frozen, and a high impact effect on enemies. It turned out that Catherine had used these skills with her staff and started yelling at them. What were they staring at? Or was he about to fight a level 170 enemy? They should run away as fast as they can. It was about to start. The boys began running away from the ominous creature at incredible speed, one after another. Chulso saw the gate and shouted for everyone to run there. They just needed to get there. At that moment, the rope around Catherine's neck tightened and she fell to the ground. She screamed for him to stop, and Chulso, turning around, realized she was in danger. Catherine screamed for help several times and reached out to him with a frightened expression. Chulso, realizing the gravity of the situation, realized this time was different. It was different from running away because he had no strength. This time, he had to save her, but he was terrified. If she lost consciousness from a hit from a level 80 enemy, what would happen if she were hit by a level 170 golem? Maybe the doctors could save her again, but he couldn't. At that moment, Catherine, with tears in her eyes, realized that no matter how much she screamed, he hadn't turned around. In the end, he was just like her parents. She was left alone, right above the golem, giving up, saying that no one would save her. At that moment, a bright explosion occurred right in front of her, and numerous bright beams appeared throughout the cave. The stones scattered when Shin arrived to her aid. He broke all the obstructing stones in front of him and came to her aid. Chulso turned around and realized who this guy was. Shin exclaimed that they had held out for a long time. From now on, he would fight. Chulso wondered, what was this idiot doing here? Why hadn't he noticed this before? The NPC Shin appeared when the player took damage, as if he was waiting for this. This quest was doomed from the start. Sometimes, such moments happen. It was originally designed to doom the player to defeat. There was no golem core. Attacking it unknowingly only made the golem stronger. If he naturally loses the battle, an event occurs in which the NPC appears and gains a huge advantage in persuading the enemy. There is no better way to show the power of an NPC in the story than this. It seems he didn't feel pain when he was hit by a level 50 enemy, so this was done deliberately to avoid unexpected casualties. At that moment, Shin asked how he dared treat his servants like that. Chulso thought he didn't like him, and that they would have to leave this battle to him now. And who was he calling servants? At that moment, Shin shouted at the golems to prepare for attack. Chulso was thinking about dealing with him, the NPC master. Suddenly, a fiery explosion erupted behind him. He turned around and didn't understand what had happened. It was Shin, who had hit his back against the wall from the blow, and said in surprise that he hadn't even had time to break a sweat. Chulso wondered why this idiot was getting victory cues. After this situation, Shin again rushed towards the golem, and mockingly said that he hadn't even had time to break a sweat, and hit the golem, which attacked him again. Shin hit the wall again, and continued to say that he hadn't even had time to break a sweat. There was no longer any joy on his face, and Chulso exclaimed, "Stop it! Is he really only level 70? This quest is normally given to players level 30 or 40. The ruling golem started at level 40, so if a normal player defeats it by force, they'll immediately lose to the golem, which will be level 45. Even if the player defeats it again, the golem will reach level 50, so the result won't change. Then a high-level NPC appears and immediately destroys everything. The goblin, who had been watching everything from the side, simply laughed at the scene, relaxed. Chulso thought that this had worked before, because none of the players could bring the golem to level 170. Shin stood up and realized he hadn't even had time, and Chulso exclaimed that since the battle wasn't progressing, he kept repeating the last phrase. "Stop. This loser. He's the NPC who's supposed to complete this quest. If they didn't destroy the core, the golem wouldn't die." And therefore, with Shin's appearance, the golem's core had appeared as well. At that moment, Shin returned to destroying the golem, and Chulso continued to think that if it was still there, then they definitely had a chance. Shin approached the goblin closely, repeating the same phrase over and over again, when suddenly a huge ball flew up from behind him, struck the golem, and pierced it. Chulso realized he knew exactly where the core was. The system reported that the goblin had used the stone-throwing skill. That was the exact spot the NPC had targeted. A moment later, the golem began to fall and disintegrate right before their eyes. As a plume of dust from the fall appeared before their eyes, their opponent chuckled and again said that he hadn't even had time to break a sweat. They would have died if it weren't for him. Chulso was surprised by his words. After all, he had finished off the golem himself. Shin also stated that, whatever happened, they were all safe and sound. Chulso wondered, safe and sound? He remembered Catherine and approached her. She was sitting on the ground, motionless, staring at the floor. After a while, all the guys went outside. Chulso was scared because this curse would kill him. Shin said mockingly that he knew he'd chosen the right people. The fact that they could survive in such a place was proof of their strength, but now the real battle would begin. Chulso realized he now looked like he'd stabbed a girl in the back. Shin said he personally knew the vice-captain of the Knight and the Kingdom, the Gigolo, and don't ask him anymore, it's his own business. Chulso thought this chatterbox would at least help him, but even skipping his dialogue, he didn't. At least it saved him from cringing. A moment later, Shin said goodbye to them and said, "See you soon." He knew he did well, because he was Shin. With these words, he left the boys. Chulso, looking at this NPC, said that he was simply sick. The goblin was also perplexed, and at that moment, an awkward silence fell between them. Chulso clenched his fist and shouted, "Okay, it's his fault." He thought she had woken up. At that moment, Catherine's father approached them and called her name. Chulso didn't understand who he was and realized that he had never seen equipment of such a high level. He clearly surpassed him not only in physique, but also in height. Just some rich guy or an incredibly strong man in his own right? No, such a word cannot be contradicted. At that moment, Catherine exclaimed, "Dad?" Chulso realized it was the king. The king replied that he knew that she had come to her senses after she had a seizure. She thinks her father doesn't worry about her 24/7. He thought she would learn some sense when she grew up, but she still plays these annoying pranks. The king thanked Chulso for looking after his Catherine. Their shared hopes for her awakening had been fulfilled. He would speak with his staff so he could collect his reward without any problems, and they would contact him soon. "So are they going, Catherine?" He extended his hand to her, and Catherine looked at the floor in disappointment. Chulso also didn't know what to do, recalling his past words about him being a complete and utter scum. It would have been better if she had scolded him. Why didn't she ask him to help her again? She left with an expression on her face as if she were about to die. Yes, he knew he had made a mistake when he ran away, and it was an unseemly act, but this time he really might be able to save her. At that moment, Chulso shouted for the king to stop, and they turned around. He replied that even someone like him knew who he was. The chairman of the seaman group, Ki-moon, known for his sensitivity, kindness to everyone, and for being a gentleman. "Is that correct, Catherine?" Catherine was stunned by what she heard and didn't know what to say. Chulso asked again, was he really that kind of person? And such an incredible person had come to take her away. Why did she have such a gloomy expression? He wouldn't let this go. He started shouting and grabbed Catherine's hand, asking her to come closer. Then he exclaimed, "Why is she standing there? He's saving her," when suddenly they disappeared from his sight. He couldn't understand why he'd even thought someone who easily broke promises was such a coward that even second place was too much for him. And who doesn't deserve forgiveness could become someone's hero. Catherine continued walking away with her father, and Chulso simply looked at the floor, disappointed in himself. He knew he'd always be closer to the goblins. Suddenly, there was an explosion, and he asked, "Does he know the King of Knights? He was one of the 3 who cleared out the Duke's great library. Wasn't that the King of Knights and Lord Ki-moon?" Mr. Ki-moon stepped out into the world with his daughter and past a crowd of knights. He waved and smiled. Everyone shouted, "This is the chairman of the Ki-moon company. Could they take a photo with him? And who is that beautiful girl next to him?" Ki-moon replied that she was simply a member of his squad and that he had met her by chance. At that moment, he whispered to Catherine, "Remember who he is to these people, how they see him. If they knew he had such a daughter, everyone would start pointing fingers at him." The people continued shouting, "Ki-moon, the King of Knights, and Mr. Ki-moon, the chairman of the company." Suddenly, Chulso, appearing among the knights, shouted at them to disperse. He didn't understand why they were blocking the way. They shouted back that he would answer for it if he missed the chance to meet Ki-moon. He realized she was the daughter of the company chairman, and no matter how poorly she lived, she was an aristocrat compared to him. That was true. So why should he feel guilty? He'd stop thinking about it, he'd get his reward, so they were done. At that moment, the same old man from behind the bars approached him, approaching the high walls and declaring that this was the unexpected appearance of an influential person. Chulso exclaimed that he'd really scared him and asked who even built a prison in such a place. How could someone lock someone in a place that looked like a sewer? The old man replied that this place didn't look like a sewer. It was a sewer. Then the guards captured him, but he managed to escape and was now hiding here. And by the way, it's not so bad here, because from here you can see things that can't be seen from the outside. Chulso replied that it was a crime, and he was a damned bandit. The old man replied that, by the way, the chairman called that girl next to Ki-moon a member of the squad, but compared to him, she was much more seriously injured. The protagonist asked in surprise, "What? Where was she injured? How can you get injured with a monster?" What kind of nonsense had he come up with? The old man replied that at the gates of heaven, pain is transmitted by impulses in the brain, meaning it only seems painful, but in reality, there are no wounds, not even bruises. He's saying he can see more from there than from the outside. There are signs of violence on her body. At that moment, Chulso was dumbfounded. His eyes saddened. He immediately yelled at Ki-moon to stop right there. "Let him stand there, you piece of shit." "Uncle, is it really possible to kidnap so many people like that in broad daylight? He has no conscience at all, a bourgeois." Ki-moon and Catherine stopped and turned to look at him in surprise. The king laughed and said he had no idea what he was saying. People might misunderstand, so how about ending this conversation? Chulso yelled back at him to stop talking like that. "Uncle, he's the chairman of a large company, isn't he? Does he really think that chairmen aren't subject to the law? That woman next to him is actually his girlfriend. Besides, they were already very close, weren't they?" Catherine grabbed her face in fear and started screaming. The surrounding knights began to discuss among themselves. Could this really be true? If it was true, it would be a real scandal. Another knight replied that he had no proof, and the corporation often spread such fakes. Judging by the chairman's expression, this didn't bother him in the least. Ki-moon continued to smile and said that he thought he had confused him with someone else and apologized, but he was in a hurry on important business. Chulso asked again, if this woman isn't his girlfriend, then who is she to him? So he took a girl dressed so promiscuously into his party? What a kind grandfather he is. People began to speculate, and it really is very strange. Why would he go with such a young girl? Maybe he's cheating on his wife like this, and they thought he was a good man. Ki-moon heard all these words in his mind and replied with a smile that they thought he should answer this question. At that moment, he decided to leave, but an old man in a suit came out, stamped his foot, and shouted mockingly, "So the two of them are already together. He is the talented butler of the Patrick Sungreal Company." And when he heard that the company's heiress, Mrs. Catherine, had woken up, he covered 1,000 kilometers in an instant. He grabbed Catherine's hand, knelt down, and shouted, "The future of the company is here and now." Catherine's mouth fell open in shock, not understanding what was happening. What was all this, and what should she do now? The surrounding knights began to discuss among themselves. Had they heard? If this is Catherine, then that means she's Ki-moon's daughter. This is sensational. Let them see her. How can he hand over the company to his daughter who's naked like this? What kind of nonsense is this? This isn't his daughter at all. He said she was his partner with whom they decided to have a good time. Anyway, hasn't Ki-moon gotten himself into a terrible situation? Chulso chuckled and told him to confess to the chairman. Ki-moon called him a freak, and Chulso asked again, maybe he should just admit that she's his daughter? Ki-moon replied that he should say he raised her poorly and failed to teach her to behave appropriately. Then there would just be a small stir that could be easily covered up. Chulso confirmed that if he did this and told her he was out of his mind and mistook her for someone else, it would allow him to clarify the situation, since he doesn't know this woman at all. But then, of course, he would reveal the fact that he abused his daughter. At that moment, Ki-moon became enraged and asked, how dare he do this? He kicked the ground and shouted, "People, don't fall for this. he's talking nonsense. Chulso clutched his head from the loud scream and wondered what kind of skill this was. Where did the old man get such a voice? At that moment, Patrick also clutched his head, and Chulso thought that this imposter calling himself a butler and the girl he was seeing for the first time were all in cahoots to blackmail him. He, Ki-moon, would not flinch because he was him, because he was the owner of the company. Right here and now, he would kill the three of them. He activated special mode and told the people that he would prove they had nothing to do with him, after which he began swinging his sword everywhere, and he caught the first knight, who sprayed blood. When the fight began, a bright explosion occurred. Chulso covered his ears with his hands and thought about how perfect the timing was. Good job, Goblin. The Goblin charged in and attempted to destroy the enemy. Chulso cursed the Goblin for running here. If it turned out he was cooperating with the one who had punched the chairman, he would be finished. The system reported that the Goblin's summoner skill was Goblin Throw, and Chulso yelled at him to run away. He almost got into a terrible situation. At that moment, Chulso looked ahead and asked, "What the hell is this?" He had no idea who it was, but he had appeared so suddenly. Was he crazy? How could this have happened? Did he really defeat the Night King with one blow and then fly into the sky and disappear? Chulso knew he had thrown him. At that moment, Catherine was left alone and knelt on the ground. Chulso walked up to her and grabbed her hand, telling her to get up and come to her senses. She begged to be killed, and having grabbed her, she already told him to let her go. Who was he? He wasn't even going to save her, and as before, he didn't care whether she lived or died. Chulso said not to tell him what to do, so he decides to abandon her or take care of her, and she's so lost in the clouds, waiting for her prince on a white horse. But here there is only scum like him. Let her open her eyes and look ahead. He grabbed her face, and Catherine looked at him with tears in her eyes. Suddenly, she froze, and he replied that he didn't know how many bad things her father had done to her in ordinary life. But right now, by chance, heavenly punishment had descended upon him. He was attacked and lay motionless in his armor. Now she had a chance. The hyenas were already drooling at her delicious scent. She was good at stabbing someone in the back, right? So stop groveling and begging for salvation. Let her try to hit her own father. She'll do it just like a goblin. At that moment, he backed away in fear and said that he'd taken a closer look, and it turned out she wasn't his girlfriend after all. He also felt ashamed. It seemed he'd forgotten to turn off the gas at home. It was time for him to go. With these words, he laughed and ran away from Catherine, who was left alone and with tears in her eyes watching him run away. At that moment, Patrick turned to her and asked, "What now?" If she had anything to say, now was the time. He took her hand and helped her up. When Catherine rose to her feet, she looked ahead and her face lit up. Hope appeared in her eyes, and she told ordinary people everything she wanted to say. Sometime later, news broke in the city that the two-faced chairman of the Ki-moon company, a saintly father in public, a cruel father behind the walls of his house, with bruises all over her body. The chairman's daughter, Catherine, wanted to die. The story of Ki-moon shocked the entire world. When Chulso saw this on television, he realized she had also announced that she was Ki-moon's daughter, and that she had been subjected to constant domestic violence by him since childhood. There were suspicions that she was simply posing as his daughter, but when evidence confirming her identity was posted on social media, all doubts were dispelled and the news flooded in. As a result, the company's image was damaged and shares plummeted. And Ki-moon's chairman suddenly fell ill. Or rather, he feigned illness and sat in a wheelchair. He was under special guard, although journalists constantly approached him. That's how this story ended. Chulso smiled and suddenly exclaimed, "So that's it?" He'd been so worried he couldn't even sleep, so he wouldn't suddenly hire a hitman to get rid of him or something. He was sitting at a table with Patrick, who said it would be nice if he'd been a little quieter in the restaurant. Chulso wondered if he was crazy. He should stop this talk and start talking normally. Patrick pointed out that photos of his battle with Ki-moon had already spread everywhere, and if something happened to him while the company was in such a precarious state, who would people blame for his death first? Chulso replied that it would be him. The old man said no, it would be Ki-moon. Chulso, with tears in his eyes, realized that this was bad. He shouldn't have gone against such a large company. He wouldn't get his reward either. He shouldn't have gotten involved in this. Patrick told him to believe he'd done something worth more than any amount of money, and Chulso replied that he'd rather believe a slob than him. Incidentally, he showed up wearing a very convincing butler's suit, just like he'd asked. Where did he get it? Patrick replied that he'd stolen it. At that moment, he was pulled out by the collar of the room by the knight, who said that he would not get away with this. Chulso, looking at the system window, was surprised and started shouting. So this was him, the company's puppet. Phil adjusted his glasses and asked him not to call people that. He'd called because he wanted to say thank you and for helping the lady wake up. He couldn't even imagine something like this happening to her, and had worked for her for years without noticing anything. Chulso said he didn't happen to have a reward for doing such an incredible job. Did he by any chance? He replied that the chairman was greedy. There had been a small misunderstanding, but why leave him without paying a penny? Phil apologized, but he, too, was no longer working for the company. He couldn't continue working for someone who treated the lady like that. At that moment, Chulso screamed, Wow, so he's unemployed now? He couldn't sleep, worrying about what would happen to her after she stabbed her own father in the back, and the only man who cared for her left the company. As he'd said, people all over the world were worried about the lady's fate. They were worried that something bad might happen to the girl who had ruined the reputation of the face of a large company, so he took the lady to stream on a special channel. She thanked people for their donations and earned money from it. Chulso stared at the screen in surprise, and Phil continued to report that he'd even used all his severance pay to set up a streaming studio. Chulso wondered what kind of person he was. He replied that now that the whole world was watching her, her popularity would protect her from any threats. She asked her fans if she could dance for them. Of course, no one would dare touch her during a live broadcast, but if she didn't go on air one day without warning, it meant something had happened to her. The mistress, of course, didn't like this either, but she gathered up all her courage and did it. She wears special eye-catching costumes and dances for the camera. Chulso didn't understand what kind of enthusiasm this was. How could the chairman's daughter even do this? Phil said that although it was too late to talk about it, he was going to return everything she lost, and more precisely, he would give her everything she liked. It was all thanks to him, Chulso. He smiled and thanked him for it, then shouted at him to stop. He became very embarrassed and blushed, and said that if he was grateful, he should just give him money. He replied that he had already sent it to his mailbox, although it wasn't money, but he would like the gift since the mistress herself prepared it for him. After that, they would see each other. Chulso screamed, "No, let him give him the money," but at that moment he hung up. Phil said he also knew how to hang up first and thanked him for the 3,000. Catherine's boyfriend, thanks. At that moment, Catherine asked, do they want her to dance? Phil was dumbfounded by what he saw and began to watch from the sidelines. Catherine leaned over to show her breasts to the camera and asked, a motorcycle? How do you dance like that? Phil realized that she might not inherit a huge company, but she would definitely become an open streamer. After a while, the postal worker Rachel said her name and asked how she could help. Chulso asked again, has anything arrived here in his name? It was probably something expensive, like gold armor, so she should carry it carefully. Rachel smiled and replied, of course, she'll be very careful with his things. She would bring him the item now. The system reported that the item with him was cursed. Touching it just once would drive her crazy. When Rachel had already done this, she realized, however, who had he told to deliver his package? Was she his porter or something? The system reported that it was a bloodworm whip, an exclusive summoner weapon, a whip crafted from bloodworm skin. Chulso realized it was a rare item and cursed. If used without breaking the curse, the player would receive a random effect, and the summoned creature would enter a frenzy. He didn't understand what kind of curse this was, and if he used the item, he would become like this NPC? Damn Catherine. She would push all sorts of crap on him until the very end. Meanwhile, Shin was saying that the next task was to clear out the goblin village. Chulso, who had bumped noses with him, looked him in the eye. He used his goblin summoner skill and told Shin to look at him and repeat what he had said. Shin said, clear out the goblin village. It was a simple task in which he needed to destroy the vile goblins that were bothering people. Since it was just a monster, surely he could handle them without his help. Let him quickly return and kill them. There was still a mountain of work to do. Chulso replied that, as he saw it, they'd have to fight goblins in the game, and he could handle this goblin. At that moment, a goblin appeared in his hands and exclaimed. Chulso realized he'd just shown his contempt. Sometime later, the NPC driver Matthias was riding in a cart and wondered where his damn horse had gone. The cart was driven by a huge heron. At that moment, Chulso raised the goblin's hand and suggested they talk. The goblin pulled his hand back, and Chulso became angry that he'd never behaved like that before. But couldn't he just abandon him? Or should he just stand there and let everyone know they were cooperating? The goblin made some noise again and turned away from his master. Chulso screamed, not listening to what he was saying and was only ruining everything. Let him do what he wanted. Idiot. He hated him too. He was like that. But suddenly he remembered the look on his friend's face and realized that a one-sided relationship was very unstable. Did he understand? At that moment, he told him to shut up, and the goblin continued to express his displeasure. Chulso reached out with 2 fingers and shouted that he would do something, but suddenly the goblin laughed, and Chulso looked away. He saw another goblin arrive to help this goblin, and Chulso didn't understand what was going on. At that moment, his goblin grabbed a club, and Chulso screamed to kill this creature. Meanwhile, an explosion erupted in Matthias's cart, and upon hearing it, he asked what the sound was. A multitude of goblins had blown up the cart, and Chulso couldn't understand why he had stopped. Were they still alive? The goblins charged straight at him, one of them lunging at his face. The goblin started hitting him in the head, and Chulso screamed for his goblin to do something. The goblin pulled his hair, and he screamed in pain. His goblin grabbed a club and decided to hit Chulso, who screamed, no, don't let him hit you with all his might. At that moment, a ray of light appeared in their cart when someone opened the cloth with their hand. It was a man with a gun who shouted, what's going on here, adventurer? Chulso realized it was an NPC and exclaimed, monsters have appeared. The man asked again, monsters? So they were goblins? Surely it was because their village was nearby. He let him stand still, and he hit him with 1 shot. At that moment, he screamed and decided to stop because there was someone ahead of them. Let him shoot the one in front. The man answered, okay, and shot the protagonist in the head. He cursed and screamed. He must do this to the one in front of him. Several goblins started running away. Chulso managed to hold one of them back and fell face first into the ground. He screamed, "Goblins, what the hell is going on? Let them spare him." Suddenly, he looked up and heard one of the goblins clutching his head and tearfully begging for mercy. He'd simply thought his brother was being attacked by goblins and had come to save him. Chulso realized and screamed, "What? Is that how goblins talk?" A moment later, the ride continued. Chulso wondered, so in the future, he'll be able to communicate with goblins? Well, now he's no different from a goblin. At that moment, the goblin who was tied to the cart was dragging along the ground and screaming to be let go. He was simply trying to save his fellow goblins and didn't want to hurt anyone. Chulso asked again, does he want to die? That thing had nearly bitten his head off. He hadn't thought anything bad about them before, but now it was over. He would go to the goblin village and slaughter every last one. A moment later, Matthias announced they were there. The system reported that the road to the goblin village was right in front of them. It was the entrance to the dungeon. When Chulso hit the ground, he realized he'd have to walk. Matthias remarked that he could continue on, but he was too lazy. With that, he rode off in the other direction. Chulso was dumbfounded and didn't understand what had happened. If this road led to the island village, they must have set up a bunch of traps or something. It's good he left this guy alive. There were 2 screaming goblins near him, so that's why he spared them? One of them kept saying he'd given permission to kill, so let them kill. The other goblins hadn't done anything wrong. He'd made a mistake by attacking first. But who would stand idly by when they saw another in danger? At that moment, Chulso sat the goblin down and said with a terrifying expression, "No. He doesn't care." The goblin was shouting that they don't hate humans, they're a peaceful people. Why had he come to the village? Was it to make life miserable? On the contrary, humans were attacking them. Chulso realized, by the way, hadn't he been planning to kill him because it was part of the quest? He didn't harbor any strong animosity toward them. He'd never even seen them do anything bad. Goblins are usually bad monsters, and perhaps that's why he thought killing them was acceptable. But it didn't matter. He still wouldn't be sad if the goblin died. At that moment, one of the goblins asked, "Dear, what's going on?" Chulso asked again, "Dear?" The goblin shouted the other goblins' names and screamed to forget about him and run away. Chulso yelled at him to shut up and throw a rock. They cried out, "No." One of the goblins clutched the rock in his hand and threw it at another goblin. The goblins looked at the flying rock in fear, and at that moment, Chulso grabbed one of the goblins in his arms. The goblin, his hands tied, began to run away and caught with his body, protecting the other goblins. He fell to the ground, and Chulso said, "Stop being afraid, he won't kill them." If there are people who kill their children for survival, then he can't say that a goblin who sacrifices himself for his family is bad. At that moment, the goblin's family met and were glad they were still alive. They cried and hugged each other. Chulso wondered in his mind, is the goblin lord kidding me? He called him a goblin, but aren't they better than him? At that moment, someone exclaimed, "Welcome to the goblin village." It was one of the goblins who had invited Chulso there. All the goblins turned to him in bewilderment, and he realized that his situation was dangerous, which is why they had become wary of humans in the first place. The goblins gathered around him and asked where he came from. A goblin? How ugly he was. They were suggesting they mock him. Chulso understood. He wasn't a goblin. One of the goblins shouted to pull himself together. He, too, had been worried when he got into the cart. Who would have thought humans looked like this? Chulso thought he should kill him right then and there. At that moment, he asked, "Can he just leave?" This was starting to bother him. Another goblin turned to him and said he'd told him not to worry. But Chulso replied that he was already worried he'd kill them all, right there. The goblin replied, "Seriously, how many times can you ask him not to? Just because he might hurt him, adventurer. How can he let him go without even a treat?" After a while, a bright light appeared in the room. The system reported that this was poisonous goblin soup. When they served Chulso a plate of it, he screamed. The name even said it was poison. The goblin asked, "Guys, how can you run around like that in front of a guest?" Chulso looked at the soup and thought, thank God it's just a game and he won't taste it. But what will he do with these monsters? He ate the soup, and the goblin began to run around. At that moment, horror appeared on his face, and he saw the number 169. He felt incredible pain from the overly spicy taste. The goblins started laughing loudly, and Chulso yelled at them not to laugh. Idiots. They continued laughing loudly at him and his reaction, and Chulso yelled that he told them not to laugh. Little freaks. One of the goblins asked how the two of them ended up traveling together. It was the first time he'd seen goblins and humans working together. Chulso noted that they didn't even get along. Do they know what a summoner is? So he's his summoner, and this guy is supposedly his subordinate. The goblin asked, "Summoner?" He didn't even know what to call him. And yet, if he could travel with an adventurer, wasn't he the most successful of the goblins? He envied him. He, his family, and all the goblins in the village would never be able to leave this place. Chulso mused that everyone knew these weaklings belonged in a low-level dungeon. Therefore, they would never leave. A goblin girl with a bow on her ear was saying how annoying he was, that he should wait a bit and she'd bring some snacks. Chulso asked why he was so upset. "Buddy, he may be a goblin, but he has a good wife, and he, even though he is a human being, doesn't even have friends. Not to mention a wife. He wouldn't have the courage to sacrifice himself for others like him. And he's a pathetic person who treats everyone with disdain. That means he can do better than he can." The goblin looked at him with a smile, and Chulso told the goblins to hold on. At that moment, one of the goblins lunged at him from behind with a club and thanked him for such kind words. The club hit the table, and Chulso used his dodge speed, which depends on his agility. When he turned around, he realized the goblin's wife was about to attack him, and they looked at each other in fear. It turned out a cockroach had appeared on the table. How disgusting. Meanwhile, the goblin under the table also pounced on him with a sharp blade. But suddenly, all the goblins began to destroy the cockroach and laugh. Chulso screamed. He couldn't catch it. He was frightened by the cockroach and stood up. At that moment, another goblin, who had appeared under the table, wanted to hit the protagonist, but he backed away because he saw a cockroach in front of him. He tried to catch the creature with his hand and kill it, but he couldn't do it. And he asked in surprise, what? Did he imagine it, or did someone touch him? He thought it was time for him to leave. It turned out that several attacked goblins were already lying under the table, and Chulso was saying that he wanted to stay there longer, but he was in a hurry, so it was time for him to go. The goblin's wife asked, how could this be? Her husband also asked, how could this be? She yelled at him to be careful on the road, adventurer. Chulso realized the goblins were actually good guys. Let them tell their children he was sorry he couldn't say goodbye to them in person. He approached the exit and decided to leave. When he suddenly looked at one of his goblins lying on the floor, he had thought he'd be here. A red-haired guy approached him and said he'd found another goblin. Chulso looked at him in surprise and realized it was James, lying in a pool of his own blood. He'd fed him dinner today. The guy asked again. He fed him dinner today, so he's a player? What was he doing here? Maybe he'd come to kill these creatures too? The goblins began to hug each other in fear when they heard their conversation, and the guy confirmed there were probably a lot of them here. Maybe he could help him get rid of them? Chulso got angry and screamed. How dare he touch his friends? He activated his special mode and shouted at the goblins to attack him. The goblins rejoiced and didn't understand. So they were supposed to go forward? They began to attack their enemy, but the guy destroyed the attacking monster with just a kick. The goblin fell and lay in a pool of his own blood, shouting at him that he was a freak. Chulso got angry and shouted that he should have attacked, not him. What a bastard. Did he do that on purpose? The guy asked what he had just done. Not only had he called the goblin his friends, but he had suddenly activated this mode? Did he even know him? Had he offended him somehow? Chulso clenched his fist and replied that he had attacked his friends for no apparent reason, meaning of course he had offended him somehow. He lunged at the level 78 guy with such anger, and when he brought his fist to his face, he exclaimed that he was an idiot. Moments later, a bright explosion erupted on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Zero's warrior was ranting about how much this Min Chol irritated him. He always controls his strength when he gets mad. His partner asked, who's objecting? This girl is a level 36 fighter named Havanin. Maybe there are at least some powerful goblins here. Everything is happening in one room, so it's not interesting at all. What a boring task. They just want to finish it and get back. At that moment, the attacked Chulso fell to the ground right in front of them, and Havanin was scared when she saw him and cried out loudly. She raised her hands and asked, is that a human? Their partner asked them to do something about this idiot. He attacked him, saying that the goblins are his friends. Havanin asked, what? Are the goblins his friends? So it was he who killed him in mode? He replied that it wasn't him, but this idiot. Because of that expensive armor, he couldn't finish him off, and then he escaped and fell to the ground. It's better for them to help him, not himself. He'll get rid of the rest of the purchased ones for now and return to them. The guys who were examining Chulso, who was lying unconscious, Havanin wondered if they didn't need to kill him to complete this task. Zeros responded by suggesting that she kill him before he got on her nerves. Then, they would get rid of the other goblins too. The guy approached the other goblins, saying that he wanted to quickly complete boring tasks like killing goblins. At that moment, he swung his sword and struck the goblin's wife, causing blood to spill. At that moment, the goblin laughed loudly and pointed a finger at him. The guy continued to say that even if it was just a game, was he really laughing while his fellow goblins died? He didn't even blink when he killed the cubs. That's because goblins are soulless creatures. They are vile creatures who are willing to do anything just to survive. He knows, right? That's why there are tasks aimed at catching and killing them. The guy began to approach the goblin and said that now it was time for him to die. A moment later, a bright explosion occurred in the cave. Havanin asked, what the hell is that? Zeros shouted at Minchol to control himself. At that moment, the protagonist fell to the ground and started laughing loudly. Did they really say this goblin-slaying quest was boring? If it was so boring, then let them go and fight the one left there. When Havanin and Zeros heard this, their mouths dropped open in shock. At that moment, the goblin began to destroy Minchol, and blood began to flow from his mouth. This is all because he is the strongest goblin boss in this village. At that moment, she got angry and hit the goblin, but it didn't work because he grabbed her leg and tried to hit her with a club. Zeros also rushed into the battle and shouted loudly. The system reported that the warrior skill explosive strike was used. He slammed his hammer into the ground and detonated it. When she landed, she asked, did he see that? That goblin got punched in the face? Zeros replied that she recently complained about there being no strong goblins here, and now she's shaking in fear. She asked again, who else was shaking with fear? She was simply surprised at how strong this goblin was. Why be afraid if they weren't going to lose to him? Chulso continued to laugh loudly and joked about them, saying they wouldn't lose. He hugged the destroyed Minchol, because in real life, he passed out. Chulso told him to wake up and say something. Did he do this because he wanted to lose? When he came back, they'd laugh at him because he'd lost to a goblin. At that moment, Havanan turned around and asked, why is he so sure they're the ones who will lose? He should shut up, he's crazy. Chulso continued talking. Humans betray, but goblins don't. Did they decide to kill a goblin under the guise of a quest to relieve stress? And then they'd hang them on the wall to show off. She shouted back that there was nothing to show off, and Zeros asked him not to waste his energy, because right now this goblin was more important than anything else. At that moment, Zeros used his magical powers, and a red aura appeared around him. He thought they were idiots, because the golem was in such a state that it couldn't obey him. If they hadn't touched him, they wouldn't have had to rest from his hands. Chulso shouted at his goblin to kill them quickly, and the goblin happily threw himself to the ground, stroking his belly and grinning. The protagonist also shouted to hit them, or was he still not doing what he told him to? At that moment, he realized he wasn't doing what he was told, so maybe he should just ask him? Chulso rushed into battle and pushed Zeros and his partner aside, who were standing nearby. He fell to his knees and lowered his head, begging the goblin to spare him just this once. His Majesty, the King Emperor, the Great Goblin. If he didn't start fighting them now, he would die. The goblin chuckled at his reaction, and Chulso thought it was cringeworthy to bow down to a goblin like that, but if he disobeyed, there was nothing more he could do. Did he enjoy his humiliation? The goblin waved his hand mockingly, and Chulso realized how much it had hurt him. He apologized again for treating him so poorly, Master Goblin. From now on, he would no longer abandon him and order him where to go. He would even prepare a delicious dinner that even a small goblin like him could eat. She asked, he just called him a friend, and now he's bowing at his feet? Chulso continued to mutter, Your Majesty, and when Zeros approached them, he told him to get out of the way before they and he were blown up. At that moment, the goblin finally used his skills, and Havanan was dumbfounded. Chulso smiled and spoke. His plea had been answered. He clenched his palms, and then announced that the Goblin King was quite flattered by human humiliation, so he received 1 goblin point. When the protagonist saw this, the goblin shouted to run and destroy the opponents. Havanan yelled at him to stop joking like that. It's not funny. She backed away in fear and turned to Zeros, who was already sitting exhausted near the broken wall. She didn't understand what had happened to him. How could a goblin suddenly knock down her friends Zeros and Minchol with 1 blow? It simply couldn't be. They both lay unconscious in a pool of blood, and Havanan couldn't understand why there was such a trap with mobs in the goblin-destroying quest. There was no way they could succeed in that situation, and she thought, well, they should first return to the village and join them when they resurrected. At that moment, Havanan turned and decided to run back, and Chulso, looking after her, realized they had come here to kill everyone, and now they were running away. The goblin chased after her and grabbed her leg. She fell to the ground face first, and Chulso spoke. So, comrades, the world where creatures are killed by humans for being goblins has come to an end. There will be no more missions where humans are ordered to kill them. They will no longer have to hide in air caves. Let them not fear. Their messiah is here. He came right here to this land. Several goblins rose and walked forward. Chulso continued to shout. This is what he commanded. Humans are traitors who stab people in the back. Let them kill all their enemies. At that moment, she was stunned by what she heard and didn't know what to do. He continued speaking. So let the goblins call all the goblins from the village? This is the beginning of the counter-offensive. Havanan turned around and realized a horde of monsters was approaching, and she couldn't possibly handle them. After a while, the system reported a phoenix, El Basar. The knights guarding the fortress were discussing how they needed to find something that rhymed with the word goblin. One of them asked, what? His friend answered, and the crazy goblin raised his pod. While they were discussing and joking, they looked into the distance and didn't realize what was going on. They saw an explosion approaching their fortress. A multitude of goblins were fleeing from the attack. The knight realized what it was and silently begged God not to mention it, when suddenly the goblins rushed right into the fortress and screamed loudly. At that moment, Chulso shouted for everyone to listen carefully. Gentlemen goblins, this is a human city, and today it will be destroyed. 3 hours earlier, the protagonist had decided to kill everyone. He ordered all the goblins to be summoned to the village, as this would be the introduction to their uprising. The goblins began laughing loudly, saying they were about to kill everyone. At that moment, Chulso approached Havanan and told the goblins, this woman must not be touched. After death, she would return to the village where the shrine was located on Sunday, and they couldn't let her go so easily after she had killed their comrades. One member of her group was dead, and the other was unconscious in reality. Therefore, she had no way to press the resurrection button, and she probably didn't particularly want to experience the same pain as them, right? Havanan was shaking with fear and terror, and Chulso laughed at her, saying that he'd taken a closer look and that she had a rather lovely body. He wanted to ride it. Havanan was stunned by what she heard and couldn't move. Chulso was now laughing loudly and shouting to kill all the humans. He rode forward on Havanan's shoulders. She did so in bewilderment. Chulso shouted that if they ever even thought about quitting the game, they should remember that all their money and weapons were in his hands. Havanan yelled that she knew everything, and that when it was over, he should just return her things. Chulso replied that it was fine, When the goblins came, they could raise them as pets. She yelled back that she didn't want that. After a while, a man burst into the room, shouting that their fortress was being invaded by goblins and that adventurers should come to their aid quickly. He entered the Adventurers Guild, who looked at him in bewilderment. One of them asked, "He's joking? Who could have attacked them?" A small child stood next to the man and asked, "Goblins? Those insignificant mobs?" The man confirmed he was telling the truth. There were countless hordes of goblins in the city. They asked him if the guards were insufficient to deal with these insignificant creatures on their own. One of the female knights answered, "Goblins, huh?" Another guy asked, "Is this some kind of event? It looked pretty interesting." The girl standing next to him replied, "Don't even think about getting involved. If they interfered without a good reason, their next dungeon run schedule would be disrupted." One of the guys muttered how cold he heard those words, but if he had to defend himself, then he could do it, right? Someone asked, "What's going on? What are they talking about?" At that moment, one of the goblins burst through the window and smashed the room into pieces. When the goblin approached them, one of them pulled out a pistol and pressed it to the goblin's face. The guy asked, "What? Are these really goblins?" One of the knights drew his sword and mockingly said that this was really happening, even though he'd thought it was a joke. The goblins burst into the guild through all the windows they had smashed themselves. It was truly a surprise attack. At that moment, the knight used his magical powers to create a bright beam of light in his hands. The goblins approaching him were instantly struck by this flaming sword. It was the Flame Knight who laughed at them, saying they were mere insects. The system reported that it was the guildmaster of the new fire guild. He had half expected this kind of raid, but if there weren't at least 100 mobs, it would be hard to entertain him. Jamin, a level 52 professor, approached him and stood silently for a moment, perplexed. He knew there weren't hundreds of them. He had the professor's scanning skill, and he realized there were tens of thousands of goblins, maybe more. The goblins burst into their room with incredible speed and, within moments, completely filled it. They were screaming loudly, and the guildmaster was disarmed because the goblins had pressed them so hard and surrounded him that he couldn't move. He screamed, "What's this overwhelming number?" The goblins simply started pushing and advancing on the people. One of the guys realized that the city seemed to be in danger. It was a level 62 marksman named Horace Philibert. He is the guildmaster of the Armstrong Guild. Horace turned and asked, but she's not going to tell him to stand aside and watch this silently. Is she deputy? The deputy is level 58 alchemist Charlotte Stone. Charlotte adjusted her glasses and replied that that's exactly what she wanted to say. He told her to go to hell, and she replied that it was just a curse. When Irene approached them, she said, unlike the ones she saw last time, these goblins were not at all cute. She called Michelle to come with them. A moment later, a loud explosion rocked the fortress. Michelle began smashing everything around, repelling the enemy attack, and the protagonist was stunned by the sight and began screaming loudly in fear. He used those freaks as an example. Numerous goblins continued to advance deeper into the fortress, chasing after ordinary people. One of the girls burst into tears and screamed for them to stay back. The goblins turned to look at her in bewilderment, and it turned out she was a level 34 sorceress named Jisuveli. She shook her fist at the goblin, and at that moment, a level 8 goblin found himself lying on the ground in a pool of his own blood. She couldn't understand if they were really that weak. There were just a lot of them, that's all. Her partner, who was next to her, replied, "That's right, goblins were weak mobs to begin with." The goblins turned when they heard this, and the guys couldn't understand how these puny goblins dared come here. At that moment, Jisuveli used Fireball, as did each of her teammates, causing a bright fiery explosion to rain down on the goblins. They were all thrown aside by the powerful impact, and the guys shouted that these were damned creatures, and even the improved ones can only have level 20 at best. He destroyed them all. Chulso, looking at what was happening with sadness, said that it was simply a curse. The damned humans began to counterattack. Oh, great goblins. He fell to his knees before them and began shouting that their comrades were suffering and their morale had plummeted. He begged them to show their strength now. At that moment, Havanin didn't understand what was happening and wondered if she should just quit the game. He shouted for them to please join him. One of the goblins punched his chest and laughed, then picked up a club, and moments later, a bright explosion thundered even louder in front of those guys. They laughed and realized it was a great stress reliever. Destroying hordes of goblins was quite exciting, but suddenly one of the goblins burst through the bright flames with a club to attack the guy. He was startled and asked, "What?" The goblin easily attacked him, and he was sent flying. When the goblin landed, he laughed, even though his entire body was covered in blood. He had destroyed 3 of his enemies with one blow, leaving them bloodied and unconscious. Chulso laughed loudly and shouted that they were insolent people. This is what happens to those who disregard goblins. Hivanin didn't understand. Was it really a goblin? At that moment, the goblins rejoiced and ran toward the fortress, realizing they were succeeding. They were stepping directly on the bodies of the dead players and continuing to destroy them. Chulso saw this abomination and told them to stop, as these people were already finished. Now they needed to attack others. The goblins continued to mock them, and Chulso watched in bewilderment, demanding they stop, as it was enough. The goblins began to drag the girl by her hair. Chulso screamed, "Stop! Where are they dragging her?" At that moment, Chulso jumped off her shoulders and she screamed, "Idiot, he's not going to let her go?" The goblin continued to drag the girl by her hair and laughed loudly, then bit Chulso on the arm, causing him to cry out in pain. He grabbed his arm and realized they were just crazed creatures. They had completely lost their minds. The goblins continued to drag the girl's body in an unknown direction and laugh. At that moment, Shin came to the rescue. He jumped out of nowhere and landed near the monsters, destroying each of them with a single blow. Chulso realized it was him and cried out in anger. Shin replied that it was strange. How had the goblins even come so far? He turned and asked Chulso if he knew anything. Chulso replied that he knew absolutely nothing. Shin angrily said that he was already fed up with these goblins. Even though adventurers never give up, they had too many enemies. The wounds they inflicted might be minor, but they couldn't take them forever. This battle, the longer it went on, the worse the situation became. He needed to end it as soon as possible. At that moment, Chulso grabbed him by the shoulder and shouted for him to stop. Goblins couldn't just take hits, could they? Shin suggested that he imagined he'd given the order to beat harmless goblins who were just sitting there doing nothing. And then he described it as some kind of villain, and how he hated people who followed orders without seeing everything with their own eyes. At that moment, Chulso clenched his teeth in anger and screamed, "Damn it, it's all because they didn't even try to talk to the goblins." Shin turned around and asked again, "Talk to the goblins?" It was a waste of time. All they cared about was greed and nothing else. Chulso exclaimed in response, "Don't make him laugh. What did he even know about this? Goblins were no different from humans." Shin replied that they were only pretending. Goblins were monsters born in the abyss without family or children. All their words and actions were lies, designed to deceive adventurers. But that didn't mean he wanted to exterminate their entire species. They had a right to exist. However, if their numbers grew too large, they would begin to wreak havoc on this world. Their numbers needed to be reduced gradually to maintain the balance. When Shin explained all this, Chulso asked him not to talk such nonsense. Even so, had he even thought about those who would have to die? If only he had tasted their warm cooking at least once. But at that moment Shin said it was poisoned, and Chulso was dumbfounded. He remembered eating the goblin's poisonous soup and thought that there was nothing strange about it. And if you think about it, there was still something strange here. He remembered how the goblins ended up under his table, and looking back, there were still many strange things. This is a game after all. In a game, monsters just appear. They're not born like children. They don't start families, they just pretend. These freaks had deceived him. Shin screamed. Now he heard him and understood everything himself. But where was he going? Chulso raced off into the distance, and she clutched her head and said that he seemed to be in trouble. She needed to get out of here right now. But before she could finish her sentence, Chulso jumped on her shoulders and shouted that there had been a change of plans. All the goblins must listen to him. His goblin also sat on his neck, and he shouted that the Messiah had just spoken to them. That was enough. The goblins must stop too. They must do this immediately. Even after Chulso's order, the goblins continued to mutilate the bodies of the dead. Chulso begged them to stop the fight, but nothing worked. He understood why these freaks were so cruel. He couldn't control them like before. He repeated, "Don't they hear the word Messiah? They must stop the fighting." At that moment, a knight approached him and asked what he was doing with this goblin. Chulso realized he was in a terrible situation and asked why this was happening now. He replied, "No, it was a misunderstanding. He'll do it now." But before he could finish speaking, he jumped to the side and said it was just preparation for the technique. The guy remarked on the superbly executed suplex and almost mistook it for the goblin who had caused all the commotion. Chulso couldn't understand how so many people could have gotten it so wrong. At that moment, he told him to go kill the crowd of goblins and, exhaling, realized that something was about to happen. At that moment, he turned to see the goblin clutching his head and groaning. Suddenly, the goblin turned around and began screaming loudly and celebrating. Chulso realized that everything was bad and exclaimed, "No, he didn't do a suplex, he just fell backwards." At that moment, the goblin grabbed a huge rock and decided to throw it at Chulso's head, who was dumbfounded with horror. He grabbed her hand and covered himself with her. The rock flew off the girl's face, and the system reported that it was the goblin's prize, a temporary one. He kept saying that they would never forget her sacrifice. He declared that it was goblin number 2. After tossing the unconscious Havanan aside, he asked the goblin if he was actually attacking him. How dare he, a summoned servant, do that? It wouldn't work anyway. The goblin grinned at him, and Chulso confirmed that he still had a lot to learn from him. Meanwhile, Irene looked into the distance and saw a stone. She was surprised and took a closer look. Then she realized it was a goblin with floppy ears. Wasn't that the guy from last time? What was he doing there? Suddenly, she saw a red whip and asked if this idiot was really using the bloodworm whip without even lifting the curse. Chulso actually used the whip, and the system reported that the item was cursed. If used with a curse, the player receives a random effect, and the summoned creature enters a state of frenzy. Chulso exclaimed that he'd been wondering why Catherine gave it to him, and now he understood it very well. He swung and exclaimed, "So that's what it means to strike with a whip." As he swung the weapon at a goblin, Irene tried to stop him from behind. A moment later, everything around him was in flames. A bright column of smoke erupted. Meanwhile, one of the knights laughed loudly at the pile of destroyed goblins, shouting that so many scum had gathered here that their deaths tasted sweet. Director Jack adjusted his glasses and said, "Is this really the time for fun? Their strength is already waning, and there are already wounded among the other Adventurers Guild members. If they can be defeated by such a worthless creature, that means they're even worse than them." At that moment, One of the companions used a special pistol and continued to destroy the goblins, punching holes in their heads with several shots. Blood flew in streams, and he declared that it was his 100th headshot. He thought that would be enough, but Charlotte pointed out that he shouldn't fool himself. There were 100 shots, but 99 monsters were destroyed. He shouldn't treat goblins so lightly. Horace replied that he wasn't going to question their vice captain's skills, but did she really know how to count? Charlotte asked again. What was he talking about? Suddenly, she froze when she saw a bright object approaching and a goblin attacking. This goblin was destroyed instantly with Horace's help, and he said, "Charlotte, that fountain of blood was for her." But she only saw a foot in the sky. Meanwhile, the knights continued to fight the enraged monsters, and when the Flame Knight approached them, he exclaimed, "Let's get busy." Killing one or two at a time, but hunting a whole pack requires a different approach. At that moment, he used his magical powers and swung his sword, igniting flames around the goblins. They screamed loudly in anger, and then they saw something strange. The director noticed something strange was happening as a human-colored goblin appeared among the goblins. All the goblins turned to look at this next creature, and the goblin began to roar loudly. Jaemin shouted to his master that something was wrong. After his words, a bright explosion appeared in the fortress, scattering stones everywhere. The Flame Knight used his skill and took off, when suddenly, the system reported a meteor explosion. He loudly shouted to burn everything right now. A bright beam of light rose straight into the sky, and a moment later, a bright flash of light formed another, deeper explosion. After some time, everything was in flames and burning. The Flame Knight rejoiced at what had happened. He shouted that anyone who stood in his way, be it a goblin, a dragon, or anyone else, would die. But unfortunately, that same strange goblin began to emerge from these flames. The Flame Knight didn't understand what it was and was dumbfounded. When the goblin reached him fully, he only spoke, "Look at this guy." Before this, Irene, screaming in terror and trying to stop Chulso, was getting closer and closer to him during the fight. When the whip reached the goblin's face, a bright red flash of light began to rise into the sky. Irene realized she was too late. She asked how he could do such a thing. He shouted that they didn't have time to stand still. She should release him immediately. The system reported that this was a normal fainting spell. Irene realized he had fainted, and at that moment, the goblin transformed into the same strange human-colored goblin. Irene realized that the madman significantly increased his abilities, but made controlling the summoned creature impossible. Fortunately, she could somehow cope with a child of such a level. At that moment, the goblin rushed past her, and she realized how fast he was. This goblin developed huge teeth, and she realized he was more than just a weak summoned creature. When Irene landed nearby, she realized that the most dangerous thing about madness is that it doesn't even recognize its master. At that moment, a goblin lunged from behind at Chulso, who was falling, and Michelle suddenly grabbed him completely in her teeth and threw him aside. The system reported that it was the summoner skill, Summon Bluebird. The goblin raised its hands and began to roar loudly in anger, and Irene realized there were no more obstacles. She yelled at Michelle to attack it until it came to its senses. Michelle pounced on the goblin, who was attacking him loudly and meowing. Irene realized something was wrong and was alarmed when the goblin landed unharmed. A moment later, the goblin jumped up again and pounced on Irene. She backed away and used the summoner skill, Summon Gigas. The goblin grew angry and tried to ball his hand into a fist to punch the ground that had appeared. And a moment later, the ground began to crumble into tiny pieces. The same blue bird leaped out. She thought she'd been right in her damage calculations. If she didn't cancel the summoning immediately, many people would get hurt. She grabbed the bird and urged Romeo to fly away. A moment later, Romeo flew into the air, and the goblin began to roar loudly and stare into the distance, then slammed his fists into the ground, shattering it into tiny pieces. He was furious, grabbing one rock after another and throwing them skyward, trying to somehow reach the bird. The goblin was actually succeeding, as the rocks were flying closer to Romeo. Irene screamed at the bird to fly away at top speed, and the bird tried to fly through all the rocks. The goblin continued to smash the ground with his club, throwing rocks aside. He was incredibly strong and had already sent too many rocks at the bird. A huge rock was approaching Romeo, and after a moment it finally hit the bird, causing some damage. Feathers flew to the side, and Chulso began to fall. Irene realized that she had hoped that the next time they met, he wouldn't be so boring. She tried to grab his hand, and she succeeded, causing them to fall together. A moment later, they landed on the ground with an incredible roar. The goblin had just emerged from the flames to destroy his opponent, the Knights of Flame. He roared loudly, and the Knight of Flame didn't know what to do. He used the Eternal Flame again, but nothing worked. At that moment, he heard the guildmaster shout. It was the director, trying to warn him that this mob had been hit by a meteor explosion, but still survived. He was different from the enemies they'd faced so far. This time, it was time for him to use his skill. The Flame Knight screamed that he would lose, even if he accepted help from others. He should just shut up and watch, like he'd always done. The director became angry and asked himself, like he'd always done? Being a gifted man, he'd only watched, because he never gave him a chance to make a move. At that moment, the Flame Knight lunged at the goblin, expecting to be attacked with a sword, but the goblin retaliated sharply, and a bright beam of light pierced the entire fortress. A huge wind and a bright explosion appeared around him, damaging the Flame Knight. The surrounding knights looked on in surprise and asked each other, "Did they see that?" Horace turned to Charlotte and told her what had just happened. She confirmed that she had seen it too. The director stood there in disbelief and realized that it was maximum damage. If you take damage that greatly exceeds your health, the player can no longer withstand pain signals. At that moment, he feared for the guildmaster and cried out in fear, when suddenly someone grabbed his head from behind and said that he thought he had lost. It was the Flame Knight, who asked him to stop sobbing. The director didn't understand what was happening and continued crying. He asked in surprise how he had survived. The Flame Knight smiled and said, "Genius. Did he say something about strategy? Is there a strategy for defeating a monster that deals maximum damage in one hit?" The director adjusted his glasses and replied that in such situations, the strategy usually involves fleeing. It was 100% impossible to defeat, but it was still possible to hit it once. The Flame Knight assumed that he was saying that defeating him was impossible, but hitting him once would be possible, so with that one hit, he would kill him. With such determination, the Flame Knight charged into battle. The director shouted at him to please wait for his signal and under no circumstances attack him first. He understood that he had taken absolutely no damage from the Guildmaster's attack, and besides, this monster inflicted maximum damage in one hit with a normal attack. The monster was so unusual that they couldn't even estimate its level. The master's skill buff, Eternal Flame, allowed him to inflict damage on the enemy while ignoring their defense, and perhaps they still had a chance to defeat it. Of course, they only had one chance. At that moment, the monster continued to roar loudly and turn around with confidence. He suddenly accelerated and charged into battle. Jamin realized it was utter idiocy to fight such a monster. But this show-off would never back down until he made this monster pay for everything it had done. Therefore, even if he didn't succeed the first time, he wouldn't give up. He activated the professor's skill, and at that moment, a puck appeared from the ground and shot out. Several pucks formed strange-looking weapons. The system reported that a force field had been installed. This was the professor's lab. Jamin understood that everything he had in the lab was his order. The system reported that the operation was being halted, stopping the movement of all enemies within range for 8 seconds. The duration of the effect is reduced the higher the enemy's level. At that moment, the director exclaimed, "Now!" and the goblin paused in midair. The Flame Knight exclaimed that he thought he was definitely finished this time, and he acknowledged that his opponent was strong. However, the system reported that he was using the Last Breath skill, losing 1 health point upon receiving fatal damage. This only worked once. The system reported that it was the Berserk skill. The lower the health point, the greater the damage. He realized he was stronger, and a moment later repelled the goblin. The goblin was attacked, but suddenly smiled, and the director realized it had moved, even though not even 2 seconds had passed. After that, the goblin dealt damage, and the system reported that the professor's reorganization skill had occurred. He tried his best to help his guildmaster with a skill that teleports all players within its radius, with a 1-minute cast time. Jamin screamed, "The level difference is too big. Even if they continue fighting, it's pointless. What kind of idiots would risk their lives over a game?" At that moment, one of the knights spoke up, clearly seeing what had just happened. He was perfectly fine, even after taking 300,000 damage. Why would they even get involved in this just to die? Only some pathetic goblins would be fit for such an idiotic event, not such a monster. Many knights began logging out and leaving the game. They shouted to each other that they would deal with him somehow the next time they connected. When most of them disconnected, Horace suggested that Charlotte run away too, as they couldn't defeat him. She replied that he always said sensible things, and at that moment began to exit the game, saying that even if he offered to fight, she wouldn't approve. At that moment, she began to dissolve into pixels. When she suddenly realized Horace was waving at her and asked, "Wait, is he really going to fight?" He laughed at having deceived her, and the system informed her that to reduce the load on the game servers and the gates of heaven, logging out would allow re-entry in 10 minutes. Charlotte yelled at him to wait 10 minutes. She became very angry, but didn't have time to finish her sentence. Meanwhile, the Flame Knight continued the battle, and turning to the director, grinned and asked, "What is he muttering about, kid? Did he see how much damage he'd done to him? He's probably on his last legs by now, and he wants him to stop now?" The director yelled, "Why hasn't he given up yet?" His movements were only stopped once, and reorganization could only be used once per minute, as well as the pattern of his attacks. But before he could finish his sentence, he froze and realized what it was. A goblin had thrown a rock at the Flame Knight. The goblin laughed loudly, and Jamin realized he was simply throwing the rock. At that moment, Horace also used his powers to protect the Flame Knight, who turned around and realized he hadn't even had time to react. Horace chuckled at his own luck, thinking he looked dangerous, so he decided to shoot him. Did he really shoot him? What if he didn't realize how he'd deprived him of his prey? At that moment, the Flame Knight interrupted him and said that, from the moment that little one interfered, it had already been a disgraceful battle. "Let him stay out of his way." Horace replied, "Of course, then they won't hesitate." At that moment, they both rushed at the goblin to destroy it, when suddenly Horace jumped off the ground and began shooting at the goblin from behind. He turned around and understood everything, but Horace said that this was too much. He hit the goblin's body, but it didn't even take damage. The goblin cried out loudly in anger, and suddenly the Flame Knight used his flame skill to destroy the enemy from the side. It was an attack from behind, and the goblin took some damage. A bright flash of light appeared on the battlefield again, and the director stood silently, wondering when it had even come to this. In this battle, the chances of dying are higher than surviving, so why don't they give up? Why aren't they afraid of death at all? He didn't understand this, and continued to watch the battle. At that moment, the goblin was still in the bright flames and still managed to survive. He ran out of the fire unharmed. Meanwhile, Chulso woke up and, clutching his head, said his head. What happened here? When he looked ahead, he asked, what is this soft thing? He felt so good squeezing it. They were the goblin heads lying under his body. Irene, who had approached him, was very angry because Chulso had earlier fallen right onto her chest and said how painful it was to fall. Irene responded with disgust that, unfortunately, he had apparently come to his senses, and Chulso asked, what? She was the one riding that huge cat back then. Irene yelled at him to stop groping those goblins. She asked, wasn't that the little goblin with him earlier? He should unsummon him immediately. Chulso screamed, what? Why did he have to do that? She asked again, doesn't he know what he was doing? He hadn't even lifted the bloodworm curse when he swung at that goblin. Chulso looked at the floor, lost in thought, and Irene continued to say that while he lay unconscious, that goblin had gone mad and was destroying everything in his path. Had he even considered the suffering he had condemned that goblin to, who was forced to hurt others against his will? It was all for his own sake and for the sake of the other players. He must recall it immediately. Chulso replied that he didn't know, and Irene asked again, what? He shouted that he didn't know how to do that he didn't have a recall button, and that such a function had never existed. Irene, frightened, asked again, what is he talking about? Wasn't his specialty a summoner? It couldn't be that a summoned creature couldn't be recalled. He continued to shout back that he had already said there was no such function. He wanted to get rid of this goblin more than anyone. Irene's mouth dropped open in shock and asked why he was saying that. What if he got hurt? Chulso shook himself and asked again, will he get hurt? Was she telling him to recall it and meddling in something that wasn't her business? What's wrong with hurting others without malicious intent? Isn't it worse when it's done on purpose? All people are divided into those who have already hurt him and those who haven't yet. So what's wrong with them getting hurt? Let her worry about her own skin, because he wasn't suffering any injuries, neither mental nor physical. At that moment, he saw a bright beam of light behind him and turned around abruptly. His goblin continued to destroy everything around him, and Chulso didn't understand what was happening. Meanwhile, the Flame Knight, swinging his sword, realized they hadn't succeeded and, turning to his ally, asked, was he hiding this? The goblin continued to scream loudly, then abruptly rolled over and grabbed the ground again. Dust continued to dissolve into the air, and at that moment, a monster appeared out of nowhere and pounced on the Flame Knight, and he asked, so that's not enough for him? Then he would deliver the finishing blow. At that moment, the Flame Knight tried to use his powers, but the system reported that he didn't have enough mana. He exclaimed in surprise, what? The goblin was approaching him, and at that moment, he dropped his sword. The goblin grabbed his face, and moments later, his entire body glowed green. It was a reorganization, and the director shouted, what is he doing? He already said he would defeat him. So why is the one who swore to kill him now lowering his sword? He continued to punch the Flame Knight and shouted at him to fight to the end. He must win as usual, or if he can't win anymore, then at least let him not die. The Flame Knight stood motionless, and the director asked again, he knows that sometimes the truth looks like someone who's tired of living, right? They need to give up and run. He screamed and cried, tears streaming down his face, asking what kind of idiots would risk their lives over some game. The Flame Knight didn't answer, then grabbed the director and said he'd had enough of yelling. Didn't he say that if he kept yelling, he would definitely lose? At that moment, he turned to Horus and said he was leaving. He could stay here, but he didn't want to be responsible for Horus's death. Horus smiled and replied that he was leaving too. They were more trouble than fun. The Flame Knight asked again, from them? What was he talking about? At that moment, he saw Chulso running toward him with a crowd of goblins. They cried out in horror, and Chulso realized the goblin had taken damage. 700,000 for the hit. Wasn't that too dangerous? If he was lying, he was finished, buried 300 meters underground again. First, he would summon him and use wounds, and Irene asked, what is that? If he was planning to summon this little one here, he should stop. Due to the madness effect, it could even injure him. She suggested removing the effect first, but was recalling the goblin the only way? Chulso replied that there was another, and Irene said, that explosion just happened. Among the people in the village, only the new Fire Guild master was capable of something like that. As soon as the summoned creature's health drops to 0, the summon is cancelled, and the madness effect is removed. Chulso asked again, so she'll just let him die at the hands of those guys from the new Fire Guild? And if he dies, will he be able to resurrect him? Irene replied that he wouldn't die. Wait, he'll just fall asleep and wake up, because there's no concept of death for summoned creatures. She replied that everything was as usual. Of course, he couldn't call this his goblin, and that didn't apply to normal situations. Chulso shouted back, so she just wants him to take her word for it and risk his life? She was dumbfounded and asked again, his life? He replied that his life was his life too. He couldn't even imagine his life without him. He'd rather die than live without the goblin. Irene was stunned by what she heard and remembered her pet in real life. She didn't know what to do and wondered how this could even happen. Did he really care about someone so much as to shout about it like that? If he were the owner, he wouldn't have died like that. At that moment, she grabbed his hands and asked for forgiveness. She would never let his little one, whom he treasured so much, die. She would save him no matter what. Chulso didn't understand what she was talking about. He shouted that everything was bad and that if there was no other way, he would bring him right now. Irene exclaimed that there was no time. She had found a way when he stopped thinking of his goblin, which could not be recalled as just a summoning creature, but proved that it was a living being with a unique life. A crazed monster could be compared to an animal abandoned to its fate, and the easiest way to the heart of such a baby is to give it food. Chulso asked in surprise, "Food?" She replied that it was not easy, but she was sure it would work. Because he was sincere, Chulso didn't understand what she was saying. He genuinely wanted to beat up this bastard, but if you think about it, he'd never used the feed goblin skill to lure him. He ran like crazy, and suddenly, Chulso stopped and realized he hadn't fed him since then. The system reported that he had the goblin summoner skill, feed goblin, and a sausage appeared in his hand. Chulso realized this could definitely bring him back to normal. He simply had no other option, so he would use it now. He abruptly ran towards him and shouted to wait for him. Irene shouted at him to stop. If he had it, then why did he use the summoner skill? At that moment, other goblins rushed after Chulso, and Irene noticed it. A huge crowd of goblins followed Chulso. He ran ahead when he suddenly turned around and saw goblins approaching him. He was dumbfounded, looking at the single sausage in his hand, and the system announced that it was a special goblin sausage, a legendary one that could bring back even a runaway goblin bride. It could be summoned once a day. He looked at it questioningly and shouted at the other goblins to back off. It so happened that he was already running, but they were catching up with him at incredible speed. He was screaming terribly, and at that moment, the Flame Knight noticed his reaction and asked, "What? Why were they suddenly gathering in a herd?" Horus began to disconnect from the system and asked if they smelled something delicious. If they didn't get away from here quickly, they'd be in big trouble. When Chulso approached them, the Flame Knight turned and started running in the other direction. He grabbed the director's arm and threw him into the distance. Jamin screamed loudly in fear, "No, no!" And the Flame Knight, with 1 health point, said, "See you soon, Deputy Chief." At that moment, a multitude of goblins pounced on him, and he died. The goblins continued to run toward Chulso, who had already reached his goblin, and asked him if he had left without permission. The goblin looked down, and Chulso handed him a sausage. He said, "Here, this is the legendary sausage, and they don't have time, so let him eat it quickly." The goblin growled and looked at the sausage with pleasure, drooling. Chulso realized it was a curse, the very effect of madness. He had serious vigilance. He exclaimed, "Yes, he's a bad boy. No, a good boy. Let him keep this delicious sausage." Chulso told him to eat it, and when the goblin approached his hand and stuck out his tongue, Chulso declared that he was a sweet boy. He thrust the sausage straight into the goblin's mouth, when suddenly the rest of the goblins tried to snatch it from his hand and pounced on the food en masse. The poor goblin was overwhelmed by numbers. Several hundred compressed goblins were chasing the sausage right now, completely oblivious to what was beneath their feet. MC lay down to avoid being crushed, and while he was being hit by their vile feet, he cursed and thought about how disgusting, good-for-nothing scum they were. A herd of greedy, selfish creatures. Shin was right. There were too many of these idiots. Too many. He couldn't take it anymore and screamed at the top of his lungs for them to finally die, just as the goblins formed a huge mountain. Finally, the hand of one of them touched that coveted sausage, but then the ground beneath them cracked. A few seconds passed, and it seemed like nothing serious would happen. But then everything collapsed, along with the goblins, into the huge hole that had formed. All this was thanks to the protagonist's armor. Hitting the armor has a 1% chance of activating the destruction of heaven and earth. He was shocked. He hadn't even suspected that the armor had such an effect. The system notified him that he had destroyed a goblin who had trusted and followed him. The goblin lord was very pleased, and he received 1 point for this. Realizing that he was falling, he screamed loudly, and then his faithful assistant jumped into the hole and, pushing off from the rocks, quickly reached Chulso and soared high into the sky with him, landing not far from the hole. MC asked if he had finally come to his senses. The goblin only laughed in response, and he exclaimed that if he had been hungry, he would have said so right away. A sausage fell next to them. The goblin immediately dropped it and rushed towards it, and while he was chomping on it, Chulso thought it was a complete nightmare. The system notified him of the task completion. For killing the goblins, he received a gold reward. While he was lying there resting, Irene landed right in front of him and said that it seemed like his madness had finally subsided. She looked around and asked, had he knocked out all the goblins here? He stood up and asked with displeasure, had she come to bother him again? Was she his mother or something? She sighed heavily and asked in response, was she bothering him? She was just worried about him. She decided to get straight to the point and asked, was this goblin attack because of him? He immediately told her that it was not, and she noticed that he was lying. She looked into the hole and said that even if goblins were called weak monsters, there were hundreds or even thousands of them there. The inhabitants of this village must not be allowed to suffer, and even if they died, they would be resurrected without any penalties. One way or another, he was right to attack people who had done nothing to him, so he should just do what was necessary. He exclaimed irritably that he understood everything. He was going to do it anyway. After a while, the adventurers arrived. They came running at the noise and seeing a huge hole in front of them, they They were in complete shock. At the bottom of this hole lay a pile of gold, property lost by the goblins, and next to it was a sign that said, Village Support Fund, anyone can take this. After that, a meeting was called. The man said that he was told that this time the result was positive. Everyone immediately became interested, and he suggested that they talk about the results of number 667. The old man said that it was confirmed that 667 had inflicted maximum damage. Even the most brutal criminals didn't achieve such results. The kindness inherent in the human heart can ultimately weaken the summoned creature and make it uncontrollable. 6667 does not have a human heart. Isn't it a perfect creature? The man said that in any case, it was a wonderful result. It finally happened. They had to sacrifice so much for this. But after a dozen reboots, a savior finally appeared. But the fact that such a perfect goblin was summoned suggests that 667 is the most goblin-like of all the previous summoners. If he, with such immense power, were to use it everywhere, it could end in disaster. The old man said that of course, this cannot be allowed. They need to maintain control over him as long as possible. They must do this at all costs. And for this, they will use Iscariot. And that old man was Singriel. Meanwhile, MC was reading the news on the forum, more precisely about the case of a goblin raid on the village. Fortunately, this situation passed without any major incidents, and it seems no one knows that he is to blame. It's good that he listened to that girl. He could have taken all this for himself. But better this than enraged players who will run to look for someone to blame. They even interviewed some wizard to get his opinion on this whole situation. And he said that, to be honest, before he got the money, he wanted to finish him off, but now he just wants to beat him up. Chilsu thought, who the hell is this idiot? He sighed heavily and cursed, thinking that it was really risky. He can't believe he got into such a mess by trusting monsters. By the way, did that goblin really cause all this trouble because he didn't feed him? However, he suddenly became the goblin's master and doesn't know much about the summoner class. He'll have to ask that girl about it the next time they meet. She's high level, and she can also summon some sparrow, so she reeks of professionalism. Although, why would such a successful woman help him? It was strange from the start. She calls him cute for no reason and asks if the goblin has a name. And she's pretty. He'd date her. Suddenly, an old man appeared next to him. He was very scared when he saw him, and even called him a bad word, to which he said his name was Songriol. He called him crazy and said that he knew it. What is he doing here? Was he following him? The old man said that he could already see the anxiety on his face. He thought that he came for a reason. The MC asked displeasedly, does he really want him to hit him? He understands perfectly well why he has such an expression on his face, but he's pretending not to. Sungriel said that it's all because of the goblin, and he exclaimed in surprise, how did he know about this? He responded that it was obvious. His summons will no longer have the same power as before, and of course, he's overwhelmed with anxiety. Chulsu asked, what kind of nonsense about power did he just tell him? Sungriel realized he knew nothing, and told him that a critical bug had been discovered in the summoner class, and maintenance work to fix it would begin soon. He wished he could hope his worries were unfounded, but wasn't the fact that his goblin was so incredibly strong a bug? MC's eyes widened in shock. He jumped up from his chair and exclaimed, did he just tell the truth? Are they really going to fix this bug? He replied that he didn't know anything about it, and one of the players nearby asked his friend, was that a notification from the game? What did they say? His friend said it was nothing special. They said they'd release a patch with bug fixes in a week. And that's when Chiolsu was horrified. When he returned to the game, he thought for a long time, fiddling with the stone, and at some point he suddenly stood up and threw it with all his might, cursing loudly. The goblin immediately ran for the stone, thinking it was food. An MC grabbed his hair and thought, why now? If his goblin's incredible powers were a critical bug the developers discovered in the summoner class, then it was definitely him. There was still a week left until the patch, but he would never go back to his miserable life. During this time, he had to earn 2 billion by any means necessary. He went to Shin, who told him not to be so arrogant just because he killed some 30 goblins. It looked pathetic. Actually, Chulsu killed 18,000, but that's not the point. He was so angry that he already started mocking his goblin and ordered Shin to give him the next quests. He didn't have time. Who should he kill this time? Shin remained silent, and a system notification appeared in front of him. In order to receive the next quest, he needed to reach level 40. MC was furious. He was level 38 now, and he didn't think he'd have any problems with this. He'd only leveled up once, after killing 10,000 goblins. It was much more efficient for him to take quests and get bonuses for them than just killing random monsters. So he went to the Adventurers Guild, but most of the worthwhile quests had already been taken. Despite this, there was still something interesting on the notice board, a quest called Demon Mask, set in a dark cave in Lost Ruins. He wondered what kind of quest it was, and why it was worth 10,000 gold. And of all the remaining quests, it was the highest level. He decided to take it, but High Warning decided so too. They took the notices at the same time, and the girl, seeing his face, immediately recoiled from him and exclaimed that he was that crazy pervert. Chiolsu recognized her. She was the girl he'd tied up back then. Because she called him that, he became nervous and was now worried about what people would think of him. Of course, everyone in the guild heard her scream. They immediately drew their weapons against him and started cursing at him, and then everyone surrounded him, calling him a crazy idiot. A level 32 mage intervened. Okray tore the notice off the board and told them to stop fighting. Why don't they come here to Granny? MC yelled at her in a rage, asking who she was to steal his quest. He actually took it first. She calmly answered him that he clearly didn't see what the old lady saw. He probably didn't read the small print. She pointed to the edge of the paper, and there he saw the inscription. The party must consist of at least 3 people. He became indignant, saying that he could handle it alone. Why did he need to drag 2 more along with him? After that, he pointed at that girl, saying that he would definitely need her, and then turned to Granny, saying that she was just an old woman. She smiled back and said that if he didn't want Granny to go with him, then nothing could be done. But would he be able to cope without her? He turned to the players, exclaiming that there were plenty of people here who would go with him instead of her. But his reputation here had already deteriorated significantly. They recognized him. He was the idiot who was involved with Han Ki-moon's daughter. He cursed loudly in his mind and thought that he didn't have time for all this, after which he approached the old woman and exclaimed that he was taking her with him on the mission, and turned to High Warning, saying that she would get the last place in the squad. She was simply horrified by this, and she couldn't refuse. Finally, the squad was assembled, and they all went into the cave together. There they encountered a huge bear. High Warning punched it and wondered why she was with this idiot again. Chiolsu yelled that at this rate it would take them forever, that they wouldn't complete the quest until next year. She burst into tears and said she couldn't go any faster, and he ordered them both to open their eyes wider, because they could see their levels. She exclaimed in response, he thinks she can kill them with 1 blow. He sighed in irritation and said that they were just ordinary monsters, and in order to speed up the quest, he summoned a goblin, even though he could be reported for summoning one. His faithful companion immediately responded to his call, running past the girl and, with a mad grin, attacking the bear, but was suddenly knocked down by the old woman's fireball. She exclaimed that she would deal with these little monsters, and MC called out to her, asking her to stay out of the way. Meanwhile, the bear looked at the puff of smoke under his feet, and then the goblin hit him on the chin with all his might, causing him to fall immediately. The goblin laughed maliciously, and High Warning screamed that it was the same goblin. Why was he here again? Chiolsu answered her that it was a monster that he knew how to summon, and she stared at him in shock. He explained to her that he was the summoner of this goblin, who could kill with 1 blow, so they should not interfere with him and move aside. Time passed, they successfully dealt with all the monsters, and now they were happily walking deeper into the cave. High Warning became curious about how this granny started playing Heaven's Door, and she asked, what is it? She remembered that it was the name of this computer game, and answered her that she started playing it because of her husband. The girl was very happy and said that it was so romantic, and asked her to tell her more about her husband. What kind of person is he, and what class does he play? She remained silent, trying to find the words, and at that moment the goblin made a satisfied sound, and MC looked up and asked, is this the monster, the demon mask? High Warning became wary and exclaimed that she thought it would just be a mask. But what the hell is that? Seeing Granny coming forward, she became worried about her, and she told them not to go close to him. She looked at this monster with a loving gaze and remembered her husband, how he had just started playing. While he was lying in the capsule, she asked, is this really so much fun? He was so angry because this thing was taking up so much space. Electromagnetic waves, or whatever they are called, are bad for his health, and he has been lying in this thing all day. He told her that he was so bored, he can't go outside, but now he at least has this. She decided to feed him an apple and said it was good that the government gave them this thing to while away the time. So her husband continued playing and already reached level 17. Seeing his beloved wife in the game, he was very surprised and asked, what is she doing here? She told him that she borrowed this machine from a friend to play with him. It's so beautiful here, just like in life. He pointed to her name and said that she even wrote it wrong, and also that she acts like an old woman. She asked in surprise how he knew what name she wrote for herself, and he told her that it was right above her head. How could he not know that? Then she looked at the inscription above his head and smiled, asking, what's with his name? It's so scandalous. Her husband, with the nickname I Love Parko Creo, was right now standing in front of them in the form of a monster, a demon mask. Seeing her approaching him, High Warning exclaimed that it was too dangerous, and then the demon mask raised his sword over his head, and Okray apologized to them, saying that they would have to help the old people. She used her special skill, gathered a cloud of energy in her hands, and then threw a darkness bomb at the monster, causing a shockwave. Chiolsu cursed and exclaimed that this was incredibly cool. This old woman could really take care of herself. At that moment, Okray ran past him with her husband, and the demon mask flew into his face, and the goblin nervously turned to his master. High Warning didn't even understand what had just happened. Did this granny just kill a monster or something? Seeing her leading someone away in a cloud of dust, she asked who it was with her and read his nickname. Because all the words were written together, she could barely make out that it said, "I love Park Ocreo," and thought, are they familiar? She remembered her words from earlier and thought, is that what she meant by help? The goblin pinched her leg, drawing her attention to himself, and she turned around to check what was going on. But when she looked up, she saw something terrible. Chulsu, under the influence of the demon mask, looked really bad, just like a goblin, with a huge belly and ears. She cursed at such an outrage and screamed loudly that she hated it so much. After that, a scream was heard from the tunnel, and then High Warning ran out of there, followed by the monster. She screamed that it was so annoying that he reached out his hand to her, trying to grab her, and she arched her back hard, just so that this abomination would not touch her. Immediately after that, she spun on her toes and hit him hard on the head, causing the mask to fly off his face. She thought, so if it's enough to just deal damage, then why not finish him off? And the mask's next victim is the player closest to the one who was injured. The mask flew right onto her face, and before the monster swallowed her, she asked Chulsu to figure it out. Coming to his senses, he felt nauseous and started cursing, and then turned to the goblin and shouted, he saw everything, right? Why is he running away instead of saving him? And then he saw something he shouldn't have. High Warning had grown significantly in size, especially her muscles. Seeing her slowly approaching him, he froze and was even afraid to look at her. But she kept getting closer. She pressed him against the wall, and he, embarrassed and with a hint of fear, asked her not to do this, because they were friends. And then she punched him in the stomach with all her might, causing blood to spurt from his mouth. Then he summoned his faithful goblin and put it in front of him as a shield, defending himself from the blows of this enraged woman. At that moment, he cursed and realized that this crazy mask was controlling the player. Now he understood why he couldn't control himself. He told the goblin to attack the mask on her face. Then he took out a baton, and at that moment, the mask fell off her face, and it turns out that he hit not a demon, but High Warning. From his blow, she flew very far, and the mask flew at them, and MC immediately put the goblin in front of him, asking him to do something about it. The mask wanted to cling to his face, but it couldn't because of his huge nose, and the monster had no choice but to target Chulsu. He started running and shouted, why is it flying here again? Seeing an old woman carrying someone on her back in front of him, he ordered them to get out of the way, and Okre called him an idiot and told him not to come any closer. He was surprised that she was talking to him so rudely, and looking at the player on her back, he thought he had seen that nickname somewhere before. It was the player who was wearing the demon mask at the time. I love Park Ocreo. He looked at the old woman's nickname and realized that she was the same Ocreo, cursed loudly and asked irritably, so they are brother and sister? She called him an idiot, saying that they are actually husband and wife, and he exclaimed that he didn't care who they were to each other. They, the old people, had deceived him. So that's why she went with him on this mission. If they get out of here, he'll kill them. He sped up and overtook them. And at that moment, the old man let out a heavy sigh and asked his wife to slow down. He was dizzy. She was surprised that he was already awake. And then the mask flew right into her face and she threw her husband off her back, which made him indignant, and she just froze in place. Hearing this, MC immediately turned around and thought, wasn't this demon mask aiming at him? Seeing his wife, the old man got nervous and then turned to Chulsu and called him an idiot. The young ones might be fine, but they, the old people, will die and won't even be able to move. His words made him angry and asked, was he asking him to wear this mask? He started swearing, asking who at that age even plays games. They were just under the mask's control and causing such a commotion because of it. Do they even know when, where, and what will appear in the game? If they have a heart attack, who will they blame? And what do you mean, everything will be fine with the young? Why do old people play such a dangerous game to begin with? High Warning called out to him. Turning around at the voice, he saw his servants number 1 and 2 running towards him. And he asked, so she was attacked by a goblin? And she survived? She caught her breath and called him an idiot. Until you turn on PK mode, the party members will not take damage. What's up with his movement speed? Did he put all his skill points into agility? He confirmed this and pointed at the old woman, asking, didn't she know? She deceived them. She wanted to take this mask off her husband and put it on them. He originally planned to take revenge on her when they got out of here, but now the mask was stuck to her. He laughed, gloating over her, and High Warning had an idea. She asked if he had ever thought about becoming a goblin. He grimaced in disgust and asked what kind of goblin he was supposed to become. She told him that she wasn't talking about a regular goblin, but about the goblin he summoned. He was so strong, after all. That's why she asked if he ever wanted to become like him. He thought about it and said that he hadn't been listening to him at all lately, and besides, he would soon become weak. Well, actually, he was strong, but it often happened that he didn't do what he wanted. Why was she curious about that? She asked what she looked like when she had the mask on, and he told her that she looked like a crazy fool. She exclaimed in rage that she was talking about her appearance, and he said that she scared him, because she had suddenly become huge and even her muscles began to bulge. And then her guess was confirmed. She said that by putting on a mask, a person begins to look like the person they would like to become. She loves to play sports, but she had a hard time gaining muscle mass, and she often thought that it would be nice to build up some muscle. The old man was short, and if he had complexes about this, it would explain why he was so huge when they first met him. He asked, so, based on her words, that grandmother also became the person she wanted? She confirmed this. Meanwhile, the old man looked at his wife with tears in his eyes and took out a sword, telling her to wait a little longer. He will save her now. Judging by her huge belly, she wanted to have a child all her life. When they were young, they had great difficulty conceiving. They once again went to the doctor with this problem, and he told them to give up the idea. After visiting the doctor, they went to the park. Her husband plucked a dandelion from the field and told her not to frown like that. Why is she crying? There are people who have a hard time getting pregnant. It's not her fault. So why is she crying? She kept crying, and then he patted her on the shoulder, asking her to stop. They would live well together, in perfect harmony. What was so special about this child? One day, he would be her naughty son. The next, she would be his daughter. That would be enough, so she shouldn't worry. He hugged her and asked with a smile if such little things really made her cry. He suggested she try and call her baby, telling her not to cry because he would take care of her like a baby all her life. And now he was ready to take care of her too. MC said that no matter what, they needed to get out of here while they still had a chance. This crazy mask moved too fast, so it was impossible to kill it. But the girl wasn't going to leave them that easily. While she was under the influence of the mask, she felt like she couldn't move or speak of her own free will. And since they were in a dungeon, she couldn't just log out. It was like sleep paralysis. She couldn't even move her little finger. She only felt anxious from not knowing when it would end. And that old man had been in that state in this place until today. She looked resolutely at Chilsu and offered to save them. But while she was speaking, he had already managed to leave. Quickly looking around, she found him and indignantly shouted his name. And he asked, what will she do? She would put on this mask for those two old men. She exclaimed that she hadn't suggested that. They needed to destroy this mask. He asked, why should he do that? It was hard to catch because of its speed, and if she wanted to level up, she should leave here quickly and go hunt other monsters. She grinned and wished him a safe journey. It was better for her, since she would take everything for herself, including the unique monster's reward. Hearing this, he immediately became interested, and she said that the monster wasn't that hard to kill, so he should take a closer look. Had he ever seen a monster with that name? If it was difficult to kill, then the experience points and reward would be on a completely different level. Her words made him even more interested, and already began to anticipate it. After which he called out to the goblin and approached him with a whip in his hands and a sinister smile. Seeing this, High Warning indignantly called out to him and asked, what the hell is that? The goblin looked very scared. MC swung the whip, telling her to sit quietly and watch, because now it was the only way to destroy this mask. In his hands was a rare item, an exclusive summoner weapon made from bloodworm skin. This item is cursed, and if used without removing the curse, the player receives a random effect, and the summoned creature enters a frenzy. He thought that frenzy significantly improves the summoner's abilities. The goblin will certainly go crazy, but if you feed it a sausage, the effect is removed. He's worried about the random effect. Will it really be random? He only needs to avoid fainting, like last time, from the many effects. He, Kim Cholsu, only plays for high stakes. After that, he struck the panicked goblin running away from him with all his might with his whip, and there was a loud pop. MC grinned. He had hit the jackpot, the anomalous, fragile status. Damage taken will be increased for a certain period. He immediately pointed at the old woman and told the goblin to look at the mask on her face. If he kills her, he will give him a sausage. The goblin was completely out of his mind, didn't understand what he was saying, and pounced on him, frightening him. He then grabbed him and threw him with all his might toward the old woman. The goblin deftly flipped in the air, overcame the old man, and slammed his feet into the old lady's face at full speed, causing the mask to immediately fly off. The old man worriedly called out to his wife and ran toward her, but she fell to the ground and exclaimed that she was so sick that she was going to die. Luckily, the squad members can't hurt each other, and she told her husband not to worry, she was perfectly fine. But if he comes any closer, that mask will cling to him again. Seeing this right in front of his face, he cursed loudly. Then High Warning pushed him away and ordered him to leave with his wife, and they would sort this out on their own. After that, the mask clung to her face. The old man froze for a second, and then rushed to his wife and helped her up, saying that they needed to get out of here quickly. Chilsu at this time waved his hand and exclaimed that the demon mask was resisting so strongly. So he was a unique monster? This time he wouldn't let him go. Growling menacingly, the goblin crawled up to the monster on all fours and then pounced on him with a loud cry, but he couldn't hit the transformed High Warning so easily. She grabbed his leg, then hit him with her knee, breaking his spine, and MC exclaimed in shock that this couldn't be. She not only dodged his attack, but also counterattacked. The poor goblin was in pain, but he didn't give up. Then High Warning raised her leg high above him and then kicked him in the head with all her might, and Chiolsu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he received no damage. The blow seemed very powerful to him, and he even got scared. He continued to watch the fight and thought that this time something was definitely different. Even though the goblin was in a state of madness, he couldn't hit her. She certainly didn't do much damage, but what about her movements? At that very moment, she punched him with all her might, slamming him into the wall, and he was shocked to think that he thought the goblin was strong, and this fool was not weak at all. Hissing quietly, the goblin crawled out of a crack in the wall, and then the ceiling began to slowly collapse. MC immediately looked up and, seeing stones falling on him, loudly cursed and exclaimed, "Why is this happening?" Meanwhile, the husband and wife were on their way to the exit. Seeing that the cave was collapsing, he immediately sat his wife on the floor and covered her with his body, saying that now he remembered that he promised to take care of her like a baby for the rest of her life. With age, he began to forget things that should not be forgotten. How lonely she must have been to have made it this far. He really felt very sorry. After that, the two of them were buried under stones. MC woke up after the collapse, finding himself under rubble, and High Warning shouted his name, asking if he could hear her. He cursed and asked where she had been all this time. Was this all because of her? She said that she could see his hand on this side. Could he move it? He showed her the middle finger, and she indignantly asked why he was acting like this. By the way, he had a demon mask right under his hand. She was stuck here and couldn't move. Maybe he could do at least some damage to the mask? He asked discontentedly. Does she mean that he's not the only one who can't move? He clenched his fist and told the demon mask that this was the end. He was 100% serious. After that, he hit the mask as hard as he could, dealing only 18 points of damage, and it immediately screamed and crumbled into pieces. Their levels immediately increased, and High Warning smiled nervously, asking, "Did this mask break from such a light blow?" The battle with this monster felt more like a game of catch-up. Chiolsu exclaimed, "Did the mask die? And where is his promised reward?" He waved his hand, nervously asking again where his reward was. Right under his hand lay a unique summoning item, a demon mask. He tried to reach for it and cursed, thinking that he needed to get it before someone else stole it. Suddenly, a roar was heard, and he immediately froze and realized that someone was approaching him. And a few seconds later, the mad face of a goblin appeared in front of him from the darkness. Only now did he realize that he had completely forgotten about him. He still hadn't gotten rid of his madness. He summoned a sausage, but he couldn't give it to him, since his hand was stuck between the stones. But the goblin didn't even react to this, and continued to approach him, and he thought maybe it was so dark in here that he couldn't see it. When his eyes more or less adjusted to the darkness, he saw that one of its eyes had fallen out, and he thought, was this also due to the effect of the madness? This fallen eye reached straight towards him. He was very scared, and tried to move away, but the stones did not let him. The goblin's eye was very close to his. He imagined how this thing turned into a huge mouth with many teeth, and screamed loudly in fear, and the goblin continued to approach him with a malicious grin. Seeing him waving his hand, High Warning became worried and asked what was happening to him. Immediately after that, the goblin hit MC with inhuman force, and he flew out from under the stones, flying right next to the girl, thereby breaking a passage with his body. He flew quite far, all the way to the exit. When a roar was heard and light penetrated the cave, the old people peered out from under the rubble and were glad that they still survived. But High Warning was still under the rubble. She looked around and, seeing a goblin reaching for the mask, suggested that they get out of here first. When they got out and found Chiolsu stuck in the stone, he asked discontentedly, so she just couldn't leave without the mask. So she took it. He cursed loudly and shouted, "Does she really think he'll believe this? She'll be finished as soon as he gets out of here." She shuddered in fear and asked how she could get him out. She didn't know that unique items can't be exchanged. She really just took the mask to give it to him later. Can't it just be given to another person? He exclaimed that she really was finished. As soon as the goblin's madness passed, he would immediately set him on her. An old man came forward, showed Chiolsu a bag, and said that this was all he and his wife had. He was sorry, and they were grateful that he helped them. He hugged his wife and sternly asked, why hadn't she apologized to him yet? Okray apologized confusedly, and he shouted in anger, did they decide to atone for their deception with money? It was possible, and depending on how much money they had there, it would depend on whether they could reach an agreement or not. High Warning called out to him angrily and asked, was he really going to take this money from them? It was all they had. The old man told her that everything was fine. They would both stop playing this game. Just like he said, they should quit a game in which they could breathe their last breath at any moment. He will throw away this machine and spend more time with her. So they no longer needed this money. High Warning was confused, and MC asked with a smirk, did she hear that? These old men paid him to save their lives, and they're quitting the game anyway. If you can't exchange in-game currency for real money, it's useless. He shouldn't have said that. The old man immediately asked the girl if it could really be exchanged for real money. She told him it was true. They'd exchanged everything for them at the bank. Okray said that in that case, it was a shame to give up the money, and Chulsu called out to them and asked what they were talking about. High Warning said that it was better for them to just quit the game now. An apology would be enough. Let them quickly quit while he's trapped. MC was furious. He screamed at the top of his lungs that he'd asked them what they were doing there. And then the three stuck their tongues out at him and said they were leaving. By the way, the goblin's madness had long since passed. They disappeared right before his eyes, and he clenched his teeth until they creaked. After that, he returned to Shin, and he asked, "So he's reached level 40? Now he has become a very useful adventurer. It is clear even at first glance. He has become stronger, but he is still far from it. It seems that now he can tell him a secret." He offered him a walk, and Chulsu loudly cursed and shouted, "Where was he going? Let him give him a task." Shin said that all this time he had been looking for someone like him, that is, someone who shares his views. MC ran after him, brandishing a goblin, and shouted that he was so tired of him. Shin decided to tell him about the 1,000-year war between humans and monsters. This battle ended with the victory of humans, and the defeated monsters were banished to the dungeons. Thus, universal longevity reigned in the human world. However, the peace did not last long. Humans, who had no one to fight, began to harm each other. They entered some dark room, and Chulsu asked, "What does this have to do with him? What does this have to do with the task?" Shin lit a torch, illuminating the underground dungeon, and said that they needed someone to aim their arrows of hatred at, and eventually came to the conclusion that the existence of monsters is necessary for humans. They approached a huge cage, behind which sat a monster of the same size. MC stared at it in surprise and said that he didn't think there was such a monster in the city. It would be bad if it were released. Shin said that throughout human history, people only joined forces when they had a common enemy. Monsters are indispensable for maintaining peace among people. War would soon begin, and in order to prevent it, he had to make a choice. Even if many people died because of it, this choice was necessary to prevent even more casualties. Chulsu asked why he took on a burden he couldn't lift. What was so important about this that he couldn't skip the dialogue? Shin threw the torch on the floor and told him to listen carefully. He would arrange another battle between monsters and humans. MC exclaimed that he didn't care about this battle between humans and monsters. Let him give him a quest already. Shin said it would be a difficult path. He wanted to join him. After that, 2 buttons appeared in front of him, agree and refuse. He smirked and thought, so to receive a quest he had to choose to accept, and if he refused, and how long would he tolerate it? He clicked refuse, and Shin extended his hand, asking him to think again. He needed him. He clicked the button again, and Shin repeated the same line. He thought, did they make it so that players would have to agree? He laughed, and persistently clicked refuse. Then Shin asked him to think, and when he did the same thing a few more times, the NPC couldn't take it anymore, and took out his weapon, saying there was no other choice. He would force him to join him, even if he had to use force. Seeing his level 70, Chulsu excitedly waved his arms and exclaimed that he was just joking. He agreed he would join him, but it was too late. Shin was determined. He lunged forward, striking him, and he cried out in pain, but it was his imagination. In reality, it didn't hurt, which was surprising since he was hit by a level 70 character. And then a thought occurred to him. This quest requires level 40, and common sense tells him that he wouldn't be able to defeat Shin at this level with his 70. After all, there was a battle with a golem before with a scripted defeat, and if he loses, the only choice will be, I'll join you. He turned to him and asked mockingly, is that all? He still hasn't done anything to him. The goblin was already prepared, and he told him not to kill him because they were just pretending to fight. After that, the goblin threw a stone at him, and when MC saw that it dealt massive damage again, he cursed loudly and shouted that he told him not to kill him. After that, he ran to Shin and confusedly asked, is he okay? But the state of his body indicated that the blow was fatal. Shin cleared his throat and said that he had become so strong, it was an extremely outstanding blow. After that, he gave up the ghost and disappeared. And Chulsu wondered how he would get the quest now. He had no choice but to go hunting, because his only source of quests was dead. He set a goblin on a scorpion. This monster can often be found in the desert near the ruins. But a guy with the nickname Sleeping Mage got ahead of him and struck the monster with lightning, telling Chulsu to know his place. And he thought that there was incredibly huge competition here. He hadn't even managed to kill a single monster. And he was still telling him to know his place. To hell with him. And whose place is it? His place is in the dungeon or his in the open world? He can't complete the quest now, and there is very little time left before the patch comes out. Soon the time when he can enjoy the goblin's power will end, so he couldn't wait any longer and give in to other players. That guy wanted to attack, but Goblin MC got ahead of him and quickly killed the monster. The mage was furious, turning to Chulsu and telling him to know his place. When he saw him activate PK mode, he nervously said that he was actually talking about himself, so he reached level 44 and realized he was wrong. Even though he'd been clearing locations for days, he hadn't earned even 1,000,000 won. It wasn't even close to the amount he needed. Killing monsters doesn't pay much, and he needs a multi-billion-dollar prize, like when he killed Geiger. He remembered that old man, and realized why he'd been going through high-level dungeons so often. His life should have completely changed with the appearance of the goblin. Why is everything the same as always? Sungriel once told him that even if he wants to go to a high-level dungeon, everything has its time. Getting a summon that can kill everyone in one hit would only waste his time in such a bad region. And then there's the bug-fixing patch that comes out so timely. But in the end, he didn't have time to do anything proper. Is this even possible? What kind of outrage is this? It's as if the whole world decided to kill him. Someone was clearly casting a spell on him. It couldn't be any other way. While he was swearing, someone came up behind him with a brick. At that moment, the system notified him that PK mode had been activated, and then that player hit him on the head with all his might, causing him to lose consciousness. He woke up in the city, and Sungreol, sitting next to him, asked what he was doing there. Was he his nanny or something? He gave him a displeased look and asked, "Is it him again?" The old man remarked that he had cured him and saved his life, and yet he was saying such hurtful things to him. He was lucky that he just happened to be passing by at the time. Who was he fighting with to lose consciousness in such a place? The MC was surprised and, remembering the notification, realized that some player had attacked him. He jumped up, exclaiming, "Who the hell dared do that?" He clenched his fist angrily and told the goblin that they would go there right now and get revenge on him. Sungreol asked how he was going to find him. He didn't even know who attacked him, and he hadn't done anything to make enemies. If that wasn't the case, then who would attack him without a good reason? Stealing money or items from other users isn't allowed in this game, so what's the benefit of doing so? Chilsu thought about it and suggested it might be Han Ki-moon, and the old man pointed out that such an important figure definitely wouldn't stoop to simple beatings and bullying, so he could guarantee that it wasn't him at least. If he has no suspects, then he should forget about revenge, as if a passerby brushed against him with their shoulder and passed by, or as if a bird defecated on him and flew away. Don't things like this happen in life? MC cursed and exclaimed, "Why does all this happen to him?" The old man advised him to think about what was happening before his eyes now. Doesn't he have anything he needs to do now? The patch will be out soon. And then Chilsu realized, the goblin will soon come to an end. He doesn't know who did this to him, but he will put off revenge for later. Now he needs money and the quest he needs to complete, for it comes first. An idea occurred to him. He smiled and looked at the old man and asked, "Shin didn't die, did he?" he asked. Was he worried that he wouldn't be able to get the quest because of the NPC's death? He would resurrect again in his place. He started cursing again and asked why he was telling him about this only now. He replied that they had actually just met, and he looked puzzled, calling him a scheming old man. He needed 2 billion right now, but would he be able to earn it before the patch was released just by completing quests? Sungreol confirmed this. His summoned creature had immense power. He could be called the strongest. But in dungeons, strength alone wasn't enough. There were variables. I'll clear the dungeon in just 1 day. Even with that attitude, clearing a dungeon might take not 2 or 3 days, but a whole week. And to be honest, he didn't know how long it would take to clear the high-level dungeon he was so eager to get into. MC gritted his teeth nervously and asked, "Does that mean this is the end? Such a great chance, and it's so easy to miss it?" He started sobbing loudly, saying that he knew it himself. Ever since the patch release date was announced, he knew he was finished. Since he had such a summoned creature, he was going to use it until the patch. He only made it this far, never mind high-ranking dungeons. He's finished, nothing without a goblin. PK mode suddenly activated. The old man hit him in the face, and he exclaimed indignantly, "What is he doing? Is he tired of living or something?" Sungreol sternly ordered him to come to his senses. If he gives up now, what will happen to the Evitan Guild? Even at this very moment, the guild is trying its best not to lose, to prove by any means possible that they didn't win the hidden dungeon thanks to him, and that they can win without him. They win time and time again. A creature that can't be taken off their guard, that must be constantly restrained. They call such a creature a rival. The goblin, he is the rival of the Evitan Guild. Does he really still consider himself nothing without a goblin? He hit him again, and he called him an idiot, telling him to stop hitting him already. He fell, and called out Sungreol's name, and he asked in surprise what he had just said. Chilsu looked away and shyly thanked him, and the old man smiled and helped him up, asking, "He doesn't regret what he said now, does he?" He sheepishly told him to shut up, and got down to business. Shortly before he passed out, Catherine started the stream, greeting the viewers and saying that today's task would be to not take damage from any monster. After that, she looked away and cursed quietly, saying that she should never take damage, but she wasn't even an assassin, she was a mage. The viewers were surprised that she had just cursed, and she immediately put on a sweet smile, asking, "What are they saying?" She didn't even know how to curse. Today, she would try to fight a lightning monster known for its speed and complete the mission without taking a single hit. This mission gives 10,000 points. She absolutely must complete it. After that, she went hunting, but even after several minutes, she didn't find anyone. She smiled nervously and said that there weren't a single monster here. What a peaceful world this was. The sleeping mage sitting near her said that if she was looking for a place to hunt, she was in the wrong place. This was the land of death. There were no monsters here, so there were no players. This used to be a peaceful hunting ground where many people gathered. They gave in to each other and sometimes teamed up to hunt monsters. Those were fun times. But one day, he appeared. He suddenly appeared here and exterminated all the monsters. Of course, the monsters respawned over time, but they died right away. Right before her eyes, several huge scorpions appeared, and then a stone pierced their bodies, killing them in just 1 hit. and the system informed her that the mission was successful. She was still in shock and didn't pay attention to the notification, and the sleeping mage asked, "Did she see that? All the monsters that respawn here immediately become his victims. If she doesn't like something, she should complain to him. He doesn't hide or run away." He pointed to the side, and she turned around, seeing two small dots in the distance. MC was standing there, and some old man snuck up behind him and hit him on the head with a brick, and she asked in surprise what was going on. Why did he attack Chulsu from behind? She took a closer look at this old man, and realized that she had seen him somewhere before, bald and old, and then it dawned on her. He was the one who sold them the information about the hidden dungeon. But why was he attacking Chulsu? Why were these two even here together? Seeing how this old man threw him over his shoulder and ran away, she followed them and called out to Chulsu, but realized that it was useless. He was too far away. At that moment, a system window with her assistant appeared in front of her. He called out to her excitedly and asked, "What happened?" The stream suddenly ended. "He will call the police and special forces right now." She asked him to calm down and said that he was just in time and that she had one request for him. She needed someone to keep an eye on her. She was willing to pay any price, and she needed someone who would quickly and accurately complete the assigned work. Sungryul advised Chulsu to save up some money, and he indignantly exclaimed, "Does he think he doesn't want this? So how does he think he's supposed to earn 2 billion? The patch is coming out in 3 days. The old man prepared to hit him again, but this time the MC couldn't take it anymore and hit him back. He called him an idiot and asked, did he think he was strong if he let him hit him a couple of times? Songryol stood up and indignantly said that people should be allowed to finish, and he noted that he was the one who raised his hand to him first. The old man said that of course, it's impossible to earn billions in that time, 2 million at most. MC exclaimed, is he kidding him? What should he do with 2 million won? Should he make soup with it? He answered that these would be his savings for preparation. After all, he can only win the lottery if he buys lottery tickets, right? He has little time and he needs money, so isn't it time to rely on luck? Cholsu came up with another way to make money. Clear any dungeon for money. He stood in the middle of the city with a sign. Everyone passed by and asked who he was. He calls himself Turbo Gamer Ready. A player named Booty Priest approached him and asked who this Turbo Gamer was. He would like to meet him. He told him that it was him and told him not to talk nonsense. MC asked, and all they do is lie to him? Let him just try going into a dungeon with him once. He'll give him his money back if he can't clear it. The guy asked with a smirk. In that case, could he clear the Duke's Grand Library? 3 of his friends, Seonvli, and some set of letters, all of them level 30, approached him. Cholsu said that he had no idea what kind of dungeon this was, but he would definitely win. The 3 of them stared at him in bewilderment, then burst out laughing, and the priest exclaimed, has he been watching too many movies? Does he even understand what the Duke's Grand Library is? He can't even get in there with his level 44. He irritably said that if he came here to waste his time, then he should leave. And the guy, wiping away tears of laughter, said that there was one dungeon he would like to go to, and he would use his services. Only if he couldn't clear it, he should give him all the money back. MC made a deal with him and said that they needed to go since there was no time left. The priest smirked and said that the recommended level for the dungeon they were going to was 46. It was an unrealistically high level, but he wanted to level up quickly. He laughed to himself and thought that a level 44 player wouldn't be able to clear a dungeon 46 on his own. They would just watch him fight from afar and get some experience from him. When he lost, he would return his money as he promised. That's how he became stronger without even trying. Suddenly, Cholsu disappeared, leaving them looking like fools. At this point, he laughed, looking at his loot, and exclaimed that they were stupid idiots. Who even gives their money to a person they've never seen in their life to clear a dungeon for them? And he was supposed to believe that a level 31 player could enter a high-level dungeon? He would do it himself if he could. He can't believe he came up with such a good idea. Sungryol is truly a devious person, even though he told him about something completely different, clearing dungeons for other players for money and increasing his rating. That's how he was able to earn almost 40,000 in 2 days, and this idiot said that he would barely earn 2 million. The system notified him that the Goblin Lord admired his talent for cheating. He received 1 Goblin point. He was surprised and thought that he had completely forgotten about its existence. Is this idiot mocking him? The Goblin will soon become completely useless. Why does he need this point? He swiped the notification and a smiling goblin face appeared in front of him. He froze in surprise for a second, and then kicked him away with his foot, telling him to move away from him. As soon as night fell, he went to find other earnings. A player came out of the building and bumped into him, causing him to immediately get indignant and say that if he bumped into someone, he should apologize. But MC didn't pay him any attention. He walked on happily, and he, twirling his finger at his temple, thought he had completely lost his mind. It couldn't be that winning at gambling was the reason for his behavior. When he came to Beniro's lottery, he gave away all his money, and NPC Beniro said he hadn't seen him there before. The lottery costs 100 gold per try, and now he'll show him today's goods. First place, the legendary item, the Lion King gloves. He was an enemy during the Great War between humans and monsters, but for his strength and courage, people nicknamed this monster the Lion King. Second place, the Shooting Star boots with an effect that replaces dashes sneakers with short-range teleportation. These boots have earned their name. And third place is the Guardian's Ring, a legendary item. This ring will give him a steel body. Chiolsu slapped his hand on the table in anticipation and exclaimed that he didn't have a ton of tries. He was going to spend 34,000 gold down to his last coin. Upon hearing this, the others immediately became interested in him. Two men approached him and called him an idiot for wanting to bet all his savings at once. MC glared at them and asked why they were picking on him. The man delightedly exclaimed that he really did bet everything, and Beniro said that then he would begin. He pulled out a card, glanced at it, and then placed it face down on the table, and did the same with the rest of the cards. Chiolsu looked at these cards with anticipation. Now he had 10 tries. He took the first card and hoped that he would get cool items in 10 tries. But before he turned the card over, the man told him to wait. He turned to him indignantly and told him not to stop him. It was his money. The man warned him that everyone here was watching him. He wouldn't ruin everyone's fun by turning over all the cards at once, would he? And let him look closely at Beniro. This is his signature narcissistic pose. The newbies don't know, but he poses like this to hide his expression. Let him just glance at him. He twitches every time he touches the cards. He knows what kind of card it is because he's seen them before. Beniro knows he's won. The better the prize, the stronger his reaction will be. This is the second time in his life he's seen him shake so violently. The card in his hands is probably very promising, and everyone knows it. This is truly the moment of maximum tension. Everyone crowded around him, anticipating a huge prize. When he turned over a card, it was just a broken branch. Trash. MC immediately turned his gaze to the man and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about his movements. He nervously cleared his throat and told him that it was all part of the fun. The other men told him to wait. This was just the beginning. After all, he only spent 1,000 out of 34. He nervously pursed his lips and thought that they were right. He still had enough gold, so he could continue. He turned over the cards. All of them were nothing but trash. He paid for 10 more tries, but he was unlucky again. Then he paid a few more times, and when he was once again overcome by bad luck, he pounced on Beniro and started pulling his hair, and the men barely held him back so that he did not beat him. Having calmed down, Chiolsu returned to his place and thought that he only had 10,000 left. Is this even a real lottery, or just one big scam? And then someone's heavy hand fell on his shoulder, and the same man asked, does he remember what he told him? Superstitions are worth believing in. When he's unlucky, sometimes it pays to have someone else turn over a card. But before he could touch the cards, MC pushed his hand away and told him to get off his back, after which he realized he was right. What if he's the one with the unlucky hand? He needs to somehow break this streak of bad luck. Then he pulled out his goblin and the men exclaimed in shock, what the hell is this? This is some kind of trash prize from the lottery? Did he actually make the goblin one of the prizes? Chiolsu brought it to the table and asked which card he wanted to choose. The goblin just scattered everything across the table, which made him start cursing. And when one of the cards fell, MC turned to the man and said that he should have turned it over. Then, he was overcome with surprise. He looked at the nervous Beniro and exclaimed, what on earth is going on there that he has such an expression on his face? Chiolsu looked at the NPC, then turned his gaze to the card and asked, is this really his first jackpot? One of the players exclaimed that Beniro was sweating so much, he was even whistling, as if nothing had happened, and the man said with a smile that it seemed like God was on his side. It was only the third time he'd seen him make that expression. The MC turned to him furiously and told him to shut up, then looked at that card and thought that according to what Sungriel had said, if he got the Lion King's gloves, he could sell them and cover all his debts. He sat down, the men froze in anticipation. And he took that treasured card and thought that second or third place was worth nothing. He only needed first place. He triumphantly picked up the card, thinking it was the king's gloves, but a man excitedly shouted that it was the Lion King's gloves. He looked up at the card in shock and saw an 8-star vanity item, but that wasn't what he needed at all. Everyone present crowded around him, surprised that he got such a rare item, and Chiolsu furiously asked, what were they whispering about? Let them stop deceiving him. It's just a useless vanity item. The man smiled and asked, so he doesn't play much? In the game, a single handbag with no effects sells for hundreds of thousands of dollars simply because people find it cute. He exclaimed in surprise that this couldn't be true. What idiot would buy an item that doesn't do anything for that kind of money? The man continued, saying that people spend mountains of money on personal care and fashion, and plastic surgery, although expensive, has become an everyday purchase. The very effort to achieve beauty makes a person human. People are willing to spend millions to improve their style. He nervously asked, so, did he hit the jackpot? Is this vanity item worth a lot? They didn't give him an answer, and then he asked Beniro to tell him something. And he said with a smile that, to be honest, he didn't think he would receive a special prize, because the chance of getting it is equal to the chance of getting first place. MC's voice trembled. He was already thinking that he would receive billions. And then, Beniro destroyed all his expectations, saying that this item cannot be exchanged. This is a super rare item that can't be guaranteed to be obtained even for 1 million gold. He's seen people spend millions and get nothing, so he can be proud of himself. Chiolsu was furious. He gritted his teeth and, cursing at him in every possible way, ordered him to give him 9,000 cards. But this also turned out to be a failure for him. He grabbed his head and stared into space, quietly saying that he can't believe he's so unlucky. How could he get nothing? Even the third place prize? He just spent all the money. How much fried chicken could he buy with $4,000? He used to only buy wings and bones, just to avoid overpaying for boneless chicken. What did he do? He tried to convince himself that he didn't just lose money, he donated it. After 340 tries, he was bound to get something. 1,000 gold. He can get more for this. His trembling hand reached for the only remaining item in his inventory, his armor. The men, who had apparently experienced the same thing, called out to him and said that he had already received a special prize. There was no need to go that far. He took off his armor and shouted that he came to sell a rare blue steel armor. The players started discussing this, saying that it was expensive armor and he was probably selling it for next to nothing because he was trying to get rid of it quickly. They decided to ask him about it, and he responded by ordering them to offer their price. The man asked why the buyer should offer a price at all. Then a player named Good Guy Kim Juho, sitting at the other end of the room, said he would pay 1 million gold for it. All eyes immediately turned to him, and MC was dumbfounded and looked at the armor, thinking, is that worth that much? If he offered 1 million to someone trying to get rid of the armor as quickly as possible, does that mean it's worth even more? The men parted to let this player through, and he approached Chulsu, offering to settle for 1 million. This armor was worthless anyway. Let him just sell it to him. He wanted to sell, and he wanted to buy, so he'd already given more than its actual value. MC believed him, and they moved to the trading section. Yuho added some heart to the slot, and he exclaimed indignantly, is he trying to trick him? He was a busy man. Juho clicked his tongue and said he wasn't a connoisseur at all. It was a rare material, the beating heart of a dragon. Hearing this, the other players immediately started whispering, it's a rare item from the red dragon Lormus. How did he even get that? Their words stuck in his head. Judging by their reactions, the heart really does seem valuable. He seemed hypnotized. The player said that he would actually lose if he traded it for his armor, but his time was worth money, and he believed he was paying him for the time it would take him to melt it down. Chielsu offered to trade without hesitation, but suddenly the deal was cancelled, and he stared at him in surprise. Juho apologized. He had pressed the wrong button and suggested he try again. The trade window appeared in front of MC again. He placed his finger on the trade button, thinking that he would sell the armor for 1 million and start over. As soon as the item appeared in the slot, he immediately pressed the button without even looking at what he was offering. He happily thanked him for the deal, and he said that he should be the one thanking him. After that, he immediately exited the game. MC was certainly confused, but he decided not to dwell on it and quickly looked at the item he had received. But what he saw simply shocked him. Instead of a heart, there was a strawberry. The players laughed at him. He was scammed. There are a lot of crazy people here who have lost their money, so it's the perfect place for scammers. That's why you need to double check everything before pressing the button. To be honest, this armor didn't look like it was worth 1 million gold. He should have been wary when he was made such an incredible offer. After that, they all dispersed disappointedly, and the man patted Chulsu on the shoulder, asking how many of them, including him, he thought won something in the lottery. None of them won, and to be honest, they were all stuck here, looking at each other, waiting for their inevitable loss. When they thought he actually won something, everyone here was probably thinking the same thing. Please, let him not win anything. They felt better knowing that his prize was non-exchangeable. None of them wanted to congratulate him in the first place. Let him look back, take this as a lesson, and never come here again. After that, all the men left the building, and the MC was left alone with his goblin in a very bad mood. The goblin didn't understand what happened and hugged his owner by the leg, and he, in a rage, ordered him to let him go. After that, Chilsu exited the game and exclaimed that he was killing them all. And suddenly the faces of the loan sharks appeared above him, who said that he was so scary, but killing is not allowed. How will he pay them if he goes to jail? He stared at them in fear and said that he had paid off all his debts. The guy grabbed him by the hair and asked what he was even talking about. He paid $200,000 and he thinks he doesn't have to pay the rest? The MC exclaimed that he will pay them everything, and, seeing how the others in the game center are looking at them, suggested that they talk outside. The guys chased him into an alley, and while one beat him, the other stood guard. The MC put his hands in front of him, asking him not to hit him. He will pay them everything, and the guy grinned and said that he was so funny. He hit him in the chest with all his strength, which caused blood to spurt out of his mouth, and said that of course, he will pay everything. If he only wanted to say that, he would just call him. From his punch, Cholsu fell and bent over, and the guy said that he came because he was already too late, so he deserved a couple of punches. He told him not to hit him, let him not move so that he does not break his bones. He was about to throw a punch. The MC covered his head and prepared himself, and then suddenly the old man's voice was heard, saying that it was quite painful. He looked up and was very surprised to see Sungryul in front of him, who covered him from the punch, and the guy asked displeasedly, "Is he blind or what?" His friend came up to him and asked confusedly, "Did they need to get rid of this old man too?" He called him an idiot and confirmed it, and then Sungryul stood up, taking what looked like a brick, and said that they better pay for messing with his friend. The guy immediately kicked him, throwing him away, and exclaimed, And why does he think he would do that? The old man screamed in pain and fell next to the MC, and he called out to him worriedly, asking if he was okay. The guy picked up what he was holding just now and said that he was really funny for thinking of threatening someone with such a brick. But imagine his surprise when he saw that it was not a brick, but money. He asked, so he really came to pay off his debt for him? The old man stood up and said discontentedly that this is exactly why you need to let people finish talking first. Chulsu looked at him in surprise and asked what he was doing. Why was he paying off his debts? Sungryul said that there were $1,000 bills in there. He knows they won't demand immediate repayment of the entire debt. If they only came here for the interest, then they should just take this and go home. The guy handed a wad of money to his friend and told him to count it all, and then turned to the old man and asked who he was anyway. Was he his friend? He had known this guy for many years, and he had no friends. Sungryul asked if the money wasn't enough for them. He didn't think he had to answer that question. The guy shrugged and told him that of course he only needed money. He didn't care whether he was his friend or his lover. His friend said that there were $100 bills, and he called him an idiot, saying that 100 bills weren't 1,000. Let him count it all. He started over, and the guy asked if he was going to count all day. It was time for them to leave, but at the end he turned to Chulsu and told him to be kind to his friend. After that, they both found a place to sit and talk. Sungryul asked, so he borrowed $10,000 10 years ago, and now he owes $2.3 million. He confirmed it, and he noted it, and he also took it at 33%. How evil they are. If what he said is true, what do his words mean about the share of his parents, whom he has never even met? MC asked how he found out about this. He is telling him all this because he can trust him, but he lied. Does he even realize how pathetic he would be to others if people found out he had turned to loan sharks? He asked, did he try asking his parents for help? He immediately slammed his fist on the table and told those parents to go to hell. He is an orphan. Does he know how much he was bullied just because of this? Being an orphan is an even greater debt for him than any amount of money. Sungryul said that he understands the situation he is in, but he took much more money than he needs to live. What did he need 100,000 for? How was he going to spend it? Was he gambling? He remained silent and noted that the only collateral he had was his own body. There was silence for a while. Then Sungryul let out a thoughtful sigh and said that now he understood why he never left high-level dungeons and why the possibility of losing his goblin powers scared him so much. What was he going to do now? He still needed money. He asked in response, what else was he supposed to do? He'd do some physical labor or something. He'd always barely made ends meet. His life was no different from being locked in a low-level dungeon. A goblin summoner? That's just nonsense. He was a goblin. Sungryul said that it was too early to give up. He was strong enough. Chulsu gulped down a can of beer and thanked him. If it weren't for him, he would have been beaten half to death. He owed him too, and he would pay him back, no matter the cost. The old man remarked that he was throwing around such words too casually, after which they clinked cans of beer, and he told him to drink it all. He replied that he had actually already finished everything. The day of the patch release arrived. He logged into the game and thought that Sungryul was right. He was level 44 and had made good progress during mining. It was too early for him to give up, just because he lost a goblin. He had become quite strong. Only when he got into the game did he see his usually sarcastic goblin and noted that he seemed the same as usual. He asked why he was laughing. He was just a low-level mob now. One of the players pointed at him and told the others to look at him, after which everyone laughed and started calling him a fool and a madman. And he, realizing that he was standing in only his underwear, thought that it was no wonder they were laughing at him. After that, he pulled on some armor made of rags, the only thing he didn't sell. From now on, he can't rely on the goblin. He'll have to fight on his own. He needs to gather all the strength he has. First, he opened the status window, and a passing player, seeing his stats, immediately ran away, exclaiming that he was crazy. MC thought that first, he needs to distribute his stats. Previously, the goblin took on all the fights, but now he needs to consider how much damage he'll take. His health is only 2 points. It seems he relied too much on the goblin. Is he really level 44? First, he decided to level up his health and spend some points on strength in case he had to engage in close combat. And now his health was 10 points and strength was 9 instead of 4. It's not that bad. Good stats for an assassin, and his agility stats are quite high. Now he needs a weapon that suits his current stats, but the amount of gold in his inventory made him quickly change his mind. He lost everything in the lottery that time, and he wouldn't even be able to buy anything proper with that money. And then an idea occurred to him. He had won something in the lottery. After that, he went to the Adventurers Guild, where 2 players, Revenant and Roy, were just then. Roy said that he had been playing Heaven's Door for so long that nothing surprised him anymore. It was a great honor for him to team up with the famous Revenant. The guy ignored him, and he remarked that the rumors about him being a man of few words were apparently true. He was a player who had reached level 47 using only basic attacks, and he was very interested to see how they would work together. Someone had given them a quest, so they were looking for another person to join the party. Chilsu snuck up behind him, struck a striking pose, and asked if they needed a person to join the party. Maybe he can help them? He just happens to have the Lion King's gloves. Roy immediately turned to him and asked, "Are those the gloves?" Hearing a note of surprise in his voice, he asked, "So he heard about it?" He didn't want to brag. The guy smiled and said that now they don't have to waste time looking for the man anymore. It's not often you see the Lion King's weapon in action, so let him join them. MC noticed Revenant staring at him and rudely asked what he was staring at, and when Roy told him that he was the squad leader, he awkwardly greeted him. After that, they all went to the Red Canyon together. Roy noticed how the new member of the squad constantly looked around and said that there was no need to be on guard all the time. The level difference between them and the local monsters was quite high, and they wouldn't attack them unless they attacked them first. Chilsu thought, how could he not be on guard? This weapon is just a vanity item. All its stats are 0. He just pretended they were worth something to join the party. He hasn't tried clearing dungeons without a goblin since he was mining ore in the mine, and all his equipment hasn't changed since then. No wonder he's wary. Roy asked if he also hasn't chosen a specialty yet. He asked in confusion. Can't you see it above his head? He told him that only his level is listed there, and he thought, does that mean the hidden class doesn't show to other people? Although since he said so, that guy is a revenant too. Did he really reach level 47 without changing his specialty? He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and told him that in fact, he does have a specialty. But he was interrupted. A spear stuck into the ground right next to his feet, and he turned around, nervously noticing that he himself said that they don't attack first. But it turned out it was his goblin's doing. He attacked one of the lizards. Seeing this, he angrily exclaimed, "What is he doing there?" The system reminded him that minions attack monsters in their line of sight until given another order, and he sighed heavily, asking how he could have gotten into trouble so quickly. He summoned him back and exclaimed that the patch had made him useless, so he shouldn't act like a fool like before. Roy approached him, wondering who the goblin was, and he replied that he just wanted to tell him that he was his minion. Revenant immediately started feeding the goblin sandwiches, and MC said that he had changed his class to hidden, and all he gave him was the ability to summon one goblin. He used to be very strong, but it turned out to be a bug, and he was still racking his brains trying to figure out why. Well, as it turns out, a patch came out today, and the summoner bug was fixed, and that's the end of his sweet life. Roy touched his chin in confusion and said that he understood everything, but where did he hear about this patch? He replied that a good friend told him about it. Why is he asking that? He replied that apparently his friend was mistaken. The list of fixed issues in today's patch said absolutely nothing about the summoner class. At that moment, the lizardmen threw many spears at them. Most of them pierced the goblin, and one right into the forehead of Chulsu, who was shocked by this news. After that, he went to Songriel to sort this out. He immediately started begging him for forgiveness. He really was very wrong, and the MC excitedly waved his hands and said that he didn't need to ask for forgiveness like that. He was going to die anyway. His goblin dangled the poor old man from the cliff to teach him a lesson, and he exclaimed that he was very sorry. He probably misread the patch notes. Well, isn't everything good now? His goblin is fine. Let him forgive him. But Chiolsu was very unhappy. He asked, when he said everything was fine now, did he mean his death? As soon as he thought about how much time he had wasted because of him, he realized that even throwing him down here 100 times wouldn't be enough. The goblin threw him back onto the cliff, and he, rubbing his bruised back, sighed heavily. After that, the MC extended his hand to help him up and said that he knew he didn't mean to hurt him. If his friend asks for forgiveness, what else can he do but forgive him? Sungriel looked at him in surprise, then smirked and asked if he considered him his friend. He was just hanging out with him. He accepted his help and said that he just noticed how he was making a fool of himself. Cholsu immediately ordered the goblin to hang him off the cliff, and he excitedly asked him to wait. He was just joking. Time passed. Sungriel grabbed a cup of coffee and walked over to the window overlooking the game center. He saw Cholsu leaving the building and thought he trusted him completely now. It was time to put their plans into action. He'd use his goblin powers for Heaven's Door. At that very moment, the MC stepped out onto the road and was hit by a car at full speed. The old man clearly didn't expect such an outcome. A little later, at the hospital, Chiolsu lay unconscious in the hospital bed, and Sungriel worriedly asked the doctor, "Is he okay? Right?" He was sure he'd be fine. He didn't rush to tell him everything and first asked if he was his guardian. He confirmed it, and the man said he was lucky. He was hit by a car and escaped with just a few scratches. He injured his head, but they didn't notice any problems on the x-ray. He'll be able to leave here as soon as he wakes up. When the doctor left, Songriel sat down and sighed heavily, saying that he should have kept a better eye on him. He may be strong in the game, but offline he's an ordinary person. Finally, the MC woke up, opened his eyes and asked, "Where is he?" The old man immediately jumped up and ran to him, and Chulsu asked, "Who is he?" And then Songriel realized that everything was very bad. They entered the game, and he quickly brought him up to speed. The MC, unlike him, smiled brightly and asked, So he's saying that they were close friends, and that this cute monster is his minion? He was sorry. He didn't remember anything at all, but he was very grateful to him for his help. The old man's face darkened, and he thought it was terrible. It's one thing to lose your memory. It's not very pleasant, but it's reversible. However, his personality had completely changed. Chilsu treated his goblin very well, even nicely, but he didn't like it at all. Judging by the goblin's negative reaction, it wasn't just a change in character. Chilsu had become a good person. The goblin finally broke free from his master's embrace, and the MC accidentally bumped into a large man who angrily called him an idiot and asked if he couldn't see where he was going. He smiled and apologized to him, asking if he'd accidentally hurt him. The man was slightly confused by this answer and told him to just be more careful next time, and after that, they went to the hunting grounds. They approached the scorpion, and Sungryul told him to order the goblin to attack the monster. He indignantly asked how he was going to make this cutie fight such a huge monster. He patted him on the back and told him not to worry. He may not remember it, but his goblin had defeated countless similarly powerful enemies. He was surprised by this and excitedly asked the goblin to attack him, but such a request did not motivate him at all, and he casually kicked the monster in the leg, dealing only 99 level damage. Seeing this, the old man fell to his knees in despair and thought that this could not be. The strongest goblin summoner, Chilsu, the savior who was supposed to fulfill Iscariot's dream, disappeared. Meanwhile, the scorpion raised its huge claws over the goblin, and just as he was about to strike, MC covered his cute monster with his body and asked, "Is he okay?" Such tenderness made the goblin vomit, and Chilsu worriedly exclaimed, "So he was hurt after all?" He was sorry for making him fight. Meanwhile, Sungryul took his weapon and swung it at the monster, knocking it to the ground. MC turned to him in surprise and asked, did he kill such a strong monster with one blow? He told him that he didn't need to fuss so much. These monsters have powerful attacks and move quickly, but because of their poor defense, they are easy to kill for those players who know where to hit. That's why this place is so often used for leveling. Chilsu picked up the goblin again and said that it was so sad, I wish everyone would just be friends. And then the sleeping mage appeared from behind the stone and said that he didn't expect to hear that from him. Of all people, he could defeat any monster in this territory. Let him look him in the face and repeat what he said again. MC stared at him in surprise and exclaimed that he had seen him somewhere before. Memories flooded him. He fell to his knees and grabbed his head, shouting that he had seen him. That beard, he's the High Dwarf. The sleeping mage exclaimed, who the hell is that? Can he read his name? Sungryul stroked his beard thoughtfully and remembered that the High Dwarf was one of those fools. He might be confused, but he still had the memories. Recovering his memories might be easier than he thought. Chilsu pointed at the player and exclaimed, he's a sleeping mage? He's not? That means he's a super sleeping mage. Sungryul thought that if he threw Chilsu into another hidden dungeon and recreated the moment when his life was in danger, he would remember everything, even if he didn't want to. He hoped he wouldn't be offended. It was for his own good. He cleared his throat and told him he had urgent business, so they would meet later in town. MC asked, so does that mean he needs to go? He said goodbye to him without explaining anything, and he grabbed his hand, asking him to go there together. The old man was slightly confused and asked, what is he talking about? He told him that he was busy and it didn't concern him. He smiled and asked why it didn't concern him. He was frowning the whole time, so something was definitely bothering him. He saved his life, so now it was his turn to help him. Sungryul didn't even know what to say. He pulled his hand back and told him to stop talking nonsense. How could he help him? Did he even know what he needed to do? But Chilsu still didn't let go and said that he didn't know what he was like before losing his memory, but he was sure that he would have done anything to help him. Sungryul called him a fool and kicked him in the chest, telling him to let go. But he only grabbed him tighter and exclaimed that he would never let him go, that he should just take him with him. The sleeping mage called out to them awkwardly, and Sungryul nervously gritted his teeth, thinking that he needed to contact Iscariot and get information about the hidden dungeons. Only then would she return his memories before it was too late. He didn't understand anything at all. Someone approached them, and the sleeping mage called out to the two, saying that this person was looking for them, and the stranger in the hooded robe said that everything was fine. He loudly called out to Sungryul, and he immediately turned around at the familiar voice. It was Unhyuk, a level 56 shadow hunter. He asked discontentedly why he wasn't answering his messages. Did he want to die? Sungryul immediately pushed Chilsu away and exclaimed in surprise that he didn't expect to see him here. Unhyuk said that he didn't expect to see him here. He was simply at an incredibly low level for someone so busy playing the game that he couldn't even answer him. He laughed and asked, did he forget? It's better to use your head than your muscles. He's already completed the process of mastering his second specialty. That hidden dungeon clearly left its mark on him, right? He tiredly closed his eyes and asked, why is he bringing it up again? Unfortunately, they don't have time to celebrate their meeting. Patton the Annihilator and Jihyun the Harbinger of Death are in danger. The MC repeated these nicknames in surprise and exclaimed that they sounded familiar. He glanced at this guy and thought that he looked strong. He had no chance against him. Doesn't he even care about someone like him? Sungryul asked. Aren't they just as strong as him? Unhyuk told him they were strong enough to fight their way through anything, unless they'd accidentally entered a hidden dungeon. He didn't know all the details. He only had 3 messages he'd received before the connection was cut off. The first was to gather the entire Eviton guild, including the guild leader. They probably wouldn't be able to bring the leader here, but other members were already on their way. Second, there are level 100 monsters in the dungeon, so they need to be careful. Sungryul was very surprised and clenched his fists nervously, thinking they were fools. How could they have gotten themselves into such trouble? He asked. What was in the last message? Their last words or something? In-hyuk pointed at Chol-su and said they were asking him to take that idiot with them. Ji-hyun said that was the most important thing. He didn't know how that weakling could be useful. Sungryul was surprised that she made a logical decision. She had seen his full strength with her own eyes. In-hyuk was being rude now, but he knew he expected a lot from Chol-su. After all, it was thanks to him that they were able to level up all this time. But the way he was now, he was completely useless. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Ji-hyun and Patton were hiding behind a pillar from a level 100 monster pursuing them. A cursed living armor. When it passed by, the girls sighed with relief, and Patton said that they hadn't been able to get out of here for 2 days. Did she still believe they could get out of here alive? Instead of waiting and starving to death, they could try to fight this monster. Maybe one of them would survive. Ji-hyun noted that this meant one of them would definitely die, and she couldn't let that happen. It was too late to give up. If they waited, help would definitely come, and he would come. Meanwhile, the MC looked at them with a puzzled expression and asked, "Are they talking about him?" Noticing him acting so strangely, In-hyuk became suspicious, and Sungryul immediately ran up to Chol-su and whispered that they used to be friends. It would be strange if he acted so distantly towards him. He asked, was he friends with such a scary person? The old man said that, whatever the case, since they had met after such a long separation, he should talk to him and act like friends usually do. The MC pondered how friends acted, then walked up to In-hyuk and sternly called him an idiot. Sungryul's mouth dropped open in shock, thinking that this was too much, but to his surprise, In-hyuk accepted it, saying that this was more like him. He saw a goblin next to him with a very exhausted look, and the veins on his face immediately bulged with anger, and Sungryul became nervous and thought that the goblin was still here. He can't know about this yet. In-hyuk took out his weapon and asked him, "This is the same goblin, right?" He got worried and asked, what is he even talking about? Compared to the goblin from before, this one looks much weaker, weak to death. Does he really think they lost to this idiot? He jokes too much. In-hyuk sized this goblin up and said that maybe he was just too suspicious. After that, they went to the gathering point, where other players were already waiting for them. A guy named Minsu Speed, an assassin, asked, "Is the guild leader absent this time too? Shouldn't the leader have shown up for such an important matter?" In-hyuk told him he'd contacted the leader, but they shouldn't get their hopes up. They'd handle everything themselves. Ji-hyun and Patton had fallen into a trap at the dungeon exit and were stuck there. It was most likely Patton's fault. With their skills, they should have easily escaped such traps, but a level 100 monster blocked their path. This was an incredibly dangerous mission. One of them could even die. He was grateful they came here, but he'd repeat himself. Even though it was a game, this time the situation was completely different. If they wanted to leave, they should leave now. An assassin named Suji the Strongman pulled down his hood and declared that he would save his friends. The others followed suit and decided to stay. Red-eyed Minsu said he owed Patton a favor, and his friend Bloodthirsty Hunsu suggested they be realistic. Why don't they just ask them for help? Without them, he was just a mediocre second in command. Sungryul noted that he was right. No matter how strong he was, the enemy was level 100, so fighting him was useless. Let them remember that their goal was to save the guild members, not to fight. More people would be a plus if their goal was simply to distract the monster. Sungryul thought that everything was going well. If a level 100 monster was chasing Chol-su, he was sure he would remember even more. But MC suddenly exclaimed, why should he go there? The old man looked at him in surprise and thought that he had just been so kind. Had his memory really returned? The goblin thought about it too and looked hopefully at his master, who said that he had no reason to risk his life for their guild. Was someone inside the dungeon waiting for his help? Sungryul began to nervously twirl his beard around his finger and thought that they were almost there. Is the Demon King's resurrection really about to happen? Chol-su said that if they think these are enough reasons for him to throw himself into the jaws of death, then he's ready. They can begin right now. Unfortunately, he didn't remember anything. Sungryul and the goblin despaired again. In-hyuk called them idiots and thanked them for their assistance and for not giving up. Now the Eviton Guild is on its way. Meanwhile, Catherine's assistant received news from the person monitoring Chol-su. He told him to continue observing him, then ended the call and thought that Chol-su was acting strange. Is this how he usually is? It seems he may not report this incident. Miss often overdramatizes. The rescue operation was in full swing. In-hyuk dealt with the opponents and said that the pathetic monsters continued to attack them. The MC stared at him in shock and thought it was simply unbelievable. He fights well alone, and the others, although they act recklessly, do not miss a single blow. Maybe it is because they believe that their comrades will cover them. That is why they focus on attacks and not defense. But does he have someone who will definitely cover him? At that very moment, a zombie pounced on him from behind. He turned around in fear, and then Sungryul ran to his aid. With a swing of a huge hammer, he easily killed the monster and saved his friend. After that, He clicked his tongue and said that judging by how easily they die at the hands of an old man like him, their defense is weak to maintain balance with their numbers. Chol-su was so touched that he almost burst into tears. He rushed to hug him along with the goblin, and he shyly asked him to let him go. Why is he so disgusting? The MC hugged them tighter and said he couldn't believe they both valued him so much. He must have been an honest man, putting his all into it. Songriel nervously gritted his teeth and confirmed it. Thinking he was finished, he needed to throw him under the feet of a strong monster as quickly as possible. He immediately called out to Unhyuk and ran up to him, caught his breath, and asked, "How about splitting up now? These monsters are very weak." He didn't think they needed to stick together at this point. Why don't they split up and focus on finding the trap? Unhyuk nodded, agreeing with him. They couldn't afford to waste time like this, just because they were afraid of monsters. He was being too cautious. He suggested they split into 3 groups and go look for Jihyun and Patton. If they see anything suspicious, they should report it immediately and not enter the dungeon until they are all gathered there. A sleeping mage, standing at a distance from them, remarked that they were doing well. It seemed they didn't even have to try that hard. At that moment, a zombie pounced on him, but he didn't even look at it and pointed his staff at it, saying that he thought if he showed what he was capable of, they would relax too much in front of his overwhelming power. After that, he struck the monster with lightning, and the magic hit a crystal in the wall, causing it to immediately activate and begin to glow. The beam of light traveled to the other side of the room, where it reflected off another crystal, and traveled to the next, creating a 6-pointed star. Songriel noticed how the ground beneath their feet began to crack, and said that this was the trap the two had fallen into. Chol-su stared at him in confusion, unaware of what awaited them, and then they all lost their footing, and fell into the hole with loud screams. Only one mage remained outside. He realized what he had done, and nervously said that he was finished. Suddenly, a woman appeared behind him. Judging by her awkward movements, she was drunk. She hiccuped and said that she seemed too late. Her dear Yoonhyuk, was he really in trouble? She sat down on the floor and asked, "That monster downstairs on level 100? What will they do?" She burst into tears, thinking that they would all die there. It was the leader of the Eviton Guild, a level 83 trickster named Lammy. The sword flew over his head, and Yoonhyuk frowned, thinking, level 100? Were they talking about this creature or something? He doesn't even have a chance. We have to get everyone out of here. Then he looked to the side, noticing the body of his comrade. He shouted, "Minsu!" The next second, the monster raised its arm to strike, but Suji ran forward, screaming loudly. He grabbed the creature's arms and shouted at it to get out of here. Unhyuk, he has to save their brothers. He won't last long. Now. But Unhyuk drew his weapon and replied, "No, he has to hold it off." Now he is. The next second, Songriel ran forward, and Unhyuk, looking at him in surprise, asked, "Songriel?" The old man grabbed his arm, and he shouted, "What is he doing? He has to let go." He shouted that Suji will die out there alone, and he shouted, "He's already dead, you idiot." The next second, Suji's body shattered into pieces behind Unhyuk. He asked, "What?" The old man asked, "Did he really intend to pick at that tin can?" This wasn't a fight. This was a massacre. If he'd blinked, Minsu and Hunsu wouldn't have even had time to utter a peep before they died. Escape was their only salvation. The next second, the monster skidded to a stop and concentrated its energy into its weapon, and Songriel frowned and thought, damn, how unexpected. If they'd studied it from afar, they probably would have come up with something. He'd already thought of a couple of ways to quietly save Jihyun and Patton. Even if everything was going the same way, if only Chol-su had regained his memories, the problem would have been solved. But in the end, they stumbled upon that creature. He knew they had no chance, but they couldn't even hold out for 20 seconds. At that moment, he turned around, and the protagonist used his goblin summoner skill. The goblin, holding a bomb, leaped towards the monster. The system reported, "Kid." There was a powerful explosion. Unhyuk covered himself with his hand, and Songriel, doing the same, shouted, "What? Was it a goblin?" Then the protagonist ran up to them and shouted, "It's time, old man. They have to leave before they're found." He looked at him and thought, "Chol-su survived." He replied, "Yeah." Then he shouted, "Unhyuk." He has to run. There's no time. He gritted his teeth and charged forward. Smoke flew around, and the monster swung its weapon, causing the smoke in front of it to fly in all directions. Then it raised its head and screamed loudly. After that, the MC looked at the system window and thought, there weren't that many points, so he bought what was available. He bought a bomb, Kid, from the goblin skill shop. He thought if he were a second late, it would be bad. Give him the bomb and blow it up, right? He may not want to hurt the poor guy, but after that, he looked away and thought, better this than seeing his friends die. Then Unhyuk lowered his gaze and said, "It's over. Jihyun and Patton are probably already dead. What an idiot he is. Everyone died because of him. He's a murderer. He was the one who needed to die." He grabbed his head, and Songriel thought this is really not a good situation. For Unhyuk, his squad was like family. After all, they were at the origins of the Eviton Guild, and he personally watched their deaths. Will he even be able to help him in any way? No. The question is, will they even be able to survive? Then he approached Unhyuk and said that he apologizes, but they will grieve later, Unhyuk. They don't know when the creature will return, so they have to go. And he said, "Songriel, does he know why the guild leader became like this? She once told him that almost the entire squad that entered a dungeon with her died, and only 3 survived." At first, he thought it was crazy. It sounded like complete nonsense, didn't he? How could anyone die because of some game, right? Had he ever seen him afraid in dungeons? No, because everything seemed like just a game to him, and the pain here felt like an incredibly engaging experience. Man, technology has advanced so much, it's just amazing. That's what he thought. But during that raid, he felt scared for the first time. That pain went far beyond fun. If he encountered a monster a level higher than that creature, he would actually die, which is why he started leveling so frantically. He sincerely wanted to close the level gap between himself and the monsters, so he could always defeat any of them and avoid that all too common critical damage. But the higher his level, the more it felt like he was digging himself deeper. Honestly, he was going to leave as soon as he saved Jihyun and Patton. If he didn't want to suffer in this dump anymore, he needed to get out of here. So he risked his life to become stronger. He kept holding his head as tears streamed down his face, and he said that he tried to appear strong, but he was so scared to go here alone, so he called the guys. He knew everyone would die, but he still didn't warn anyone. He didn't stop them. In response, Sungryul exclaimed, "No, who knew things would turn out like this? They had a plan, and a good chance that everything would go smoothly. It's not his fault. Come on, he has to get up." But he kept screaming that he killed them, all of them. Then Sungryul swung his hand and shouted, "Him, idiot." Before he could finish, the protagonist kicked Eunhyuk in the stomach and shouted that he was an idiot. Sungryul looked at this in surprise, and then Eunhyuk grabbed his stomach and said, "Cholsu." He looked at him and said, "Crazy." He screamed, "What the hell is he talking about, idiot? Stop being so negative already. He saw their deaths in real life, huh? Where did he even get all this? What kind of doctor is he to talk about their deaths?" Sungryul was surprised. "Cholsu?" He finally came to his senses. Before he could finish speaking, the MC added, "Damn, he sincerely regretted considering such a pathetic good-for-nothing his friend." Eunhyuk asked, "A friend?" Sungryul thought in surprise. "A friend? Since when did Cholsu consider Eunhyuk his friend?" Not long before, Eunhyuk asked where he would go after he got out of here. The protagonist asked, "Isn't it obvious? Somewhere where there are no people." He thought they'd narrowly avoided starting a blood feud. In the present, the protagonist grabbed Eunhyuk by the clothes and shouted, "This is a game, and people don't die here, you idiot." Or maybe he'd seen something like this with his own eyes? What if they lied to him, huh? If only he could believe everything he read on the internet now. Yeah, he'd have time to cry when they figured this all out. But for now, people were waiting for him, so he had to pull himself together, you wimp. He had to forget about the rest. He had to forget about this until they got out of here. Then Eunhyuk fell to the ground, and after that he said, "Hey, Sungryul, what does he think? He thinks this is all nonsense too, huh?" He thought that wasn't true. Unfortunately, it was true. It was already over for them. Every second, those who died in the game died in reality. But right now, he closed his eyes and said that he too had only heard a few rumors, but he himself was completely out of the loop. Even though they were all trying to avoid death, no one knew for sure. As Cholsu had said, there was no point in writing them off just yet. He replied, "I understand." Cholsu, he apologized for having to watch his tears while he comforted him. Then he rose to his feet, and a powerful aura scattered in all directions. He said, "Well, he owes you another debt, and he would definitely repay him." Sungryul wondered if Cholsu had helped Eunhyuk come to his senses. Had he finally regained his memory or not? Then Eunhyuk said, "Okay, it's time for them to save the Iviton Guild." Meanwhile, the sleeping magician clutched his head and shouted, "She's not going to help them? Hello? Has she forgotten she's the guild leader?" Lammy lay on the ground, her hands behind her head, and said she came to watch Eunhyuk get beat up, not to help or save anyone. He shouted, "Did she really want to watch her people die and log out? Was she completely insane?" And she asked, "Sick?" He had to name at least one normal person in this game. Log out? They're naive. This is a dungeon. He looked at her in surprise and said, "Wait, if that's true, then it's a trap." No, the whole setup. Meanwhile, Jihyun said, "Test." Patton looked at the system window and said irritably, "Damn, he can't even contact anyone outside." And she asked thoughtfully, "Does he remember how they got into this trap in the first place?" The crystal on the wall reflected her spells, creating a magic circle into which everyone fell. He yelled at her not to remind him. How stupid. People always think he's personally to blame for this, but it's not true. Damn it, this time it's her fault, Jihyun. He pointed a finger at her, and she stepped forward and answered, as he said. Traps only work on slowpokes like him, but she was different. She'd been careful the whole time. He clenched his fists in irritation, and asked if she was going to keep bragging. She said that traps were usually too simple for simpletons like him to fall for, but this trap was designed to activate when the spell reaches that point. Who would even do something like that? Something even an idiot wouldn't fall for. Patton began flexing his fists and told her to finish. She folded her arms across her chest and added that the dungeon they were in was designed for level 50. It was strange that a level 100 monster would even appear in such a place. Most people would be out after one hit. He pointed his finger at her and became indignant. And what does she mean? Huh? What changes? They're trapped, and they're going to die here. And she turned around and shouted at him to listen to her. This is no ordinary trap, you fool. He was surprised. What? What was she staring at? She said, "It's the same crystal." She walked closer, then grabbed the crystal and created a bow of energy in her hand. She pointed it at Patton, and he put his hands in front of him and screamed, "What the hell is she doing? Crazy?" And she shouted at him to stay put and not move. Then she released the arrow, and he screamed in fear. Energy flew between his legs and the crystal glowed. He began to scream loudly, while the line of light created from the crystal reflected off the neighboring crystals, creating a six-pointed star. Jihyun smiled and said, "It worked perfectly. Now we can get back to where they came from." Then she looked in surprise at the system windows that appeared. Patton also looked at it and asked, An altar of light, he screamed. Hey, what's that? She said they could get out, but she said, 3 people. It seems they need to find someone else. He grabbed his head and screamed. Oh, shit. She sees how many bodies are behind them. There are only 2 left. He doesn't even know when the others will arrive to help. Then Jian looked ahead in surprise, and then abruptly drew her weapon and prepared to fire. She smiled, noticing the silhouette of a man emerging from the shadows, and screamed, Hyunsu. Is that really him? Patton joyfully shouted that he knew it. He knew they would come. Damn, he thought he would die first. But then the damned armor took a step forward, holding Hyunsu's severed head. Jihyun said in fear, Hyunsu? Then their comrade's head fell to the ground, and Patton, reaching for his weapon, said, Jihyun, she has to run. The monster suddenly charged forward, and Patton ran to attack and shouted at her to get out of there. But at that moment, Yoonhyuk appeared and attacked the monster sharply, causing powerful damage. He landed to the side, and the monster turned its head towards him. Then Yoonhyuk, holding a goblin in his hand, said to use the summoned monster to reflect the attacks. Unexpectedly, it was his idea, Chilsu. Patton, holding his sword in front of him, shouted in surprise, Yoonhyuk, it's really him. Did he really come to save them? At that moment, Jihyun was surprised. He repelled the attack of a level 100 monster. How? Then Sungryul ran up to them and shouted, Are you okay, guys? Patton turned around slightly and asked, Is that voice Sungryul? He shouted, It seems they're not very late. Jian turned around and said in surprise, Sungryul, Chiolsu? They came together? And then the MC bowed and said hello. One of them greeted her in surprise. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and asked, Aren't they friends? She seemed fine. She pointed at him in surprise and, looking at Sungryul, asked what was wrong with him. He told her not to ask. It made him angry. Then everyone approached the star that had appeared, and Sungryul, looking at the system window, asked, Altar of light? What was that? The next second, they started being teleported. She screamed, No. The exit opened because 3 people had gathered. Sungryul, is there anyone else here? And he said they were the only ones here for now. She screamed, No, those 2 can't get out. At that moment, the protagonist watched them disappear, and Jihyun, with tears in her eyes, pointed her hand forward and shouted, Eunhyuk, he has to save him. Then the protagonist smiled and gave her a thumbs up. After that, Jihyun disappeared. And then Eunhyuk said, They've made it out. Well, there's no other way. All that's left is to defeat this creature. The protagonist smiled awkwardly and scratched his cheek, saying, It must be true. In front of them stood the cursed level 100 armor. The MC walked forward, stretching his joints, and said that he was going to die soon, but he was still so loud. Eunhyuk looked at him and said, Spoiler alert, stop talking. He concentrated his energy in his body, and Eunhyuk said, Now you have to hold on, Chilsu. He held his weapon in front of him, and the system announced, The Goblin Summoner skill rally summons goblins who will fight for their master. A magical symbol appeared behind the protagonist, and a goblin began to emerge, and he said, I'll leave this to him, goblin. The next second, Eunhyuk rushed to attack, declaring that he would definitely survive. Not long before, the protagonist mentioned something that was bothering him. Hadn't they gotten a warning before when they encountered a high-level monster? Sungryul looked at him and wondered how he'd found out. Did he still have memories of those creatures? He replied that he couldn't remember where it was, but he did remember a red system window. It said they needed to leave here because of danger. Sungryul shouted, So he ran away? And what kind of monster did he see? What level is it? Does he remember anything else? He replied, Nothing more. In any case, there should have been a warning now, too. Given their level difference, it should have popped up by now. What if the monster isn't actually level 100? Their maximum level here was somewhere around level 50, right? It would be strange if someone level 60 or 70 showed up. He didn't even mention level 100. If that thing had such a trick, they shouldn't have to worry about getting knocked out. The others should be safe, and they have no reason to be afraid at all. Eunhyuk asked, So he wants to rush out and fight them? He has the right, but it's still a risk. Cholsu, would he risk it? He looked surprised, and then said that he didn't even really remember himself now. What did he think he would do? And he smiled and said that the one he knew, he would risk everything. In the present, Eunhyuk approached the monster, which swung its weapon and struck right in front of Eunhyuk. He clenched his teeth, holding the weapon in his hands, and thought, even though he said it, seeing level 100 is terrifying. He used his assassin skill and disappeared into the shadows, then appeared behind the monster and used Shadow Guillotine. He delivered a powerful blow, flying forward. He thought, did he not feel its attack at all? It didn't even scratch him. Armor slashed his sword forward, dealing a powerful blow to Eunhyuk's back. But at that moment, a goblin appeared on Eunhyuk's back. He shouted, Chilsu, you idiot! And MC used his goblin summoner skill, Goblin Throw. He thought about it when he used the bomb, Kid. He realized one thing. Summoning a goblin doesn't incur a cooldown, even if it dies. He apologizes for causing pain but afraid of death, my friend. Then he summoned the goblin again and, grabbing it by the head, shouted that he would take its attacks, so he should hit this creature with all his might. And Eunhyuk landed and thought, he's talking like it's easy. He's the one on the front lines. Even if he blocks its attacks, nothing can happen to him. He hoped he was right, Chulsu, But this really is a level 100 monster. They need to run. Not long before he heard a question. Is he running away? He stood near the door and asked, because of this idiotic mechanic, people die in real life because of a game. What should he do after hearing this? After all, even if his friends died because of the game, he doesn't know if it's worth the sacrifice. There has to be some way to do something while he's alive. Shutting himself off from the world won't change anything. Stop hiding. He has to fight. He has to stop running. In the present, he was running away from the monster and thought, nothing will change if this continues. But how can he do anything when he's just running? He ran past the protagonist, who yelled at him to wait. He has to wait. He turned around in surprise, seeing the monster's huge face in front of him, and he also ran after Unyuk, screaming loudly in fear. At that moment, the monster attacked his goblin. The protagonist screamed, "Why is he running away?" He said he'd cover, and Unyuk shouted that there was no point. They were doomed from the start. His attacks weren't working against him. The cursed armor was closing in on them. He was catching up with his weapon, and MC used his goblin summoner skill, Rally, again. The monster attacked the goblins in front of him, and then they all fell to the ground. The protagonist shouted, "No, dead end!" He thought it was getting closer. He had to produce goblins to stop it. He wasn't dead. He was surprised, looking at the monster, which launched a powerful attack with its sword, and the goblin with glowing eyes stood in front of the protagonist. And MC held him in front of him and said, "Now everything is clear. A goblin can't be strong enough to stop a level 100 attack. That means he's so weak that even his little self can't defeat him. What's wrong? He's not afraid of him anymore, fool." And Unyuk, lying on the ground, thought, was he really that weak this whole time? No, it can't be. He was sure his attacks hadn't worked on him. He didn't believe it. The next second, he remembered his actions and thought he'd tried to escape and hadn't even attacked with all his might, just to keep deluding himself that he couldn't do it. Then he got to his feet and grabbed his weapon. He said he'd been weaker than that creature all this time because he was afraid of it. Seriously? He should disappear into the fog and never show himself. Chiolsu, this is his fight. And the protagonist thought, did he decide to go out with him just once when he realized he was weak? Then Unyuk held his blades in front of him and charged, shouting that he would destroy him with one gift. He kicked off the ground and flew up, saying that if he couldn't even cut that poor goblin, then he could parry him with ease. He held his blades in front of him and blocked the monster's blow. He thought, wait, is this really possible? He didn't even hurt that goblin. The next second, Unyuk was sent flying by the powerful attack and fell to the ground, raising clouds of dust. MC, still holding the goblin, shouted, "Is he okay? He can't handle it alone, you idiot." He offered his help, and Unyuk, getting to his feet, shouted, "No." He thought he was worthless, but fear made him weaker than a goblin. Then he shouted, even if he were level 1000, he would still destroy him. Then the monster swung its arm to strike, and Unyuk, preparing to attack, thought he should open that door himself. This is his repentance. Then, pointing his weapon forward, he began to unleash a barrage of attacks. He thought, he didn't believe it. They lived in such a cruel world, and yet he treated her like a fool. He was the biggest coward in the world, yet he still scolded her for those miserable fears. So he needed to open this door and ask for forgiveness. Watching what was happening, the protagonist was surprised. What? The cursed animated armor was already level 81. He said in surprise, the monster's level, it dropped. At that moment, Unyuk, continuing to attack, screamed loudly, and the monster's level continued to drop again and again. Then the armor dropped his sword, its body covered in cracks, and Unyuk stood his ground and asked, is he thinking of running away? How did he manage to kill so many of them, you idiot? And the MC clenched his fist and shouted, yes, he has to hit him hard. Then he used his assassin skill and ran forward, attacking the monster, dealing massive damage. Then Unyuk let out a loud scream, and the system announced that his level had risen 3 levels. The protagonist clenched his fists in joy, and the system announced that his level had risen to 50th. He jumped on Unyuk's back and shouted joyfully, they won, and he yelled at him to get off him. You idiot. After that, a pair of legendary level heavy cursed armor and a heavy cursed helmet appeared on the ground in front of them. The protagonist was surprised. Wow, this looks great. And Unyuk folded his arms and said that he had never seen anything like this before. Well, he definitely lost this time. He can take this loot. He deserves it. He doesn't want to admit it, but if it weren't for him, they would have lost. It's only right that he gets it. Then he looked ahead in surprise when the MC asked, is he kidding me? Without him, none of this would have happened. So he should shut up and take it. He handed him the armor and said, come on. And he said, Chilsu. He reached for the armor and said that he didn't think he was like this. He doesn't know what suddenly happened, but now he understands why Jihyun wanted him here. He apologizes for calling him a weak, useless bug, and he also apologizes for calling him subhuman, which he has never seen before. Oh, and for calling him ugly. He doesn't know why he said that. After that, the symbol in front of them started glowing. He said, the door is open again. Unhyuk said, hey Cholsu, he really wasn't level 100, was he? He replied that he saw it when he fought him. The levels started dropping when they started fighting back and kept dropping during the fight. Judging by how big it was when they first met, the monster must have absorbed their fear and grown stronger. It seemed to weaken as they lost their fear. He knows what's bothering him. If he thinks the guys were attacked to intimidate him, he's unlikely. He doesn't think that was the point. and Eunhyuk looked at him and smiling, said, "So the others are here." Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist suggested they go back. They're already waiting. Then they stood in a glow and began to teleport. The protagonist shouted, "Wow, it's like he's healing." And Eunhyuk folded his arms and said, "They're flying anyway, idiot." Then he looked away and looked surprised. At that moment, Lammy emerged from behind a column. She gritted her teeth in irritation and said, "How annoying. Why? Why haven't they died?" After a while, the MC asked in surprise, "Eunhyuk, did they come out?" Ji-yoon ran up to them and hugged them tightly, shouting, "Thank God they're both alive." The protagonist, blushing with embarrassment, asked, "What is she doing?" "They're just friends." And she, with tears in her eyes, said that she was grateful that he protected Eunhyuk. Cholsu. He replied that friends don't do that. And Eunhyuk, surprised, looked ahead and said, "Guys." Minsu put his hands behind his head and said that it was like he saw a ghost. Eunhyuk. He was surprised. "Guys, are they?" And Jihoon began wiping away her tears and said, "The thing is, not long before, Jian landed on the ground and one of the people present said, 'Wow, they should see who's here.' Did she die too?" Sungryul looked ahead and was surprised. "Guys," Patton shouted, "Hyunsu, is he alive?" The man next to him said he wasn't even hurt. And Hyunsu smiled and said, "Yeah, they kicked them out of the dungeon right after they died because of him." And in the present, the protagonist said thoughtfully that if that's really how it was, he thinks the bodies they saw were fake. If they'd known they could leave like that, they would have died and left the dungeon long ago. Hunsu said that Jiun said she saw his head get chopped off. "Oh my god, that was creepy." And Minsu scratched his head and added, "Damn, they really tried to warn them, but there was no connection at all." Eunhyuk closed his eyes and said he was glad to see everyone was safe. No need to worry. More importantly, was the guildmaster here? They were surprised. "What? Which guildmaster?" And then Hunsu added, "So she didn't even show up? Guild members are dying left and right, and she's completely unaware." Then the MC said he didn't know if it was the leader or not, but he saw a girl named Lammy on the way here. The others looked at him in confusion, and Eunhyuk said he wasn't imagining things. She really did come to save them. She left her room. After a while, the protagonist, sitting at the table across from Songryul, said, "So the man who never left his room finally logged into the game he was so afraid of to save them?" Then their reaction was understandable. He replied that he wasn't sure they even wanted to save them, since she didn't even show up. But everyone has their own plans. After that, he took a sip of his drink and asked, "Well, how's his memory?" He smiled and said that, unfortunately, he still doesn't remember anything. From what he knows, it seems he doesn't have a family. Even when he was in the hospital after the accident, no one came to visit him, so he's sure he has no family, no one close to him. Although he does. Sungryul asked, "Family?" He shouldn't make him laugh. And the protagonist asked if he really should get his memories back. Maybe it's for the best. He doesn't have to hate anyone anymore. He said, "Okay." He handed him a drink and added, "But there were probably important memories in his life, and he would try his best to help him." He responded, smiled, clinked glasses with his can, and thanked him. After that, they left the establishment. Sungryul said that in that case, they'll see each other tomorrow. The protagonist bowed, and then Sungryul walked further down the street. He turned around and asked, "By the way, does he remember his house?" He smiled awkwardly, looking at him silently. Then Sungryul said that he would walk him home. After a while, the protagonist went inside the entrance and asked, "What kind of building was that?" As Sungryul told him to close the door, or else the bugs would fly in, they started climbing the stairs. The protagonist noticed a familiar smell. Two men stood in their way, one of whom focused his attention on the newcomers. After that, they started descending the stairs, and a few seconds later, Sungryul closed the door behind them. The MC went further into the room and asked, "What is this?" Sungryul said that they needed to rent out this room, but no one wanted to rent it, so he was using it for personal use, so no one could intrude. After that, he took out some money and, leaving it on the nightstand, told him to stay here until he regained his memory. There was a bathroom in the next room. He could wash himself there. The protagonist put his hands in front of him and shouted, "No, he doesn't need to wash himself, and he doesn't need money." And he replied that he didn't care, stinker, he wasn't just giving it to him. It was a debt that he would repay one day with interest, and now he must rest. With these words, he walked out into the hallway, and the protagonist shouted that he was grateful to him, sir. After a while, he lay on the mattress, his hands behind his head, and wondered who had forced his tongue. No need to restore his memory? He shouldn't have said something so naive. How could he say such stupid things when he was staying the night? Was it because he didn't know where he lived? To repay everyone for their kindness? No. To make sure he wasn't hurting anyone, he needed to regain his memories. Then his eyes widened in surprise. He looked to the side and asked, "Old man?" He heard loud sounds outside the door. They were getting louder. He asked, "Who's there?" He sat up on the mattress and said, "What?" He was scared. He almost thought it was those damned loan sharks. Oh shit! He was surprised when he heard a voice. "Is he sleeping? He had to pay up, you idiot." Then the MC screamed in fear, throwing his hands out in front of him. The sun's rays fell on him and he said, "Hey, it's morning already." He sat up and asked, "Should I pay up?" He looked damn familiar. Did he know him? What a weird dream. By the way, he slept well. And after a while, Eunhyuk said that he thought it was just a rumor, but now he's sure there's a way out. It would be nice if they continued playing like this, but he's not sure. The dungeons are harder, the monsters are tougher, and the reward is correspondingly higher. The more he plays this game, the more his appetite grows. But all this time, he's been risking his life, so he wants to end it here. Whether they follow him or continue is entirely up to them. He won't force them, but he only wants to say one thing. If something happens to any of them one day, he thinks they'll regret for the rest of their lives not stopping them. Then Minsu said that no one here could deny that he was more tired than the rest. He folded his arms and added that after meeting the Iron Giant, he'd leveled up faster than they could even imagine. And for their sake, and even now, he does this to protect everyone. It's time to stop. He's tired of making him bear this burden. Suji added, Unyuk, he can rest now. He'll come with him. And then the man raised his hands and shouted, screw it! Since he, of all people, is the one saying it, it was the same with the Iron Giant. But just imagining how many monsters could appear out of nowhere made him stop enjoying the game. Then Hyunsu stood up and said, enough already. He doesn't care about this exit joke. But what's the point of playing if none of them are going to be there? And then Patton shouted, who said everyone is leaving? He will keep playing. Guys like him have no other exit but heaven's door. With that, he walked out into the street. Jihyun watched him go. Unyuk asked what she was going to do. She replied that she was leaving too. But first, she wanted to meet someone. She looked at Unyuk and smiled, asking, he doesn't mind, does he? He asked, will she say hi to him for him? She should thank him. She said, yes. After that, Unyuk sat down on a chair and said, well, they should sum things up. Minsu said, hey, shouldn't they have a disbandment drink? He replied, I pass. They still need to talk to the guild leader. Minsu asked, hey, he thinks she really came to save them? He still hasn't. Before he could finish speaking, Unyuk put his hands on his waist and said that if no one believed in the truth known only to him, he would definitely be alone. He had to believe it. He no longer doubted it. Then they heard a voice. Hey, people. A man walked forward and asked, are they Cholsu's friends? Unyuk frowned and said that they had nothing to talk about with him. He should introduce himself. And he laughed awkwardly and said that he apologized for his manners. Since they weren't his friends, he would say so. He was his acquaintance. 1, 2, 3, 4. Minsu said, hey, Unyuk. He said, be careful. He said that if 5 people he once knew suddenly died, he would probably be a little shocked, right? And Unyuk said, came out of nowhere and spouted such nonsense. Who the hell is he? He smiled and said, well guys, they're all going to die. Meanwhile, the protagonist smiled and said, wow. He jumped up on the sand and shouted, wow, this is the sea. And Songryul, putting on his glasses, asked why he was so happy. He acted like he'd never seen the sea. He smiled and asked, who cares anyway? It's the ocean, he asked. Is he really that naive? They won't let him in there without a swimsuit anyway. What a weird rule. MC replied, it's the ocean. It's all for real. He said that if it were a regular beach, it would make sense. But there's a holy place here that allows you to change your specialty a second time. He was surprised. Change your specialty? And the old man told him not to cut back. He's already level 50. That means he can change his specialty to a higher ranking one. For example, at maximum rank, he could become a blacksmith, which would help him craft his own weapons, or a guardian who protects the party with his impressive strength, or a soul warrior capable of working with magic, especially soul magic. And finally, a knight. He'd already seen him. It was Chairman Kamoon. Like it or not, starting at level 50, he couldn't level up further until he changed his specialty. They weren't here to film a beach episode in an anime. Did he understand him? And the protagonist looked at the goblin and said that they weren't here to play. There was a shrine on one of these countless islands, but its location changed every day. Previously, he would have had to search for it himself, but now there were plenty of vacationers here who could find the holy shrine, so he had to keep an eye on them. They would split up and watch for now. Then the MC asked, did they have to talk to women too? And Sungryul asked, was he going to ignore about half the vacationers? He pushed him in the back and told him to go already. He shouted that he didn't think he could do it. He shouted back that he had to pull himself together. Wimp, he had to go. He pushed him harder in the back. The protagonist skidded to a halt on the sand, moving forward. Then he stopped next to a girl, bowed, said hello, and said that she seemed like a nice person, but she walked past and said that she was out. He smiled awkwardly and said, no, he's not weird, he just wanted to talk. He called the next girl, and she shouted, what does he want? She has a boyfriend. He replied that he was happy for her. Then he said hello to the next girl, but she shouted, no. He said he hasn't said anything yet. She shouted that she didn't like his face. He clenched his fists in irritation and said, no. Watching this, Sungryul ate popcorn and thought, Cholsu, is he mad? After so many rejections, the guy will surely get mad. Then the protagonist joyfully shouted, last one. There's only one left, and this torture will end. Then Songryul dropped his popcorn and thought in surprise, why is he so angry? What kind of crazy person would do something like that? Then the protagonist looked at the girl in front and said that he shouldn't be afraid. Cholsu, he's not weird, and he's not going to pester her. He stepped forward and added that he just wanted to know where he could change his class. Be confident. He shouted, hello, he's really not weird, and he's not interested either. Before he could finish speaking, his leg tipped over and he fell on top of Jian. Their gazes locked, and she thought that she knew she'd meet him here. The level was just right. He looked at her in surprise, and she thought that she just wanted to say goodbye. He was surprised. What? She thought that this swimsuit was annoying her. She hates crowded places, but it was here, in this environment, that he appeared with his confession. This was probably the stupidest way she could remember. but she thinks everything is fine. Then the MC smiled and said that they could even sleep in the same bed. He was calm even in such an uncomfortable position. Then the system reported that the PK mode was activated. She kicked the main character between the buttocks with such force that he flew far back. She screamed that he should die. Idiot. Then Sungryul came up to them and asked, Jihyun, what is she doing here? She looked at him and said that she had a request. Cholsu will be changing his specialty, right? Can he come with her? He replied that that's why he was here. But she with him? What's going on? She replied that they won't let him in there anyway. Sungryul. He looked at the information above his head and shouted, his level. It may be small, but he's mighty. The protagonist turned around and asked, would he be mighty? He once had something like that. After that, Jihyun smiled and said that she would take care of Cholsu, so he should go level up, Grandpa. He thought she was right. If the difference was too big, it would be hard for him to keep track of him. Well, he thinks it's better to leave them alone. Meanwhile, Sleeping Magician was drinking a coconut at the beach bar and looked at them. Meanwhile, Catherine said that she had a favor to ask. He should bring someone to investigate. Phil asked, investigation? She replied, no matter how much it costs, we need someone who can do it quickly. Sleeping Magician was standing behind her. He laughed and said, Madam, they've already found the one. He pointed his finger at her and added, now he remembered. She's Catherine, Mr. Kamoon's daughter, right? He's a sleeping magician. He donated to her on stream once. Does she remember that? She smiled and replied, wow, how cool. She's grateful. Then he suggested getting down to business. He's ready to get to work. She said no, she was grateful, but she didn't want to burden him further. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to go to work. He replied that he was unemployed. She added, someone fast. He said he ran 0 meters in 9 seconds. She said, I think he forgot a 1. He replied, it doesn't matter. After a while, he reported that the object was acting strangely. There was nothing else to report. After a while, he looked at the hole in the dungeon ground and said he'd screwed up. He thought, damn, what should I do? Okay, they'll keep quiet about that. Then Lammy shouted, hello, you magical idiot. He should cast some magic like he did a couple of minutes ago. He shouted, what? He thought she'd come to save them, didn't he? She asked who told him such nonsense. She started channeling energy forward. She told him to get out of here quickly. The mechanism can't be activated without magic, and their guys don't even have it. He'll make them suffer. She told him, right? You can't die here forever. If your mind dies, your body will be banished. It's that simple. But will they even thank you for such an adventure? Then the sleeping magician ran away in fear. In the present tense, he thought, thank goodness the Evitan Guild is not here. Then he looked at the situation in surprise and asked, so they finally split up? Well, it's time. He begins. After a while, Together With You smiled and asked, what, is today a dangerous day? He knows. Nephism stood next to him and shouted, a damsel in distress because she couldn't find the shrine she was looking for. Together With You shouted that they must find it and help her. They were steering a raft and were a hot duo. Jihyun, sitting on the raft, thought, why did the sentence sound so creepy? And the protagonist said, cool, they are their saviors? She thought, okay, let's move on. Then Nephism turned around and asked his brother, hadn't they seen this couple before? For some reason, the boy wanted to punch him, and he replied, bro, does he think he remembers someone so ugly? He shouted, of course not, bro. Then they burst out laughing. After a while, they clutched their heads and knelt on the sandy beach. They were screaming, and not this island? And Jihyun said, guys, this is only the second one if they're already howling like this. The MC smiled and said, no big deal. At least, she'll be able to admire the beautiful views. She should see how happy the goblin is. After that, Together With You fixed his hair, looked at the system window and said, oh, a call. Oh mom, what? Stop playing and go have dinner? Okay. After that, they jumped on the raft and sailed in the opposite direction, and Jihyun screamed, are they really going to abandon them here? They were dropped on their heads as kids, right? And the protagonist said, nothing can be done. After all, their mom invited them to dinner. She shouted, did he really believe this? Okay. They will swim until they find the island where the right shrine is. He ran towards the water, and Jihyun yelled at him to stop. You idiot. The game conveys the feeling of cold. Night will soon fall. The water is freezing, and he will quickly freeze. She blushed with embarrassment and added that she thought it would be better to make a fire and spend the night together. Swimming all night was out of the question. She certainly didn't like the idea of spending the night with him, but it was already getting cold. Maybe they should make a fire first. What did he think? Then she looked at the protagonist. A goblin's nose was sticking out between his legs. She yelled, what the hell? She started kicking him, and he yelled, why was she hitting him? He will give it all back. He promises. She yelled, give what back? And he wants to kick her like that one day. You idiot, right? He replied that he didn't. After that, they walked deeper into the island, and she, folding her arms across her chest, said that she was in a bad mood. He should turn away, you idiot. But she can't even find a piece of wood for a fire. Although, no, there's one right next to her. And then she went to a palm tree, and putting her hand to the tree trunk, said that she thought coconut shells would be perfect. They make charcoal from that, so it would work. Then she fired a few magic arrows at the coconuts, and they started falling to the ground. She said, yes, that should be enough. Then she shouted, Chulsu, he must take the coconuts. The next second, she screamed, noticing a huge coconut spider hanging next to her. She shouted, bug, it's huge. And the protagonist covered his eyes with his hands and asked, was she calling him? She shouted, she's talking about a spider, slowpoke. He must do something. And then he looked at the creature and asked, Is she talking about him? It's just an ordinary mob. He grabbed it by the paws and shouted, is she really scared of it? He started laughing out loud, and she screamed, no. Then she clenched her teeth and started crying. The protagonist asked, what? Was she crying or something? Was she really afraid of him? It was time to stop. Goblin, can he get him out of here? What a horror. He didn't expect her to cry. Then he started circling Jihyun and said that he thought she was joking, so he decided to play along. She has to stop crying, okay? And she kept bawling, screaming that she hated him. Cholsu, what's wrong with him? Does he even know why she even came? This is a joke. That's a joke. Everything is a joke to him. He does everything for a joke. She hates him. And she's an idiot for thinking he's changed. He's still the same idiot. Why is she even talking to him? She shouldn't have come. She's so stupid, he said awkwardly. He had never talked to a girl before, and he didn't really know how to communicate with her, so he acted the same as with everyone else. And he didn't think he would hurt her. He apologized. Then he sat down next to her, said that they could talk all night. I doubt he'll be that good. He'll try his best. And she started wiping away her tears and said that she didn't expect that he knew how to apologize. He asked, who doesn't know how? Why run away? He never runs. Maybe he could before, but now he never does. Then she turned her gaze to him and said, she hates him so much. After some time, they brought coconuts to the shore, and Jihyun said that she thinks that's enough. Does he have a skill that allows you to start a fire? Any fire attack? He asked, fire, right? And then sparks started appearing, and Jihyun said, wow. She didn't expect to see such a skill from him. He asked, he used it without her, right? He held a burning fuse in his hand and added that he'd recently learned how. It's called a baby bomb, she said. A bomb, yes. They started laughing, and then she screamed loudly, and a powerful explosion occurred in front of them, throwing them far back. Jihyun sat up and shouted, who the hell starts a fire with a bomb? And he sat up and laughing said that she herself said about any fire attack, she should wait. He looked away in surprise and added, the specialty change shrine. The other two claimed there was no shrine on this island. Jihyun said that there hadn't been one until now. He doesn't understand. The specialty change shrine changes location every day. It's already midnight, so it moved here. He said, amazing. Why? Of all the islands, did it end up here? Looks like they came here for a reason, huh? He's grateful she came here with him. She looked at him, and then their fingers touched for a second, but she covered her face with her hand and said, if only he could see himself. She can't believe she's listening to him say something romantic with that face. And he yelled, what's wrong with that? Ask your parents. She laughed and said, no, you idiot. She's talking about the soot. He was indignant. What? She had it all over her face too. She started running away and yelled that he shouldn't come near, and he ran after her, and she yelled that he'd get her even dirtier. Meanwhile, Catherine slapped Phil on the buttocks and yelled, he was only telling the truth just now, right? She added another blow and yelled for him to answer. He answered, yes, mistress. She frowned and thought, damn old fox. He decided to split up with Cholsu after all, huh? She asked if he'd found their location. Phil adjusted his glasses and said that Cholsu was there now. Before he could finish speaking, Catherine slapped him in the buttocks again and shouted, who the hell cares where he is? Old man. Where is the old man now? She continued to hit him again. Phil shouted that he was a useless idiot who didn't understand words. He was apologizing. He thought, so this is the kind of practice she needed before the stream. They would make a ton of money this month too. And he shouted that he had found the old man, and he guaranteed that they could start the plan any time. And then she said, good boy. Good boys deserve a reward. Well, now he must kidnap that old man now. Then he abruptly rose to his feet, adjusted his glasses and said, miss, next time she must try harder for the reward. Otherwise no one will listen to her. She was indignant. What? He didn't like it? He replied that it wasn't like that. Everything was fine. It's just that kidnapping a person is a crime. She should think it over again. She smiled and said, no, of course she would never commit a crime. After all, the planning and execution were entirely his. He thought she'd want to become a criminal? He asked, miss? After a while, Songriel answered the phone and asked, kill? What were they? He screamed, G67? Cholsu, to bring back his memories. Did they really cut them all out? Putting his hand to his face, he added, Lord, save and protect. What idiot came up with this? They think they can turn everything back like this. He has to figure it all out. Why just why? And then Iscariot number 1 said that he should slow down number 3 first. If he gave in to his emotions, wouldn't all his work be in vain? He was sure that G67 had lost his memories, and his strength was also drained, but he didn't interfere, because he was sure that he wouldn't approve and could deal with this problem himself. He should consider himself a little helpful, since things were at a standstill. Oh yeah, wouldn't it be better to just kill G67 and choose a new goblin summoner? Songriel said, G67, he understands, right? His summoning skill is unique. They can't get rid of him so easily. This is all for his greater good. If he gives him more time, he will return him to his previous state. He replied that they didn't have much of that left. He had to keep in mind that even now, innocents were dying every second. They didn't have time to play with him. 1 week. If there was no progress in a week, they would simply dispose of him. At that moment, a subordinate entered his office and said, Senator, a guest wishes to see him. He replied, of course. He hated wasting even a single day and sincerely felt it would be useless. And what about that company? He shouldn't make him laugh. Did he really think a few dead friends would restore his memory? He hadn't held out much hope, but it was worth checking. Well, he hung up. Then Songriel thought, he was a man willing to jump into the abyss to save his friends, and also a little naive. Though he had plenty of confidence, the youth was still unable to see reality. However, He reproached himself terribly when he realized that others were suffering because of him. Knowing this, he was willing to die for others, and everyone at Eviton knew it. They were stupid, but sincere, ready to jump into the fire to save others, forgetting about their own skin. They shouldn't have died so stupidly, like bugs. He clenched his fist and, walking away from the phone booth, thought, Cholsu is in danger. He needs to hurry. He needs to get back to Heaven's Door right now. But at that moment, a man approached him from behind, applied a rag with a special solution to his face, and clamped his mouth shut. Sungril began to lose consciousness and thought he needed to contact Cholsu. Meanwhile, the monster punched in front of itself and began crowing. The MC waved his hand and shouted, Attack! He must defend himself, Greenfinch. But the goblin stood motionless, and then a fist landed in his face. The goblin fell to the ground, and the protagonist crouched next to him and shouted, Greenfinch, is he okay? And then the system reported, Goblin Summoner Skill, share health with the goblin. The goblin began to recover, and the system reported that it was using its HP to restore the goblin's health by an equal percentage. The protagonist thought he was spending health to heal the goblin. Where was such a useful skill before? Then the monster stood up again, preparing to strike, and the protagonist said, Greenfinch, is he okay? Then the goblin fell to the ground again, and he shouted, Greenfinch. The monster continued to attack, and the system reported that it was using a high-speed, almighty jab. The protagonist used the goblin summoner skill, stay in its skin. He stood in front of the goblin, and after parrying the attack, said, a high-level skill was unlocked when he shared health with the goblin. The system reported that he should fight in the goblin's stead when it was ill. The summoner gains the goblin's stats while fighting in its stead. He said he was so glad he was able to learn this skill. Now he doesn't feel so pathetic because he's standing aside. He held his sword out in front of him, stopping the monster's fist and adding, and this is a new weapon, bought with the proceeds from selling that thing. He used a platinum short sword. He struck, and the monster screamed loudly, clutching his arm. The protagonist added moreover a passive skill received after acquiring the second job, Goblin Chieftain. The system reported that as a Goblin Chieftain, he receives a 1% bonus to stats for each goblin nearby. He smiled and said that with this his stats would skyrocket. Then he looked at the system window in surprise and shouted, What? Only 1%? He thought changing his job would make him much stronger. Then the monster began to stretch his joints, and MC offered to talk. Before he could finish speaking, the system reported that the mob was using a high-ranking, almighty dropkick. He kicked off the ground with his tail and then aimed his sharp claws straight at MC's face. He used the Goblin Summoner skill, Rally. He and the goblin were thrown far back, and then the protagonist stood up and shouted, Greenfinch. He thought, what did he do? Was he using Greenfinch as a shield? The goblin began to rise to his feet and, smiling wickedly, made a sound. After that, the protagonist, pointing his hand at him, said, Greenfinch, he must step back. He used the skill and, holding his sword in front of him, said that from now on, he will protect him. He swung his weapon and, running to attack, shouted loudly. After a while, he sat on a rock and, sighing, said that he didn't think it would take so much effort to kill one monster. Maybe he's just not as good as them. After the fight, it became clear how great these guys are. Eviton Guild. I wonder what Jihyun meant? He remembered how not long before she said, Cholsu, she's already leaving. Did he mind if she called him sometimes? He replied, of course, they were friends. They would see each other often in the game, she said, but she would still call him. Then she smiled and, starting to disappear, told him to take care, Cholsu. He looked after her and said, bye. In the present tense, he said that he was sure that she was resting now. Then he looked at the goblin in surprise and asked, Greenfinch, is he tired? Why don't they go rest? Then he was surprised when the goblin emptied his stomach. He screamed loudly, Greenfinch. Then the goblin fell to the ground. After some time, the protagonist, breathing heavily, carried the goblin in his arms. He screamed, someone, he's asking, they have to help. His goblin is in bad shape. He's asking, at least someone, they have to help. The people around were surprised. What, a goblin? Surely no one would care if he died. Goblins are everywhere. Why not throw this one away and get a new one? Is the goblin sick? Has he completely lost his mind? Doesn't he know about the goblin attack? He can't believe that he is also a user. Just like this idiot. The protagonist looked at the people and shouted, they have to wait. He is asking for at least someone. Why is no one helping? Why does everyone hate goblins? What did Greenfinch do wrong? Cha Ha-su stood behind the wall of the building and said that he did a lot of things wrong, because goblins just recently attacked the city. Now in the city, no one will care about a goblin. The protagonist looked at him and was surprised. Goblins attacked the city? Why? He replied, how should he know? Idiot. Then he looked at him in surprise and added, he was curious why he was walking around with a monster. So how come he can't see his class? Does he assume it's hidden? MC looked down and replied, exactly. This goblin is his summoned creature, and right now he's completely worn out, and without realizing how sick he is, he was forcing him to fight. He gritted his teeth and added, if he hadn't treated him like this, he should heal him and apologize. He was ready to give his life for him. He was that dear to him. And Haksu said, stop yelling. He was sure he was ready to risk it. Is there a summoned creature in the game? There was an expert on summoned creatures, but she was hard to find right now. The journey would be long and could take several days. He was surprised. Several days? There was no time to waste. He has to tell him where she was last seen. He would go there and ask for help. Haksu closed his eyes and said that he could see that he was completely out of his mind. She was of a very high level. In the area where she was now, he would die even from the touch of a fallen leaf. He had to go to the goblin village. He asked, "The goblin village?" And Haksu looked at him and asked, "He doesn't know that either?" He was definitely there. It was one of the starting quests. No one knows the goblin ailments better than the goblins themselves. Then the protagonist suddenly ran in the opposite direction and shouted that he was grateful, and he replied, "Fairy tale fool, mourning the summoned one?" He didn't know such a worthless slacker had such a side. Then he heard a voice behind him. "By the way, what was he doing here?" he asked. Was he following him? He didn't think they had formed his own fan club. He shouldn't delude himself. Did he think he was only doing what brought in money? The next second, he disappeared. After a while, Matthias driving the cart said, "Damn, you need to be more careful, idiot." Inside the wagon, the protagonist continued to hold the goblin in his arms, telling him to be patient. Just be patient. Greenfinch, he'll get better soon. He can't die. At that moment, the goblin hiding behind a tree peeked out a little and asked, "What? Him again?" After a while, the protagonist exited the wagon and said that it looked like they'd have to continue on foot. The merchant said he was just stopping for a minute. He didn't tell him to get out. Then he abruptly jumped up and added, "But since he's off, that's it." MC thought he felt like he'd been here before. He walked into the cave and thought this cave seemed familiar. Memories surfaced in his mind. He stopped near a cracked wall and thought, "These cracks, that's what happened when he came here." Yes, it was definitely here. Why did he come to the goblin village? After a while, he walked into the goblin village and shouted that he was sorry. Is anyone there? His goblin is sick. He's asking for help. At that moment, one of the goblins peeked out from behind the curtain, and the protagonist shouted for him to wait. The goblin locked his room. The protagonist asked, "Why don't they help him? They're goblins too." Then the goblins came out to him, and the one standing in front was indignant. How dare he drag himself here after what he did? Does he know how many goblins died because of him? The protagonist was surprised. What are they talking about? Did he do something wrong? And the goblins ran at him and shouted, "Shameless idiot, kill him." They started swinging their huge clubs, and the protagonist gritted his teeth and said, "What a hit." Then he looked in surprise at the system window, which said, "Goblin leader. Stats increase when goblins are nearby, 1% for each goblin." He was surprised to notice that his stats had increased by 13,078%. The goblins were surprised. How come? This idiot is damn strong. Then an elder came to them and shouted, "What are they making noise here?" The others were surprised, and elderly asked, "Who is he?" The protagonist was surprised. A goblin elder. He walked forward and told them to get out of the way. The bastards. An hour later, the elder took a few more steps, and the protagonist thought how slow he was. Had he even made any progress? The elder took a few more steps and shouted, "What brought him here? Idiot?" Then he looked at Greenfinch and said that he looked absolutely terrible. Being burned alive was less painful than this. MC looked at him and asked if he could be healed. He replied that they would see. First, he must take him to his room. One of the goblins asked, "But elder, isn't he their enemy, and he is going to help him?" He asked, "Is there anyone here who can defeat this man? If he decides to attack, they will be utterly destroyed. He is trying to save them, even if it means helping their enemies." He walked through the passage and told him to quickly enter. The protagonist thanked him, and the remaining goblins watched him go with irritation. After a while, the protagonist placed Greenfinch on the stone, and the elder said he would get straight to the point. It was possible to cure him. He asked, "Really?" He asked, did he doubt his words? Although it was written all over his face, it would happen again. It could be cured, but the usual treatment would not be long-lasting. If the root of the problem was not addressed, the disease would return again. The protagonist said, "The root of the problem? What is it?" Then the elder raised his cane and, pointing at the protagonist, said him. He said so, as he thought, it was all because he forced him to fight. He replied that it was not that. Goblins are born evil, greedy, and cunning. A kind person like him destroys his intimidating aura, which is unbearable for a goblin. He's been wanting to tell him for a while now. He's sick of even talking to him. Idiot. Nehide. Hug a goblin and scream for him to save him because he's sick, and a human is doing this? He won't die. But such an existence will bring him so much pain that he'll beg to be killed. MC asked, "Then what should he do?" He answered, "Right, he figured out the solution to the problem, but could he do it?" He answered, "Of course. If it's that simple, he'll become as bad as necessary." Then the elder let go of the cane and told him not to talk. In any case, it's not that simple. He began to remove his cape, and then straightened it out, revealing mountains of muscle. The protagonist looked at him in bewilderment, and then the elder clenched his fist and said that now he'll give him a good beating. But will he be able to watch him suffer with equanimity? Well, does he still think he can handle it? After a while, Roy walked forward and said, "Okay, the recycling period is in a week? That's annoying." He'd never seen someone so monstrous in his life, so he'd had high hopes. Had he grown attached to him? Maybe so. If you stare at one person all day, sometimes that feeling can be mistaken for love. That's where they'd probably end the conversation. After that, he closed the system window and, turning around, said, he knows it's not nice to eavesdrop. He doesn't know who he is, but he has to go out. Then Haksu came around the corner and said, "Well, there was nothing to listen to anyway." Roy asked who he was. He asked back, "Can't he read?" "It's written all over his head." He replied, "Okay, Haksu." Could he tell him why he was following him? He replied that he shouldn't misunderstand. He wasn't his type. Although he thought he didn't really like being followed, when he himself was in the place of the one being followed, he smiled and then said, Just because they were in a game doesn't mean they could be so rude. He concentrated energy in his body and said, "He must allow me to clarify. Does he by any chance know Chulsu?" Haksu replied, "Does he know?" It was truly rude to answer questions with questions. And why did he care if he knew Chulsu? He replied that he just thought it might help restore his memory if he died. In the present, the elder raised his fist in front of Greenfinch's face, then handed him a spoonful of food and said, "Here's his favorite stew, Goblin." The protagonist was surprised and shouted, "What the hell is he doing? Why the hell did he decide to feed him? If he's so kind." Then Greenfinch, the elder, began reading a book and said, "Long ago, there lived a very beautiful goblin and a very ugly man." The protagonist noticed Greenfinch's suffering and shouted at him to stop reading that stupid book. The elder added, "Now he must look at Chulsu's photograph." And then one day, the protagonist screamed, "Why did he tear up the photograph and start reading again?" After a while, he clenched his fists and said irritably, "Enough," he asked to stop. Greenfinch is in so much pain. And then the elder asked, "Does he understand now? This is what he's been doing to him all this time. He thinks he's explained the treatment clearly. What will he do? He must think carefully. He'll keep reading this tale until he makes up his mind." The next second, the protagonist ran up to the goblin and sharply punched him in the face, sending him flying backwards. Then his eyes widened in surprise, and Greenfinch emerged from the dust. The protagonist, tears in his eyes, ran toward him, and followed up with a kick to the body and shouted, "Damn it, he's doing all this just for him." The elder said this approach would be sufficient for the cure. He's not fully cured yet, but if he keeps this up, he'll never be this weak again. The protagonist smiled and said he was glad to hear that. He thought it was a relief. He looked at Greenfinch and thought, "This guy, he has no choice but to spend his whole life being mistreated, unable to be loved by anyone." Then a goblin ran into the room and shouted, "Elder, emergency!" He replied, "If it doesn't matter, he's done for." Then the goblin walked forward and said they shouldn't have helped him. There was someone else with him. MC started waving his arms surprised. "What? That's not true. He only came with Greenfinch. He didn't come with anyone else." The elder asked, "Where is that man now? Had he entered the village?" The goblin replied that wasn't true, but he'll be here soon. Then the elder looked at the protagonist and told him to follow him. They would see if he had tricked them. After some time, Roy lay beaten on the ground. The elder asked if he knew him. The protagonist stood nearby and answered negatively. Then the elder added that they would take care of this adventurer, so he should get lost. The villagers felt uneasy around him. They said he smelled of the blood of 18,000 goblins or something like that. And MC said he didn't know why they thought that, but he was grateful that he saved Greenfinch. He replied, "If it was so hard, why not just pretend to be angry?" After that, the goblins carried away Roy's body, and the protagonist looked after him and said, "Pretend to be angry?" Then he looked at Greenfinch and said that they should go. Goblin. Sometime later, Songriel sat tied up in a chair and said that he didn't know she would go so far. Catherine approached him and asked if he liked it. She had a lot of questions, but he didn't seem to be answering them. He replied, "Oh, all these familiar faces. So, was he the one following him?" The sleeping magician waved his hand and told him not to take it personally. He had his reasons. He replied, "Everyone has theirs. In any case, they should get down to business. He's an old man. Even a second wasted is too much." Then Catherine came closer to him and said that he seemed quite brave for someone who had been kidnapped. He replied that they didn't kidnap an old man like him just to kill or torture him. After all, if she had questions, she should. Before he could finish speaking, she slapped him in the face and said that she had been raised to beat him until she stopped getting angry before asking anything. Sungriel screamed for them to calm her down. He was asking for help. And Phil adjusted his glasses and said that she really couldn't be calmed down. Please. He should be patient until she was satisfied. She had never learned martial arts or anything like that, so he probably wouldn't die. Sungriel started shaking and offered to talk. What did he do wrong? She can't hit old people. And Catherine added that he would understand what he did wrong while he was being beaten. She followed up with another blow, and Sungriel thought, Catherine, Kimun's daughter. She'd recently revealed her father's abuse, sending shockwaves around the world. Afterward, she'd gone independent. After leaving the corporation, she'd achieved success as a streamer and become a mega corporation in the streaming industry. But what did all this have to do with him? Hadn't she managed to fix everything? He understood why Chulsu was beating him, but he also thought he'd done something to her. Oh right. At that moment, Catherine hit him again, knocking him to the ground. Phil, in a clipped voice, asked if Miss had learned martial arts. She replied that she was simply copying what her father did to her. After a while, Sungriel said he gave him information about a hidden dungeon in the mines. If they dug further, they'd find a door. Catherine said, a hidden dungeon he'd accidentally found, he'd left, unsure if he could get through it. And then he'd sold them the information. Sungriel crouched against the wall and said, how could he have known there was a level 80 monster there? He'd never even been there. Catherine wiped her fists and asked how he knew there was a level 80 monster there. She hadn't told him that. He replied, Chulsu, he'd heard it from him. She asked how he knew Chulsu. From that hidden dungeon until now, wherever Chulsu went, he was there too. She suddenly became curious. Was her almost dying an accident? Or was that part of their plans too? In any case, she had actually died for real once. It was so disgusting that she swore to kill him if she ever saw him again. But it wouldn't be her who would finish him off, it would be him. After all, he was the one who got Chulsu into debt.